Dreamscape, an RB Media audio brand, presents The Wife Across the Street, a psychological thriller by James Caine, narrated by Alexandra Kohler. RB Media is the largest audiobook publisher in the world. Find your next great listen and get exclusive offers at rbaudio.com. Prologue. I'm out of breath as I enter my house. Water drips from my hair onto the floor, pooling at my feet. My head is spinning as I try to calm my nerves enough to do what comes next. I find my cell phone with trembling wet hands and draw in a heavy breath as I dial the number. A female operator picks up quickly, her voice calm. 911, what's your emergency? They're dead, I say desperately. Across the street from me. Send help now, please. Ma'am, she says, her tone steady and controlled. Where are you? Are you in danger? I take another deep breath. Flashes of violence from the altercation hit me. Rain pounds against the windows. Please, just send someone. Where are you located? Who am I speaking with? I let out a heavy sigh. My name is Sydney Pearson. I look around my dark house, shivering in my soaked clothes as I provide her with my address. I close my eyes, wishing this night never happened, hoping that what just occurred is all a nightmare. I've only been living in this house for a short while, and somehow it's come to this. Sydney, the operator says calmly, I need to know. Are you safe? Is there anyone else in the house with you right now? As the adrenaline starts to wear off, I look out the rain-streaked window across the street. Images of what happened, and what I did, strike me. How could this happen? I stare at my neighbor's house through the downpour, its white picket fence barely visible in the darkness. A dream house. One where I had assumed a dream couple lived a perfect life. Reality hits when my eyes focus on the body in the driveway, rain washing over it. Overlooking the corpse is a red light on a camera facing the driveway. It caught it all. Sydney, are you there? The operator asks. I need you to say something. Sydney. The woman's voice kicks me out of my nightmare. I'm here. I can hear her relief. Sydney, what happened? I stare at that blinking red light through the rain. Everything. Chapter 1. The Perfect Life. I was naive to think I had it once. Now I'm a single mother. Now I'm learning to do this all on my own because I have to. Ollie needs me more than ever. It's hard, though, when you have no one else to lean on, no one else to split the weight of the decisions and worries, the quiet moments of doubt. I don't feel prepared, but I don't have a choice. Fake it until you make it, as the saying goes. I just have to make sure Ollie doesn't see how close to breaking I am. He can't know. I'm his rock, the only constant in his life. But what he doesn't know is, he's mine as well. It's hard not to think about the past when I start this new beginning. I bring some boxes from the back of my pickup truck into our new house. Ollie's helping, well, as much as a 6-year-old can, which is usually more him getting in the way than anything else, but I appreciate his effort. I drop a box on the hardwood floor in the living room. Ollie drops a garbage bag full of clothes beside me. He lets out a groan as if he's a senior. Ugh, Mommy, I'm tired. At least he brought a few bags inside before hitting exhaustion. That's okay, honey. I remind him that there's a small bag of toys near the back of the truck that he can grab. He asks if he can play outside, and I agree, but ask him to stay on the grass and not go near the road. He doesn't exactly agree, but smiles and runs outside to the truck. I guess he wasn't as tired as he appeared. I knew I'd be the one to have to unload the truck when we moved here. After selling our home in Ontario, I packed up everything I could manage in the back of my truck and drove across the country to a small town called Calder, Alberta. It's a small town, but located close enough to Calgary if I miss city life. Why Alberta? I love the mountains. I traveled here once when I was married for a short vacation and fell in love with the mountain backdrop. It feels like no matter where you live here, you're just around the corner from a stellar mountain view. The sunsets were gorgeous here. Besides, my dollar would stretch further in this province. I managed to sell our home near Toronto at a time when real estate was top dollar. Meanwhile, Calder still hasn't been impacted by rising house prices. It felt like the perfect place to start over. Nothing was keeping me where I was. It's only me and Ollie now. I found this rental house online and was ecstatic when I put an application through and signed a year's lease. I felt like I'd hit the lottery. I have a small one-story house on a cul-de-sac with only a few other properties on it. I'm sure I don't even have to worry about Ollie being too close to the road given the number of vehicles that will likely pass by. I catch my breath as I look around my new home. The air inside carries a faint mix of dust and something sweet, like old furniture polish. Sunlight pushes through thin lace curtains and settles across worn hardwood. There is a small brick fireplace tucked into one corner of the living room, blackened around the edges from winters long before. A narrow hallway leads to 2 tiny bedrooms and a bathroom with pale pink tiles that are older than me. The kitchen makes me smile despite its age. It is compact, almost toy-like. Cupboards painted a tired shade of cream hang slightly crooked. The stove could possibly be older than the pink tiles in the bathroom, with dials that click loudly when turned. A little fridge hums in the corner as if it's on life support. I push the curtains to the side and look out one of the large windows in the living room. I smile when I notice mountain peaks sticking above the roofs of the neighborhood. For the first time in a very long time, I feel things will be okay for me. For us. It does feel perfect, even if I'm doing this by myself. Ollie is better off with just me. If only he could understand that. As he gets older, he'll have questions. Many. One day at a time, though. For now, all I worry about is stability. I'll leave the past for now, until I have to address it. My eyes drift down from the mountains. One house in particular blocks the view. It stands across the street like a quiet declaration of what a perfect life might look like. The white siding is pristine. Tall windows are trimmed with black, giving it an older look. A wide front porch stretches along the face of the house, its wooden boards just worn enough to suggest years of bare feet and summer evenings. 2 wicker chairs sit angled toward each other, a folded blanket draped over one arm as though someone has only just stepped inside for tea. A white picket fence borders the yard. Each upright stands straight, brushed with fresh paint. I imagine the family that lives in such a house. A handsome husband, a gorgeous wife, a kid or 2, and a small doggie. Perfect. I purse my lips as the reality of my life hits me harder when I look at the gorgeous home outside. It's not fair. Ollie breaks my thoughts as he drags a bag from the back of the pickup onto the ground, jumps off the tailgate, and tears into the bag like a present. The young boy's eyes light up as he pulls out a small superhero figurine, followed by another one. Immediately, the two toys begin fighting, while Ollie crashes his hands together and makes explosive sounds. One of the toys is missing an arm, which complements the other that's missing a leg. I let out a single laugh at my son's enjoyment. Now that I have some savings, I can afford to get him some new figures that have all their limbs and no scuffs and scrapes. I remind myself that there's a lot of good in my life right now, and this new house can be the start of it. There's no reason to let the past inside the door of our new place. It can stay where it was. We drove thousands of miles to get away from how things were. Now, life can be whatever I choose. So why does it feel like there's an anvil hovering over my head, a thin string keeping it from crushing me? Suddenly, the front door of the house across the street opens, and a small boy shoots out the front porch and into the front yard. He has a toy in his hand as well, and sits inside the white picket fence. I smile as the young boy looks just as excited to play with his stuffed animal as Ollie. They look to be the same age as well. Even better. How wonderful would it be if my son and the boy across the street became friends? That truly would be perfect. Ollie struggled with being social in his kindergarten class last year. Tomorrow, he'll be starting at a brand new school in a brand new town. No pressure, right? I'm supposedly an adult, and I feel scared for him. I asked him when we were on the road the other night if he was worried about making new friends at his school. He replied that he didn't know, which tends to be the answer I get the most from my 6-year-old son. I'm sure he's worried on some level, though. He didn't have friends where we used to live. In fact, he had none. My husband wasn't a fan of me trying to arrange playdates at our house. Ollie wasn't invited to go to other kids' homes. He did get an invite to a birthday once, but at the last minute, his father didn't allow him to go. He claimed buying a gift for a boy in his class was too expensive. That was despite his $100 a week, if not more, drinking habit. I let out a sigh as I remind myself not to bring the past into my new life. I'm sure I'll have to remind myself many more times before it clicks. A smile grows on me when I realize that Ollie is speaking, and not his toys. The boy across the street is waving at him and coming closer to the edge of the lawn. With the front door open, I can hear the young voices having a conversation. "Hi," the boy says. "Is that Buzz Lightyear?" "Yeah," Ollie says with enthusiasm. "Did you watch the movie?" I can't help but let out a laugh as I watch my son talk to the little boy. I worried that with what we went through, he'd struggle even more with making friends. Of course, the fact that they're yelling at each other across the road doesn't help them have a conversation. I don't want to interrupt their first talk, but feel it's better for them to speak on the same side of the street. I step outside, about to let Ollie know that he can cross if he wants to speak to the boy. I only manage to take a few steps outside before the front door across the street opens. "Come back inside," a woman's stern voice demands. The boy's eyebrows raise as he looks at Ollie. "Dinner time," he says. He runs inside the house, closing the door behind him. I almost feel sad for my son, but Ollie looks at me with a wide grin. "Mommy, I made a friend." I let out a laugh. "I see that, buddy. What's his name?" "I don't know," he says, his infamous phrase. "Well, make sure you ask him next time. When you make friends, you need to remember their names." He looks across the street at our new neighbor's house and back at me. "Can I play with him again today, Mommy?" "We'll see, Ollie," I assure him. "Are you getting hungry? I was thinking we could order pizza." "Pizza!" he shouts. "Vegetable pizza, Mommy, right?" I let out a sigh. He must be the only boy I know who eats vegetables, not just by themselves, but especially on pizza. He will literally get upset if I offer him a slice of pepperoni or cheese pizza, which are usually the only kinds of topping acceptable for kids his age. "Of course," I say. He runs back inside our new house. I step out by the truck and grab a few more bags of clothes. Maybe my life will never be perfect. Sometimes I feel I don't deserve to be happy. But I'll do anything to make sure my little boy has the best life I can give him. Our new place on a quiet street, with a boy the same age as Ollie, is a pretty good start. I glance back at our new neighbor's house before I go inside. That's when I see him. He's standing inside by the window, partly hidden by a thin curtain. At first, I think he's just a shadow or a reflection. Then he moves and the sunlight hits his white button-up shirt. His black tie hangs loose around his neck, like he forgot to fix it. My heart skips a little. We look at each other through the glass, only for a second, long enough for me to notice the way he stands, a bit tired but still neat. His sleeves are rolled up to his arms. His hair is combed neatly back and he appears to be around my age. I suddenly feel very aware of myself, of the wind moving my hair, of the way I am just standing there staring. He notices me watching him. He doesn't look away immediately. He just sort of studies me, like he's trying to figure something out. Then he gives a small nod. After that, he steps back and disappears from the window. The curtain falls still again, like nothing happened. I let out a slow breath. Everything around me is the same. Quiet street, bright sky, a normal afternoon. Still, something feels a little different now. I glance back at the window one more time before turning toward my front door. It's stupid. I don't even know him. But as I walk up the steps, I quickly wipe the sweat from my forehead and smooth my dirty shirt like it matters. Chapter 2. I feel my fingers ache as I slam my fist against the punching bag. I didn't bring too much from my previous life, except for Ollie, 2 mattresses, and of course the second-hand standing punching bag I got off Facebook Marketplace. Now more than ever, I need to de-stress. The only way I know how to do that is to punch as hard as I can and act as if it could strike back. Ollie's asleep, although with it being our first night in a new home, I know he'll be peeking his head in my bedroom at some point in the night. I was the same at his age, afraid of my own shadow. I strike at the punching bag with a smile on my face. I'm happy with where I am in life. I don't let anything scare me now. I've been through enough to last a lifetime. I've been through the worst and made it out in one piece. Anything else the universe can throw at me, I'll handle. A quiet town like Calder is just what I need. A place I can let my hair down, maybe not be so tense all the time. I feel so hypervigilant, like I can never drop my guard. Danger could always be around the corner. It's not, though. I moved to ensure everything would be better. I'm here now, so when do I start to feel normal again? My smile turns to a grimace as I strike again, punching bag teetering nearly to the point of toppling over. I didn't fill the base with enough water, but I'd wanted a workout. I miss going to the gym. If it was possible, I'd bring my gym and trainer with me. There could be a gym nearby, although I'm sure I'll have to drive to Calgary to find one. I strike the bag again. At some point, I'll have to find a job as well. Another problem to deal with. A single mom, a small child, a house to myself, plus a job. I hit the bag harder, wondering how I'm going to make it. I know I'm not the only single mother in the world. Plenty of women manage to raise children while working, all on their own. Although some of those women likely receive child support of some kind, or have a father figure for their child who possibly comes by now and then. Not me. I strike the bag again and picture his face. That's not possible for me. He'll never be a part of Ollie's life ever again. There'll be no barbecues with Daddy at the grill with some stupid apron that makes it look like he's shredded with a six-pack. Ollie will never have to suffer from terrible dad jokes. He won't have that father figure to teach him how to kiss a girl. He won't have a man to help him understand why his body's changing as he gets older, as he gets closer to that odd stage where he's taking multiple random showers throughout the day. It's all on me. Am I ready for that? As if I have a choice. I hit the bag again, and when I feel a twinge in my wrist, I lower my hands. I'm too much in my head. This isn't a workout, but a therapy session. I do this often, and it's easy to get hurt when I'm this upset. I think about the man I saw in the window across the street today. He's handsome and well-dressed. You know instantly, he has a good career with a great salary and benefits. When you look at his house, you can tell he's a provider, takes care of his family. I never got to see his wife, only heard her voice when she called her son back inside. I'm sure she's gorgeous to match his appearance. A handsome husband, a gorgeous wife, a young boy who lives behind a white picket fence surrounding a 2-story beautiful house. What else could you ask for in life? Some women don't know how lucky they are. An image of my former husband enters my brain, and the only way I can get rid of his face is by striking the bag one last time. "Mommy?" a small voice says. I nearly jump when I see Ollie behind me by the stairs. "I'm scared." He's holding his stuffed teddy bear with a Leafs jersey on it tightly against his chest. "What's wrong, Ollie?" Although I already know before asking. "There's a monster outside my window," he says, shuffling the bear against his chin. Usually, the monsters are under his bed or inside the closet, so I guess that's an improvement. In Alberta, the monsters respect private property, apparently. "You want Mommy to snuggle with you to help you sleep?" I ask with a grin. He smiles and nods slowly. I know I should encourage him to try and sleep more on his own, but I also love cuddles at bedtime. I take off my gloves and unwrap the tape from my wrist. With these last few shots at the bag, I feel I'll need to ice my hands after Ollie's asleep again. It's only 10 at night, and he's up for the first time already. I'm sure there'll be a few more times, especially if the monsters have already made it outside his bedroom window. We didn't have that problem at our last house, since the bedrooms were all on the second floor. Small bungalows come with problems I never thought about. Ollie looks at the boxing glove I place on one of the boxes in the basement. He doesn't have to ask for me to know what he wants. I smile and wave him over, slipping the glove onto his right hand. Just a couple of punches, I say to him. Remember how I showed you? He turns his body awkwardly as his small arm extends out, barely scraping the bag. That's good, Ollie. You're using your whole body like Mommy showed you. Good job. Take that, stupid monster! Ollie shouts as he hits the bag. His teddy slips from his grip and he quickly grabs his bear. Let's get some sleep, I tell him, worried I'm getting him too excited. No monster is going to mess with you. And, even though it may be a monster, don't call it stupid. That's not a nice word. Maybe the monster is just misunderstood. What does that mean? He asks, confused. I smile and grab his hand. Let's get some sleep, Ollie. He follows me up the stairs and I lead him back to his bedroom. Once inside, I peer dramatically outside his bedroom window. No monsters out here, Ollie, I tell him confidently. Although when I look back, a large object moves towards me. My heart flutters as I realize it's just a bush in front of the house. New house jitters affect adults, too. Everything is so foreign to me. There's a floodlight in the driveway across the street illuminating it. I notice a camera above the garage facing the driveway and my house. A red light blinks below it. As my hand rests on the windowsill, I notice the lock isn't secure. When I test it, the window shifts slightly, easing open under the pressure. I quickly secure it, careful not to let Ollie notice. Mommy, Ollie says proudly, yawning. You scared the monster away. His words touch me in a way I didn't expect. I turn to him, his sweet face staring up at me. For a moment, my expression changes as I see him. I hate that when I look at my son, I see his father sometimes. I wish he didn't look anything like him. But he does. He's a spitting image of him. An image I wish would stop haunting me. I didn't scare any monster outside my son's window. I didn't scare away the monster of the man who calls himself Ollie's father, either. If only my son could understand. Sometimes hiding is better. Let's get some sleep, I say, and I lay on the mattress on the floor with him. He lies inside my arms and rests his head on the pillow. I take in a whiff of his shampooed hair and remind myself that he's safe. I'm safe, too. If only my son knew the truth. There are no real monsters, just terrible people. Chapter 3. Mommy? A small voice calls out for me. Mommy, the monsters are back. I sit up in bed immediately. Outside the window, Ollie says frantically. The window. I locked it before going to bed. I know I did. When I turn my head, Ollie isn't there. Did he go back to his bedroom? Sometime in the night, he came to my room and snuck in the covers, telling me he was afraid. Now he's gone, but I heard him. The room is illuminated dimly. My eyes widen as I see the light coming from outside the bedroom window. Mommy! Ollie shouts. He's back! His voice sounds distant now. Ollie, where are you? I call out. He doesn't respond. I stand up from the bed quickly and call his name again. Where are you? Don't let him take me, his small voice pleads. Mommy! As I scan the room, I realize that his voice isn't coming from inside the house, but outside. I stare at the dim light coming through the window and take a step towards it. Ollie? I say softly. As I take another step, the light brightens, as if a car is about to smash into the room from outside. Mommy! Ollie screams, his high pitch stinging my ears. With the sound of fear in my son's voice, I run to the window. A face looks back at me, only it's not my son's. He looks at me blankly. His dark eyes focus on mine. The light that was coming from outside is under his face. It's as if he's holding a flashlight under his chin. My husband's eyes gaze at me coldly. It's a menacing look I've seen before. I can hear Alan's voice in my head as if he's beside me in the room. You can't leave me. I won't let you. You can't leave. I roll over in bed quickly, my arms stretching out as if to block a strike. I'm breathing quickly and looking around the dark room. Beside me, I hear heavy breathing. With my hands, I touch my son's soft face as he's fast asleep. Attempting to calm my nerves, I wrap my arms around my chest. The room is dark. There's no light coming from outside. Ollie is right here beside me. I try and calm my nerves. Even though I know it was all a nightmare, I can't stop myself taking action. I slip out of bed and cautiously move towards the window. When I peer outside, there's nothing there. Of course. No monsters. It would be impossible for Alan to be here, I remind myself. Despite the reassuring thought, it doesn't stop my brain from running a mile a minute. I don't feel safe. Was it a mistake to try and settle here? I take a deep breath as I continue to look outside. Streetlights cast a low glow on the cul-de-sac. Will there ever be a time I feel safe again? Chapter 4. Ollie had a terrible night's sleep, which meant mine was even worse. He managed to go back to bed, where I lay with him, but soon enough snuck onto my mattress. I'm not sure how long he was there for, but I woke up from his little feet kicking me under the covers. The boy is only 6, but somehow can take up a whole queen mattress by himself. Then there was the nightmare. After seeing my husband in my dreams, there was no chance of going back to sleep. I accepted my fate and woke up early, unpacking a little. I'm completely in a haze when I drop Ollie off at school. The bus stop is only 2 blocks up the street from our house, and I considered just bringing him to it in the morning, but wanted to take him to his first day at school myself. A proper send-off. Maybe it's because I'm still super nervous for him and want to reassure myself everything will be fine. I'm even able to meet with the principal, who is a very warm woman and easy to chat with, although her name escapes me. She seems nice, though. She had a pleasant demeanor with the kids in her office when I stopped by. She's nothing like the one I had in grade school, who stood in the hallway, yelling at kids as they went by to stop picking their noses or to tuck in their shirts. Before dropping Ollie off at his class, I speak briefly with his teacher to introduce myself. Ms. Angler is also very enthusiastic and has a caring aura about her. I smile when I notice the cartoon animal prints on her dress. The perfect teacher for kindergarten. I'm sure Ollie will love her class. That didn't stop me from asking him non-stop if he was okay before going to school, or if he had butterflies in his stomach. I'm pretty sure I'm more anxious than he is. I remind him to not be afraid to speak to other kids, especially at recess. Play soccer or toss a ball around with some of the kids. Most children would say yes if he asked if he can play with them, I'm sure, so don't be shy. Put yourself out there, I tell him. He asks me what putting himself out there means, and I tell him to just not worry and have fun. I give him a longer hug than required before letting him go into the classroom by himself. I remind myself that it's okay to be a helicopter mom today, but to let him experience going on the bus on the way home which I explained to him how to do a few times on the way to school. Ms. Angler assures me he'll get on the right bus after school. I just want to make sure he's okay. I smile as I watch him shyly walk into his new classroom, his oversized backpack on his shoulder. I worry that I should have waited until the end of the school year before making the move to Calder. Changing schools isn't easy any time of year, though. I don't want him to struggle making friends, which is a skill he already has difficulty with. I can't protect him from everything in life, though. This is a part of growing up, I remind myself as I leave the school. For most of the day, I hunt for new furniture. My first stop is to an IKEA in Calgary, where I manage to find most of what I need at a very reasonable price. I arrange for delivery to be in a few days. I'm not looking forward to putting it all together myself, however. Ollie and I won't be on mattresses on the floor much longer, though. Mission accomplished. When I get home, I start looking up local internet providers. That's something else I'll need to arrange soon. My son and I will go insane without some entertainment. Thankfully, I find a provider who's able to come tomorrow morning. Feeling accomplished, I sit on my mattress on the floor in my bedroom and try to relax. It will be nice to soon have a table, chairs, and a couch to sit on. There are also several unopened boxes calling for me to unpack them from the basement. There's only so much time in a day, though. I felt overwhelmed yesterday with everything I needed to do with the move, but so far, I need to give myself credit. I got a lot done today, despite not sleeping much. I step into my kitchen. A half-empty box of utensils is on the stove, waiting for me to sort through. As I take several forks out, I notice movement across the street. A woman in a yellow sundress is kneeling by the side of her house, a small shovel beside her. Next to her long dress are a few colorful flowers waiting to be planted. As if she can feel my eyes on her, she turns and looks around. Her skin is so clear. Even from here, I notice how blue her eyes are. She moves her head, brushing her long blonde hair over her shoulder. I knew it. Of course, the handsome man across the street has a gorgeous wife. The perfect life is right outside my window. I watch her plant a small flower, and she shovels some dirt from a nearby bag around it. For someone who was so concerned about their child making friends, I should probably take my own advice. This is why I wanted to live in a small town. A place where the people were more friendly. A place where I could raise Ollie. They say it takes a village to raise a family. Maybe Calder is my village. It all starts by putting yourself out there. I watch the woman a little longer before stepping outside. Taking a deep breath, I start to walk across the street towards her. Almost immediately, the woman gathers the bag of dirt and shovel. She stands up, dusting some of the soil off her dress. "Hi," I call out to her. She somehow doesn't hear me, though, and starts to walk around the side of the house. "Excuse me," I say, not knowing what else to say. She doesn't respond. She opens the gate to the backyard as I stand by her picket fence. I think about opening the small gate and entering her front yard, but stop myself. I don't want to come off too aggressively friendly in our first exchange. How could she not hear me? I was nearly shouting at her. As the gate fully opens, there's a moment where she turns her head and looks at me. I manage a quick smile and wave. Her facial expression doesn't change. Behind her, I notice a large tarped area along the side of her property. I'm about to introduce myself when she lets the gate swing closed behind her. It bounces off the wooden post until it shuts. Well, that was different. She saw me. There's no way she couldn't have. I don't believe I'm invisible today, and yet she looked right at me and left. Who does that? Did she see me coming across the street and left because of me? I don't understand. Did I pick the one small town where people are scared to talk to their neighbors? "Can I help you?" A deep voice calls out to me. When I turn my head, a man in a dark suit is on the front porch of the house, gazing at me. Chapter 5. The blank expression on his face turns warm when he smiles at me. "You're the new neighbor across the street, right?" he asks. I nod. "Yes, sorry. I saw your wife outside and wanted to introduce myself." There's an awkward pause before he continues. "I'm Brandon Campbell. Nice to meet you." He steps down his front porch and extends his hand towards me. When I take it, I'm taken back by the roughness of his skin. I imagined his hands would feel soft, almost velvety, to match the elegance of his outfit. Instead, his grip is steady and strong, hinting at a quiet power beneath the silk of his dress shirt. His hands don't feel like the kind that spend their days counting money, but his cologne certainly smells that way. It carries a smooth, expensive warmth, something like dark amber and polished wood, that lingers just a second too long. Our eyes meet again and the silence stretches into something awkward. He's the first to break it, glancing away as if the air between us has suddenly grown too heavy. "I notice that you have a son," he says. "Oliver, but we call him Ollie." "How old is he?" he asks. I ask because our son is 6. His name's Cole. I smile. I saw Ollie talking to him the other day. It's so nice to know a kid in the neighborhood is the same age as Ollie. "Same," he says with enthusiasm. "That's great." He peers down the block. "Most of the people in the cul-de-sac are over 50. It felt like a retirement community around here. It's good to see some younger people moving in. People my age." He gives me a smile, and when he does, his light blue eyes have a glow to them. It's almost a twinkle in his eye. His whole demeanor changes when he does to make him even more welcoming. With his well-fitted business suit, I expected some rich snob, a rich handsome snob, to be living across the street. That's thankfully not the case. "Ms. Angler?" he asks. Lost in his gaze, I'm confused by what he said. "I'm sorry?" "Does Ollie have Ms. Angler? Does he go to school in town?" "He actually does have Ms. Angler. I just met her today." "Same as Cole," he says. "That's perfect." A woman opens the front door and steps out onto the porch. She looks at me and then at her husband, but doesn't say a word. "Hun," Brandon says, "this is—" "Well, I actually didn't get your name." I shake my head and smile as I realize I didn't tell him. "Sydney Pearson," I say, extending my hand to do a proper handshake exchange this time. He lets out a laugh and shakes mine again. "Right, Sydney," he says. "This is my wife, Amanda." He looks back at her, and she again doesn't say a word. In fact, she's not even looking in my direction, but instead at the neighbor's house next door. "Sydney's son is the boy Cole was talking to yesterday. His name's Ollie. He's in the same class as Cole as well. Isn't that something?" "Great," she says, managing to look at me finally. "Welcome to the neighborhood." Although the words are meant to be welcoming, her tone is anything but. It's nearly over-the-top sarcastic to the point of being ridiculous. I look at Brandon, confused as to why I appear to have insulted his wife, but he just continues to stare at her. I wonder if he's having the same thoughts I am. Mainly, what's your problem? I break the tension as I feel the need to escape back to my house. Well, I just wanted to introduce myself. It was nice meeting you. I catch myself nearly giving the same tone back to her when I say it. Brandon waves at me as his wife, Amanda, enters their house without a word or hint of a welcoming gesture. As I turn to leave, I think about my new neighbors. How is it that opposites seem to always attract? There's always one in the relationship that's outgoing while the other is more closed off. I remind myself that my thoughts are childish. There could be plenty of reasons why my introduction seemed off. They could have been fighting before I stumbled across the street and injected myself into their day. Amanda may be having a difficult time. Perhaps she was gardening to clear her mind and didn't want to talk to anyone. I can get that way. Closed off. I know more than anybody how that can feel. Or maybe I hit the lottery when it comes to having a crappy neighbor. At least her husband seems nice. And handsome. I can't stop myself thinking the obvious. I can still smell his cologne as if he's beside me. As I cross the road, I peer behind me, wondering if, like the other day, Brandon will be by the window. He's not, though. Instead, the cold gaze of his wife is on me. She gazes at me from the same window her husband did the day before. Her arms are crossed, and she looks at me with a blank stare. Welcome to the neighborhood. Chapter 6. I sit by the corner of my street, a few blocks from my house, and wait impatiently for my son's bus to arrive. It's only a little after 3 in the afternoon. I'm starting to wonder if I came to the bus stop a little too early. With all the errands I've been accomplishing on my first full day in Calder, I'm sure I've made a mistake around pickup times at the bus stop. Better to come earlier than be late, I suppose. The last thing I'd want for Ollie to experience is confusion about where his mother is when he steps off the bus. After a few more minutes pass, I take out my cell phone and try to find the email the school sent about pickup times. It's so difficult for me to find it in my inbox. Most of my emails are just promotional stuff for companies I signed up for to get discounts. It's not like I actually receive important messages at all, except for this one from Calder Elementary. "Hello again," a man says. When I look up, Brandon is there, a grin on his face. He's still wearing his business suit. Even though he's a few feet away, I can already smell that delicious cologne of his. I want to ask him what the name of the scent is so I can spray it around my house and pretend I'm not single. "Hey, Brandon," I say shyly and smile back. "I was worried I got here a little too early." "Oh, we are," he says confidently. "But in a few minutes the bus should come." He ruffles a stuffed animal in his hand. He lets out a laugh when I notice it. "It's Cole's bunny, his favorite stuffy. This is Mr. Littlelegs. He's had this stuffed animal since he was a baby. I got it for him when he had to spend a few nights in the NICU. He had fluids in his chest when he was born, and they needed to empty it out." "So your wife, Amanda, didn't get to spend the first night with Cole when he was born?" He shakes his head. "No. We couldn't really spend much time with him for the first few days." He waves the bunny in his hand. "But good old Mr. Littlelegs was there. They let him keep the bunny by his side. He's been attached to it ever since. Unfortunately, they have a no-toy rule at school." He lets out a sigh. "So how was your day?" I nod. "Pretty good. I finally have furniture coming soon. No more mattress on the floor, and it will be nice to have dinner on a physical table. Brandon lets out a laugh, but his expression changes quickly. I'm sorry about before, he says. My wife, she can get a little emotional on the days I have to leave for work. I look at his silk dress shirt and suit and can't help but ask, what do you do? I'm an executive at an oil and gas company. Well, it all makes sense now. No wonder he lives in such a beautiful house. Do you travel often? He lets out a heavy sigh with a grin. A lot, unfortunately. Usually, it's just a few days at a time lately. Still, Amanda hates it. I try to be more present when I'm home, though. The upside of my job is I get a lot of downtime when I'm here. I can be more present. What about you? It takes me a moment to realize what his question is. I'll be looking for work soon. I've been a stay-at-home mom for a while. I'm thinking about getting into customer service, maybe. He nods. Where are you from originally? The Toronto area. He smiles again, and when he does, it brightens his face. My God, he is just so handsome. I don't know if it's his well-groomed appearance, the suit, or that cologne, but I worry I'm blushing as he gazes at me. Me too, he says. I moved here about 10 years ago, though. He looks behind me. Looks like the bus is coming. I hope our kids got to know each other better. That would be great. Maybe they can have a play date or something. I know that's the proper vernacular, but I always hate calling it a play date. He nods and slips out his cell phone from his pants pocket. That would be great. What's your husband's number? I tend to handle most of the social stuff for Cole. I hesitate a moment, but it doesn't take long for him to look at me, waiting for a reply. I'm actually a single mother. Oh, he says, as if he'd said something offensive. No problem. I take in a heavy breath. It's just Ollie and me out here. He nods slightly and looks down at the ground. I'm sure he has questions himself now. Where's Ollie's dad? Why did you move out here without his father? What happened to your marriage? All the questions that run through someone's mind that you can't ask out of politeness despite feeling nosy. Well, we'll have to get our kids together at some point, he says. It'll be hard not to with you living across the street. The bus rolls up to us near the curb. As the door opens, Cole steps out with a wide smile. Mr. Littlelegs! He shouts. His dad waves it in front of him as Cole takes it and holds it close to his chest. Ollie comes next and gives me a shy smile. There's a moment where I worry that, given his lack of enthusiasm, his day didn't go well. Thoughts about whether moving here was the right thing to do flood my brain. My shame lessens as he waves at Cole next. Bye, Cole! He shouts, despite being a few feet in front of him. Bye! Cole shouts back, in the same boyish voice and matching Ollie's tone and volume. Brandon smiles at me as he takes Cole's hand and begins walking back toward the cul-de-sac. I watch as he and his son talk to each other. What did you learn today, son? He asks. Cole immediately starts talking about random facts about penguins as his father laughs. Is this what a father is supposed to look like? Is this what I missed out on when I married a man like my husband? Is this what Ollie will never have? The shame I suppressed comes barreling back as I watch this father and son. It's Ollie that breaks me from my thoughts. Mommy, he says with a grin. Cole's in my class. We're friends now. I smile back at him. That's great, buddy. I'm also happy that he remembers the boy's name. Can I play with Cole today, Mommy? He asks, staring at me anxiously, waiting for a reply. I glance at Brandon walking with his son hand in hand. In Cole's other hand is his Mr. Littlelegs. I take in the gorgeous smile Brandon wears as he talks to his son, who continues to spout out facts about penguins. I'm sure you can, Ollie. Chapter 7. I have good news, buddy, I tell Ollie as I brown the ground beef in the pan. He doesn't acknowledge me as he continues to watch YouTube from my phone while sitting on a blanket on the living room floor. We're going to have furniture tomorrow, an actual table to sit at, a couch, and a television. That's good, Mommy, Ollie manages to say as he eats another fishy cracker, eyes glued to the tiny screen. Can I play with Cole now? Maybe after dinner, I say, pouring in chicken stock and pasta. It's a one-pan dinner that I learned some time ago that my son actually enjoys. Now I have to wait until the noodles are ready, pour in some shredded spinach and cheese, and serve it to my son on the floor. Fun times! I try to make this odd transition fun by putting a blanket on the floor and calling it an inside picnic. Ollie seemed to think the idea was cool, so that works. I'll be very happy when I can relax on an actual couch and not prop myself up against the wall. Unfortunately, there was only so much I could fit into the back of my pickup. And we will have beds, I say. That gets his attention as he stops and turns to look at me. Mommy, can I sleep in your bed tonight? I smile at him and stir the noodles and meat. Okay, just one more night, though. We need to try and be a big boy when our beds are set up. He seems content with that answer, but I'm sure he'll be sneaking into my bed for many more nights to come. I turn my head to look at my little boy. I feel a tear well in my eye as I wonder if I'm giving him the best life possible. Here he is, about to eat my one-pan meal on the floor. I know it's temporary. Rome wasn't built in a day, as the saying goes, but will I ever be able to give him the life he deserves? From the large window in the living room, I see the front door open across the street. Brandon walks out of his house, a briefcase in one hand and a small suitcase in another. His wife, all dolled up, follows behind him. Her flowing dress moves gracefully as she does. She's holding Cole's hand. I watch as the three of them walk towards his black SUV in the driveway. He bends down to kiss his son on the top of his head and ruffle his hair. Afterwards, he turns to his wife and smiles. She does the same. The two kiss. Just a peck. Nothing special, although I bet it feels amazing. It's like I'm watching a television show from the 50s. A well-dressed man going to work, leaving his perfect house, and kissing his loving son and wife goodbye. Ollie laughs at whatever he's watching on my phone. His giggle is so sweet and innocent. I feel a pit in my stomach for not being able to give him what I just saw across the street. I was so happy to move here at first. I was excited to see Ollie speak to the new neighbor's boy who's his age. Now, I realize with horror that I'll be watching this perfect family from my window for as long as we live here. I'll try my best to keep the thoughts deep down, but I know I'll be comparing my life with theirs every time I look outside. A sizzling sound brings my attention to the stove. Broth pours out from the pan onto the stovetop. I quickly lower the heat. I peer at the family outside as Amanda waves at her husband, who's driving down the street, her son by her side. The two go back inside their house and close the door. I can't get the image of them out of my head as I plate dinner. I'm so out of it that I let Ollie continue watching YouTube as we eat on the floor. Ollie makes a face when he spills some food on the blanket, but I tell him not to worry. After dinner, I start cleaning the kitchen as Ollie reminds me that I said he could play with Cole after dinner. Part of me wishes I hadn't, but I know I'm being selfish. Sure, I tell him. I'll come with you, and we can knock on their door together. I remember when I was a kid and would play with the neighborhood children. We would always knock on each other's doors to see if we could play together. My parents didn't have cell phones when I was that age. It was a different time. I wonder how often kids still knock on doors to play with other children. Ollie and I walk across the street, hand in hand. We enter through their small white gate and make our way up the steps. Ollie is beyond excited as I knock. His excitement wanes as nobody answers. In fact, I hear nobody inside. I knock again. I just saw him, Ollie says, confused. Maybe they're having dinner, I tell him, giving him a reassuring smile. Maybe going to knock on someone's door is in poor taste these days. A text message or call is likely more preferred. Brandon mentioned he tends to arrange most of the activities for Cole. I forgot to get his number, though. Finally, the door opens, and Amanda looks at me, a blank expression on her face. Hey, Amanda, I say. When she doesn't greet me back, I start to realize that maybe knocking on her door was a mistake. I'm Sydney. I don't know why I repeat my name. I already introduced myself a few hours ago. Amanda doesn't say a word, her expression guarded. I was wondering if Cole would want to come outside and play with Ollie. I glance at my son as he gives an excited smile. For a brief moment, Amanda smiles back at him. Before she can answer, Cole comes up behind her. Please, Mom? Can I play with Ollie? Please! He extends the word please in a playful way, and I can't help but laugh. Amanda's face is set and unreadable as she looks at me. It's fine if they want to play out front, but I can't be responsible for your son. I'm taken back at first by her response. Of course, I manage. I'll be watching as well. Cole immediately shuffles past his mother and comes outside. Do you want to play soldiers? Ollie immediately nods. The two run out into the front yard and pretend to shoot each other. Grenade! Cole shouts as he tosses an imaginary explosive towards my son. Looks like they're getting along famously already, I say with a laugh. Amanda doesn't find it funny. Well, have a good day, she says as she starts to close the door. Wait, I say, and she stops in her tracks. I was wondering if maybe you'd want to have tea or something. I don't know why I made the offer. This woman isn't the most welcoming. In fact, I get the impression that she wants nothing to do with me for some reason. Then I realize I don't have furniture. I don't have a table, though, right now, I say with another laugh. The joys of moving! Now I realize I'm inviting myself into her home. She looks at me a moment before answering. Some other time, maybe. Without another word, she closes the door. Chapter 8. From the front porch, I watch my son and his new friend. They moved on from playing army men a while ago to tag. They've been chasing each other for what feels like hours. I realize as I sit on the porch step that I didn't think to buy any outdoor furniture. Another future trip to IKEA. It's nearly 8 in the evening, but the sun is still shining brightly and the kids don't seem to be slowing down anytime soon. As much as it warms my heart watching the kids play, I'm getting pretty bored. Not once has Amanda come outside her house. She seemed so concerned about her child's safety, but you wouldn't know it. I notice the camera on top of the garage shift and aim at the kids playing. Well, I guess there's more than one way to watch the children. My mind keeps replaying my little encounter with Amanda. I never thought I'd dislike someone so much from the start. First, she ignores me when I cross the street to introduce myself. There was that awkward stare she gave me from her front window as I went home after speaking to Brandon. Now she gives me the cold shoulder when I knock on her door. "Some other time," I say out loud with an irritated tone, mocking her refusal to have tea. I can only imagine how terrible her company would be. She did me a favor by not inviting me inside her house. Her perfect, beautiful house. Ugh. I know some people are more introverted, but this seems to go beyond that. I imagine the face she gave me as I knocked on her door. Ugh. I seriously hate my neighbor. She has a handsome husband, a beautiful child, and is living in a gorgeous 2-story house. What could make her so irritable about life to have such a crappy temperament? Is it a temperament, though, or just something special for me? She didn't like it when Brandon spoke to me. That stare she gave me after meeting her husband feels menacing in retrospect. As I hear my son laugh with Cole across the street, I remind myself that even though Amanda may be off, or whatever her problem is, our kids seem to enjoy each other's company. Just because our kids are friends doesn't mean Amanda and I have to be. Sure, it would be nice if we could. I like to give people the benefit of the doubt, but I'm betting heavily that Amanda isn't someone easy to get along with. The front door of Cole's house opens, and as if she knows I've been thinking about her, Amanda steps out on the front porch and calls to her son. "Time for a bath," she says sternly. "Mom," Cole yells with a sad tone, "can't we play a little longer? I had a bath yesterday." Amanda doesn't answer him, and he takes a deep breath. Even her son knows he can't win against her. He turns to Ollie and puts his hand in the air. Ollie smiles wide as he attempts to high-five, missing most of his friend's hand. I can't help but let out a laugh. I love seeing Ollie like this. Playing. Having fun. Being a kid. I make a vow to myself right there and then. No matter how much I dislike Cole's mom, I'll make sure to get along with her as much as I can for Ollie. Standing up from the step of my porch, I immediately feel pain in my back and stretch. I wave at Ollie. "We should get ready for nighttime soon too, bud." Without hesitation, without even looking, Ollie runs across the street. Panic flares, and I almost call out to him, but I stop myself. It's a cul-de-sac. There's hardly any traffic. I watch as Cole heads inside. For a brief moment, Amanda glances at me as she closes the door. I wonder if I'd get any kind of response if I tried to wave or say goodnight. Something tells me her son is better at goodbyes than she is. As Ollie gets close, the grin on his face widens. "Mommy, Cole is like my best friend now." I let out a laugh. "That's great. You guys had a lot of fun?" "Oh, yeah." Suddenly his face drops. "But he told me that he gets sad." I'm taken back by his comment. I didn't realize they had deeper conversations than throwing imaginary grenades at each other. "Why is he sad?" I ask. "It's his mommy," Ollie says. He looks at me wide-eyed. "He's sad because his mommy is sad." "Oh," I say, surprised. "Don't worry," he says with his boyish smile again. "I told him that it's okay because my mommy gets sad too." I take a heavy breath. I try my best to hide how broken I feel inside. I thought I was doing a good job keeping it together in front of Ollie. "I'm okay, really. You don't have to worry about me at all. In fact, it's my job to worry about you." Ollie nods his head emphatically. I look at the house across the street. Why is Cole's mom sad? He looks at me blankly for a moment and doesn't answer. I start to wonder how deep of a conversation the two kids had. You don't want to say? Cole told me it was a secret. So, did he tell you why his mommy's sad? Or did he keep it a secret? Ollie nods. He kept it a secret. He looks at me, holding my gaze a little too long. I told him it was okay. My mommy has a secret, too. Chapter 9. Before. Alan pulls the tin box from beneath the bed frame along with his keychain. He slides a small key in and opens it, revealing neat stacks of $100 bills. As he looks down at the money, he adjusts the gold band of his watch and begins counting a few bills. It's the watch I gave him on our wedding day. It's hard to believe I was happy when I put it on his wrist. Ollie comes into our bedroom and looks at the money. Alan gives him a glare for a moment, as if our son is intruding on his privacy. If my husband acted like others, he would keep his money at a bank. However, he tells me you can't trust the system. Mommy, can I come grocery shopping with you? Ollie asks. His eyes brighten as he waits for my response, only I know not to answer. I'd love for him to come with me. It could be our special time together without my husband's looming presence for a change. Not today, kiddo. Alan takes out a few $100 and gives it to me. I want a receipt this time, he says. I nod in response. And try not to take another several-hour pleasure cruise while you're shopping, okay? This time I answer. Okay, I say curtly. I know better than to say anything else. Alan turns to our son. You know women, right? They could shop all day. He lets out a laugh and Ollie smiles back. I know it shouldn't bother me, but it does. My son is too little to know that this shouldn't be how things are. We shouldn't be living like we're walking on eggshells, scared to say anything that could send his father into another tirade. Ollie doesn't understand why I'm so agreeable all the time, why Alan controls all the money, the car, and what I do with my time. Ollie doesn't see how I don't have a cell phone, not because we can't afford one, but because his father won't allow me. Alan tickles Ollie, who lets out a laugh. I swallow my rage, biting down on my lip. How can a man seem so kind to our son, yet be so monstrous with me? It's beyond two-faced. It's twisted. Alan drives us to the grocery store and gives me a flip phone. It's his older phone that he doesn't use anymore. Perhaps I misspoke. I do get a phone, but it's only to call my husband. Knowing him, he'll check the phone records to ensure I've been a good wife and not misusing it. Say goodbye to Mommy, Alan says to our son. Ollie gives me an enthusiastic goodbye as I exit the truck. Alan glares at me before I close the door, reminding me not to take so long again. I watch as my husband drives away. In the back, Ollie turns and waves at me through the window. I stare the opposite way, down the street. Mississauga, Ontario is a large city, close to Toronto. There are so many houses and neighborhoods around here, but this is one of the main streets that heads right to the highway. I've fantasized many times about what it would be like to leave. Take the few dollars my husband gives me and put my thumb up, taking my chances on the road. Make a new life for myself. But of course, there's Ollie. My son needs me. I could never leave him with a man like my husband. My son hasn't seen the true nature of his father like I have. That's one thing I'm happy to say about Alan. As terrible as he is, he doesn't take things too far in front of our son. Sure, he's seen how loud my husband can bark, but he doesn't know the pain from when he bites. My God, does he bite. I walk into the large grocery store and head towards a cashier at the customer service desk as they greet me. He's a young boy I haven't seen before. "I'd like to check if my order is ready for pickup," I ask. You have to love modern society. Now you can arrange all your groceries you want ahead of time. I have a standing order I pick up weekly and add things I need whenever the odd item is requested. My husband could eat the same meal every day of his life. "Do you have your order number?" the young cashier asks. I provide the one I was given last week when I filled it out. "We can bring it to your vehicle. Which parking spot are you in?" "That's okay. I'll be adding it to the grocery cart myself and bringing it to my car." The boy looks at me, unsure of what to say. "Ma'am, with this service we have to bring it to your car, though." I give him a wry smile. "I've spoken to your manager before, Mr. Kersey. He said it was okay for me to do it this way. I usually fill out my orders and pick up through him. Is he here?" "No, sorry," he says. "So, you just want to pick up your groceries now?" I shake my head. "I just wanted to ensure it's ready for pickup for me. I'll be back in an hour or so." When he confirms it's prepared, I thank the young employee and leave the grocery store. I think about Alan and the face he gave me as I exited the truck while I walk across the parking lot towards the other end of the mall. It's hard to understand that at one point I loved my husband. I respected him. I would have done anything for him. Did he ever feel that way about me, though? Was it all a facade? How many more years am I willing to give this man? How much longer will I let him do what he's been doing? As I get close to the front door of the Martial Arts Center, a young man with short brown hair exits and holds it open for me. He brandishes a gorgeous smile. I've seen him inside many times. I know he's seen me as well. He doesn't exactly try to hide his gaze. I thank him as I enter. Had my husband seen the exchange, he would do a lot more than bite, although he wouldn't be brave enough to take on the young man. Immediately, the smell of rubber mats and sweat hit me. The gym is squeezed between a takeout place and a nail salon, easy to miss from outside. It's small, but has everything you would need. Most of the room is just one big mat, worn down from people training on it all the time. A few heavy bags hang in the corner, moving a little on their own. There's a shelf with gloves and shin guards, all mixed up and pretty beat up. I hear gloves hitting pads, shoes squeaking, and people breathing hard while they train. A whiteboard hangs near the door with messy writing all over it. The front desk is just a small table with a computer and a phone, covered in piles of paperwork. It's not fancy and kind of cramped, but it feels real, like people actually work hard here. I head to the female locker room, unlock my locker, and change into my gear. I feel the rage building inside me as I get ready to work the heavy bags in the gym. The owner of the Martial Arts Center, Coach Mercer, doesn't typically allow people to keep lockers indefinitely, but we have a special arrangement. I already pre-bought months of membership in advance. I will not be providing Alan a receipt for that. As I get to the heavy bag, I do a short warm-up, starting with some arm circles. With deep breaths and thoughts of my husband, my fist collides with the bag and I feel an immediate release of stress. I smile as I bring my left hand into motion, doing a small combo strike that Coach Mercer showed me. I won't give Alan more years than I already have. I've taken too much for too long. I strike the bag with a grimace. I want my life back. Chapter 10. Present. The shock must be obvious on my face as Ollie's smile turns to a look of concern. When I ask him what he said, even though I know he repeats the same thing. I told Cole that you have a secret. His voice softens to a whisper, uncertainty creeping in. Do you still love me, Mommy? I hate it when he asks this. He said it often whenever Alan was upset with him. Typically, my husband wouldn't reply, or if he did, his answer was a short yes. When I told Alan he needed to be reassuring to our son that our love wasn't conditional on how he behaved, he lost it with me. He said he knew how to be a father and a man, that I thought I was the perfect mother all the time but didn't know anything. He gave me the silent treatment for days after that argument. At the time, I was thankful he didn't resort to anything more than a raised voice. After a while, I thought maybe I actually reached him, that Alan had given some thought about what I said and agreed. Soon after, Ollie broke a dish after attempting to put it in the sink after dinner. Alan lost it. Yelled, nearly shrieking at our son, demanding to know if he understood the value of anything. Ollie ran to his room, weeping. I comforted him until he was ready to come back into the living room. The first thing he said to his father was, "Do you still love me?" Alan didn't answer and turned on the television as his reply. I knew my husband was not a good man and didn't want my son to grow up thinking this was normal behavior, or worse, start acting like his father. I give Ollie a reassuring hug and tell him I love him, and that nothing he could do would ever change that. When I look at my son, his eyes are wet, causing me to squeeze him longer. It's hard to think straight or truly comfort my son after he told me what happened with Cole today, though. I get down on my knees and place a hand gently on his shoulder. I don't want him to be afraid, or else he might not be truthful. I need you to be honest, Ollie. You need to tell Mommy the truth. Always the truth, okay? Even if it's bad, I'd rather know what happened. I'm not angry, okay? Ollie nods. Did you tell Cole our secret? I knew this would happen. He promised me he wouldn't say a word. He's a little boy, though. He doesn't understand. How could he? He doesn't know what will happen if the wrong person discovers the truth and how it will impact us. We would have to move immediately. I'd lose my security deposit for sure, and that would be the least of my concerns. I could cancel the furniture and likely get back most of the money I paid for it. Half of our belongings are still in bags and boxes. It wouldn't take long for me to be ready for the road again. We could go somewhere else. British Columbia, maybe. The climate is nicer. My mind continues to rage while Ollie doesn't answer. I fear the worst as a tear runs down his face. Mommy, you're hurting me. My eyes widen as I realize my grip on his shoulder. I'm so sorry, I tell him, giving him a tight hug. After a few moments, his tiny arms reach around my waist. It's okay, buddy. I just need to know. Did you tell Cole? I let go of my son to look at his face and feel better when I see a smile. Secrets are not for sharing, he says with a funny tone. That's what you told me. I didn't tell him, Mommy. I smile back. That's good, buddy. Thank you for being honest. We continue through our nighttime routine. Ollie takes a bath and plays for a while with the bubbles. Seeing him happy reassures me that everything will be okay and gives me a moment to calm my nervous system. I was so quick to the idea of packing up and leaving in the middle of the night. I would have, had I sensed danger. My old life will never be allowed to enter the present. I'll do anything to ensure Ollie and I are safe. After bath time, Ollie changes into his pajamas. I lay with him on his mattress on the floor as he tries to sleep. He tosses and turns for what feels like forever until he finds a comfortable spot. Soon after, the heavy breathing begins, and I know it's safe for me to leave the room. Maybe tonight he'll actually stay in his own room throughout the night. One miracle at a time. I already feel better knowing that Ollie didn't say a word to Cole. I believe my son. My gut tells me he stayed quiet. The concern I have now is what Cole will say to his mom. I stand up from the mattress, my left knee cracking loudly. I pause, letting out a small sigh of relief when I see it hasn't disturbed my son's sleep. Things will be much better once we have proper furniture. I take a deep breath and try to calm myself. I've been living in a state of fight or flight for so long I've forgotten what it's like to feel safe and stable. I can do that now. Living in Calder is my opportunity. I don't need to freak out right away and run again. Running from problems won't help in the end anyway. I look through the bedroom window at the house across the street. Amanda is somewhere inside that beautiful house with her son. Her husband left for work. If Cole tells his mother that I have a secret, I'm sure Amanda will be wondering the same thing I am right now. What is she hiding? I think of her handsome husband. Brandon has such a gorgeous smile and is put together so well. He's charming and seems to care about his son. There was a time I thought Alan was similar. He didn't dress like Brandon, though. He certainly didn't smell as wonderful as my neighbor does. Didn't make the kind of money Brandon has, or have a fancy job title either. My husband could be just as charming, however. It wasn't until much later that I discovered how controlling he truly was. I hate the slow realization of what I had become when I was with him. I didn't see right away. He broke me, piece by piece, for so long until it got to a point I didn't recognize myself anymore. I stopped talking to friends. I stopped working. Alan controlled everything. Cole told my son that his mother has a secret. He told Ollie that his mother is sad. I know all too well what it's like to hide a secret from the world. To know what happened behind closed doors but tell others everything is fine, when it's truly a nightmare. I look at the house across the street, and the camera facing the driveway. What is really happening in that house? What is Amanda hiding? What if it's something like I endured? What if the perfect family who lives across the street is anything but perfect? Chapter 11. Before. The element of surprise is important, Coach Rowan Mercer says to us. He paces on the blue mats while several of us watch and wait for his instructions. This is another reason why I enjoy grocery shopping at this time. Coach Mercer has a half-hour free self-defense workshop available for all members. I feel like it's helped me immensely, especially to feel more grounded in my life. Being in this gym makes me feel more alive than I've been in years. Coach Mercer puts up a finger. If your opponent is bigger and stronger than you, should you wait for them to make the first move? He shakes his head immediately as the answer is obvious. One short woman on the mat near me shouts out, "No!" loudly. I love her tenacity. Coach Mercer smiles. Absolutely not. If you wait until they make the first move, it's already over. If you feel your life is at risk, if you feel your opponent could hurt you, you need to act immediately. You need to act first. I guarantee you that nobody who approaches you wanting to push you around will suspect you to make the first move. They're counting on your fear holding you back. He looks around at the small number of participants on the mat, mostly women, and one senior man. I'm terrible at guessing ages, but I would be greatly surprised if he wasn't over 70. On the mat beside him is a walker to help stabilize him should he need it. I'm not sure whose energy I love more, the 5'1" woman or the old man. Coach Mercer nods his head. Now, it's always better to run away from danger. Be aware of your surroundings, of course, but if you're in a position where you're scared and you have that gut feeling that something terrible will happen, surprise him. He glances at the gym members, taking a moment to look at the older man, who he nods at. Don't worry about the legal consequences of striking first. Your life comes first. You come first. This person in front of you chose to put you in a position where you felt at risk. He raises his eyebrows. Now, I used to be an officer in Calgary. I've seen many altercations. I've seen what happens when people hurt others. I've seen the worst domestic fights you can imagine. He stops and looks at me, almost as if he can read my mind. He continues to pace by me. I promise you, if you report to the police what happened, and you explain why you felt scared for your life, the amount of trouble you'll find yourself in for striking first will be nowhere near what could happen should you let your opponent have their way. He stands near his young assistant. Coach Mercer slowly raises his knee towards the man's groin. The element of surprise is your advantage. Use it, especially if you have no other choice. After Coach Mercer's class, I change in the locker room. When I look at the clock on the wall, I realize I'm taking too long. Alan will certainly have words about my time at the store. I do my best to dry off the sweat and roll on some deodorant I keep in the locker. As I leave the martial arts gym, Coach Mercer's near the exit and gives me a nod as I leave. I nearly ran across the parking lot to the grocery store. The young cashier is still at the customer service desk. I grab a cart and wait for my groceries to be brought out. As I do, I finally make the call to Alan, who tells me he'll be there soon. As time ticks by, I start to realize it's taking too long. Usually the guys from the back of the store have brought out everything for me by now. Alan is sure to be here soon. It takes less than 10 minutes to get here from our house, and it's already been 9. Every so often, I flick open the old cell phone and look at the time. What would happen if my husband arrives before my groceries? How would he respond if he saw the kid at the grocery store bring me a cart full of items? I'm supposed to be waiting outside for him right now. I know how upset he gets when I call him to come pick me up and I'm not outside waiting. I look out at the parking lot as my worst fears are coming true. I see his white pickup truck driving towards me. My eyes widen as I try to come up with a story as to why I'm not outside. "Ma'am?" a young voice says. I turn and the cashier from the customer service desk is smiling at me. "Here you are." He has a large environmental bag full for me. He helps me put it in my cart, and I thank him as I immediately head outside. A green key-making machine stands near the doors, humming quietly as I pass it. The automatic doors open just in time for me to catch a glimpse of my husband glaring at me from inside the truck. He lowers his window, and I worry he'll complain again that I wasn't waiting for him. "It's a bit cold outside," I say immediately, coming up with an excuse. His stoic face lightens. "Well, nearly 2 hours today, Sydney." He looks back at Ollie, who's smiling at me. "That's not too bad for your mother." Chapter 12. Present. It's been 4 days and I haven't seen Amanda come out of her house. I've barely seen Cole as well. I find it worrisome, especially after what Ollie said to me. Amanda is sad and she has a secret. Brandon hasn't come back from his work trip. On Friday, Cole walked to the bus stop alone and back home after drop-off. His mother wasn't waiting for him like his father did with his special stuffy. What is her secret? I can't stop thinking about her and what may be happening in her house. Sometimes I find myself peeking through the drapes or straight up gawking at her house as if the answer will be spray-painted on its exterior. Ollie's been hoping to see his new friend come outside again, and part of me was hoping the same. Over the weekend, I managed to get a lot done around our new house, with Ollie somewhat helping me by handing me IKEA tools and screws from the boxes. Several times we stared blankly at the instructions together to figure out what step I'd gone wrong at. So far, I've put together our IKEA kitchen table and couch set. It wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. I'm proud of myself for not only figuring out how to put the furniture together, but doing it essentially by myself. The cable company came as well. We have a large television in our living room. Our mattresses are on bed frames instead of being on the floor. Life finally feels like it's coming together. Our house is starting to feel like a home. I almost want one of those corny wall signs that say it. I sit on the couch instead of the floor, as Ollie watches one of his favorite YouTube channels called Beast Games on the television. I watched a few episodes with him over the weekend and was surprised I enjoyed it myself. There was a moment that felt perfect, where I made a large bowl of popcorn and we watched the next Beast Games show, chowing on our snacks in the living room. It's hard to explain. It felt so normal. Everything felt like it should. It gave me hope that my new life will be better. Ollie will be better for me having moved here. Despite how happy I feel lately, I can't stop thinking about Amanda and what Cole said to Ollie. There were many times when I felt completely invisible to the world. I was hurting, but the wounds were not visible. Usually. Sometimes they were, and I just hid it well. Still, I remember wondering how nobody could see how terrible my life was. How could no one help me? I felt trapped. Worse, I felt dead inside at times. Ollie laughs at something one of the contestants on the show says, and it breaks me from my daze. I feel bad for not being present with him. I could make another bag of popcorn for us today and relive how it was the other day. Another fun night inside with snacks and television. My head is not here, though. It's across the street. I look out the front window and stare at the house, wondering why Amanda hasn't come out, or her son. I know what it's like to need help. I know how it feels to have a deep wound nobody can see. Does Amanda need my help? Mommy. I turn and look at Ollie. Yes, hun? Can I play with Cole today? I think about the question for a moment. A few days ago, when I went with Ollie to Amanda's front door, she appeared put off by me being there. I want to go to her house, knock on the door, and demand to know why she's sad and if she needs help. Of course, that wouldn't work. Even if something terrible was happening, I don't think I'm her favorite person. For a brief moment, I think about what the success rate would be if my son knocked on her door alone and asked those questions for me. That wouldn't be a good idea either. Part of me wonders if she's even home. There hasn't been a sign of life for days, and I should know now that I'm half a stalker. Why don't you go knock on Cole's door and ask to play with him? I say. Are you okay with going over there by yourself? He laughs at me. It's not far, Mommy. It's right there. He points outside the window. I smile and let him know he can go now if he wants. I'm surprised when he turns off the television willingly and hurries to get his shoes on. Look both ways before you cross the road, I remind him. Okay, Mommy, he says with an annoyed tone. When he finally manages to get his shoes on, despite them being on the wrong feet, he scurries outside. I step out onto the front porch, but change my mind and go back inside my house. I peer through the window at my son. I smile as Ollie reaches the road and stops, looking both ways as promised before crossing. I move into my bedroom and continue to peer through the small window there. I watch as my son climbs a few steps and knocks on the front door. He doesn't have great hand strength and nobody's likely to hear him. If I were nearby, I would remind him to ring the doorbell. As if Ollie can hear my thoughts, he extends his hands up and presses it. I wait, wondering what will happen. I wish I could be there to see for myself and listen to what they say. Despite knowing it's impossible, I attempt to open the window to listen in. Only the window is already unlocked. I make a face, wondering if I locked the windows or not. Ollie's was unlocked as well. Perhaps the landlord didn't secure his property before we arrived. I'm sure people leave their front doors unlocked in a town like Calder. My thoughts are broken when the front door opens and I see her, finally. Amanda stands in her doorway, speaking to Ollie. Despite my attempts, I can't hear a word. The door suddenly closes and Ollie walks back down the steps. He crosses the road, this time without looking, and hurries home. I meet him in the living room. "What happened, Ollie?" "Cole isn't feeling good," he says. "His mommy says he needs to rest and can't play today." Cole wasn't sick on Friday when we saw him at the bus stop. He had no sniffles, no cough. Of course, little kids are basically germ factories, always picking something up. Still, I can't shake the feeling that Cole not being allowed to play with Ollie is because of what our sons talked about. Ollie promised he didn't tell Cole our secret. As he turns the television back on, I pray that he was telling the truth. Chapter 13. Before. Alan shuffles through the small pantry, shaking his head. I put a few items in the fridge and attempt not to notice how upset he appears to be. I try not to think about what could possibly be making him this way right now. Since picking me up at the grocery store, he's been normal. "You didn't get it," he says, slamming the door. "You were grocery shopping for 2 hours and you couldn't get everything on the list. God, what do you do when you go to the store all day? Are you in La La Land the whole time?" His face sours as he gazes at me. I fantasize about how gratifying it would be to slug him in the face right now. "What are you talking about?" I ask, confused. "What am I missing?" "The pretzels," he says, shaking his head again. "Like you know I like them. I eat them all the time as a snack." I know for a fact that it was on the list of items for pickup at the grocery store. It's the same order every week. Maybe one of the young employees didn't grab them. I didn't look through the order before leaving. I should know better by now. I open the pantry door and feel relief when I see a bag and wonder how he could have missed it. "It's right here," I say. "Those are the big curly ones. I like the stick ones. You know that," he says with a tone. He sits at the small kitchen table and takes out his keys, slamming them on the table. The sound startles me as I close the pantry door. He can't seriously be this upset over pretzels. "Maybe I should start to do the grocery shopping. I can take my time and be by myself for hours like you. We'll see how you like it when I leave for half a day and on top of it do a crap job." My eyes widen at the thought of my husband taking away the only time I have left. "I'm sorry," I say immediately. Ollie enters the room and my husband's face lightens. Usually, when Alan starts to get heated, I want Ollie as far away from him as possible. Today, though, our son appears to be de-escalating my husband. "Let's go, buddy," he says. "Where are we going, Daddy?" "Back to the grocery store because Mommy forgot something," he says, glancing at me. I know my husband. He may not be red-hot pissed, but he's on his way there. Last week, I took nearly 3 hours getting the groceries because I was so caught up in the gym. I knew that was a mistake. Next week, I can't be that long. Today, I spent over an hour there. How many mistakes do I need to make before I realize it hurts me? I look down at the kitchen table at my husband's set of keys. On the ring are only a few, and one is for the box of money under the bed. Suddenly I have an idea. One that would get me into a lot of trouble if caught, but right now I could care less. "I'll go," I say. I grab his truck keys from the table. "Don't worry about it. You guys can stay here. I'll go get it really quick." The key machine is right by the exit. It can't take longer than a few minutes to copy a key. I could go out, grab my husband's pretzels that he desperately needs, and be back with a new key for myself without him knowing. As if he senses this, he shakes his head. "No, I'll drive." Defeated, I'm about to give him his keychain when our son gives me a rare opportunity. "Daddy, I finished putting together the fire truck Lego I got for Christmas. Can I show you?" Alan gives him a rare smile. "Of course. Show me." My husband follows him to our son's bedroom. I know now is my chance. I work to get the small key. All I have to do is get it off the chain, hide it in my pocket, copy it, and find a way to get it back on the chain without Alan noticing. This could be it. Alan has a lot of money hiding under our bed. His distrust of the system could be my saving grace. I think of Ollie. It could be our saving grace. I'm not sure how much he has in there, but I would be surprised if it's less than a few grand. That's enough for me to hit that highway I always think about exiting onto. I could run far from here with Ollie. Get far away from my husband. Go somewhere where he can never find us again. Of course, that all relies on me being able to get the stupid key off the chain. I struggle with it in my hands, the other keys making unwanted jingling sounds. Worried, I take a deep breath and try and focus. Finally, I slip the small key off the chain and smile. What if the key is too small to copy? As I worry some more, I slip it into my pocket. "Ready to go?" I turn and Alan is staring at me with his usual grimace. I don't respond at first, worried that he witnessed everything. How could he not? I was taking forever to wrangle the key off the stupid chain. He reaches out his hand. "Keys," he demands. His tone bothers me. His demanding presence bothers me. I can feel my hand grip the keys as my fingers turn into a fist. I think about the key in my pocket and loosen my hand, giving him the keys. "I'm sorry," I say again, dropping them in his hand. Chapter 14. Present. Ollie went to bed without much resistance today. For a boy who wasn't as active as he usually is, he was tired and passed out nearly immediately. I took the opportunity to get a workout in. I bind the hand wrap around my wrist and glance at the punching bag, annoyed with myself for not filling the base with more weight. I look out the basement window and the house is there. It's as if every room in my new home faces across the street. Ollie was so upset to hear that Cole was feeling under the weather and Amanda wouldn't let him out. Tomorrow's Monday, though, and Ollie will be back at school. I'll ask him if his new best friend was there. I wonder if he is, if that means he could have played with my son today, but Amanda chose not to let him. I hate how my mind spirals, but I can't stop it. I can't stop comparing what's happened in my life to Amanda. Why is she sad? Why does she act so awkward near me? I think of Alan. I wasn't myself when I was with him. I was a shell of the human I am today. I was more irritable, although not with my husband, of course. Ollie, unfortunately, got to see the worst in me. I hated myself for letting me become who I did. When I think of my ex-husband, I can't help but smile. He's not in control any longer. I left him in Ontario. My new life is here, and I'm ready to finally move on from the nightmare being with him brought into my life, into our lives. Ollie will someday understand. I look back at the punching bag once my gloves are on and throw a few slow punches to warm up. Today, I want to work on my footwork. It can be odd pretending this red bag can fight back, but sometimes when you're really in the moment, it comes naturally. I'll be ducking my head and moving around the bag as if it could spring at me at any moment. After a few minutes, I take a break, drinking from my large water bottle resting on a box beside me. Of course, the box is right by the window, and I find myself again looking outside, looking directly at Amanda's house, wondering. It's not too late, being a little after 10 at night, but pretty dark. The dim streetlights show no activity on the cul-de-sac. Sometimes I wonder if people actually live in the other few houses on the block. It feels like it's only me and the house across the street. There's a light on inside her house. The front window curtain is open, but I don't see anyone inside. I look at the box by my knee and wonder if this is the one where I packed Ollie's binoculars. I bought them for him last year when he was obsessed with birds for a few weeks. He outgrew that interest as soon as I bought him the binoculars. I let out a heavy sigh as I think about trying to find them. Why not upgrade my obsession with Amanda to complete stalker status by looking as closely into her house as possible? I feel like a psycho for even thinking about it. I'm about to start my workout again when I see movement beside her house, leading to the backyard. I step closer to the window, trying to make out what I saw. Trees and bushes sway with the light breeze. Nighttime can play tricks on your eyes. At least that's what I'm thinking until I see something move again. There's a lot of deer in town. Packs of them will slowly walk across the streets, holding up traffic. The other day I saw a huge buck, its antlers wide and branching, walking slowly through a parking lot. It didn't even startle as I drove by. The animals here seem to not worry about humans being threats. I've seen many houses around the neighborhood have put up chicken wire around their plants to deter animals from eating them. The deer would have a field day with the amount of flowers and plants Amanda has in her yard. Only it's not a deer. I make out a leg first, then an arm. It's a large silhouette, and from its size, I know it's not Amanda. The man is walking close along the side of her house, leaning his body against the white siding. It almost appears like he's slithering his way towards the backyard. Amanda's by herself. It's only her and her son. A man is lurking outside her house. Without hesitation, I run up the stairs and open the front door, shouting at the silhouette. "Hey!" I can make out his body better from outside. He's taller than I thought. I can't make out his face, but in the dark, I can see that he stopped moving. I know he's staring directly at me. I suddenly feel very vulnerable and very stupid. I turn and close my door, locking it quickly. I search my kitchen and living room and can't for the life of me remember where I left my cell phone. I look outside and the silhouette of the man is gone. I peer outside the window and worry that I'll see him coming to my house next. An image from the nightmare about my ex-husband from the other day hits me. The real monster outside the window. I think of his illuminated face and the terrible words he said. Leaning on the couch, my hand feels the edge of something hard and small. I let out a breath when I realize it's my cell and quickly call the police. Chapter 15. I'm frantic as the operator answers the phone. 911, what's your emergency? There's a man stalking outside my neighbor's house, I say out of breath. I can feel my pulse quicken as I search darkness for him. What's your address? The operator asks. I let out a heavy sigh. I'm not sure. I just moved in a few days ago. I look down the street and see no sign of life. I think he's gone now. I yelled at him from inside my house. What does the man look like? I didn't get a good look. I think he's wearing dark clothing. I look at the house across the street and worry that I'm wrong. Amanda and Cole are by themselves. What if the man found a way inside? Are you able to find me? I ask the operator. The operator pauses a moment before answering. Yes, we can, but it could— Okay, I say, cutting her off. I need to make sure my neighbors are safe. I open the front door and peer outside as the operator demands that I stay inside my house for my own safety. I ignore her pleas as I look around the dark street. Nervous, I rush to the kitchen and grab a long knife from the block, testing the weight in my hand before stepping outside. I close the front door behind me and scan the property, making sure the man isn't nearby. Chances are I scared him away, but I can't leave Ollie vulnerable. Satisfied that nobody is on my property or outside Amanda's, I cross the street, hypervigilant to every sound around me. I make it to Amanda's front door and ring the doorbell several times, knocking loudly. I'm at her door, I tell the operator. I look behind me, worried I'll see the man there, but only see my own house. I realize that I didn't lock my front door. This was stupid of me. I scan the front lawn, uneasy, afraid I might spot him. She hasn't answered the door and I don't hear anyone inside. Where is Amanda? I ring the doorbell several more times and knock again. It's Sydney, I shout. Amanda, please open the door. Finally, I see a light turn on inside the house. I peer through the small door window and see a hallway light on, and soon after, Amanda appears. She hesitates a moment before I call out her name again. When she finally answers the door, she rubs her eyes, popping her head out and not fully opening it. What are you doing? She asks, confused. Her eyes widen as she sees the kitchen knife in my hand. There's a man outside your house, I tell her. I have the police on the phone. Amanda fully opens the door and looks outside. I think I scared him away. The police need to know your address. I extend my hand out with the cell. She looks at me for a moment and glances at the knife again before taking the phone. She cautiously puts it to her ear. Hello? She says softly. I scan the yard but don't see anything. Amanda gives the dispatcher her address and keeps talking. Amanda hands me back my cell. The police are on their way, she says with a harsh tone. It almost feels like she's upset by the news. Perhaps she's scared. Amanda steps out onto her porch and looks around and then back at me. She doesn't say a word. I'm not sure what I expected, but her blank expression catches me off guard. Maybe a simple thank you? Mom! A young voice calls out from inside her house. Mommy! Amanda sighs. Perfect. He's awake. She glares at me coldly before stepping inside. She looks at me, at the knife gripped in my hand, and slowly closes the door. Chapter 16. Before. Alan parks his truck near the entrance of the grocery store. From here, I can see the back of the key machine inside the store. A large rack of bottled water almost blocks the view, but not enough for me to go unnoticed. It would be easy for Alan to spot me making a duplicate if he stays here. Unfortunately, my husband confirms the worst. We'll wait here for Mommy, he says to Ollie. He turns to me and gives me a $10 bill from his wallet. don't take too long. The Leafs game starts soon. I nod and wave bye to Ollie as I leave the truck. I can feel Alan's gaze as he watches me enter the store. This is stupid. What I'm doing is beyond dumb. I acted impulsively. What exactly is my plan in the end? Take his money and run? Where? How long will it take for him to find me if I accomplish my goal? Even if I manage to sneak out with Ollie, I won't have much of a head start. My husband will be at work tomorrow. He'll be working a 10-hour day at the construction site. If I'm lucky, he'll get some overtime, but due to cutbacks, he hasn't been getting as much lately. Best case, I have 10 hours from when he leaves the door, maybe an extra hour with rush hour traffic if I'm lucky. I can find a way to get Ollie from school and leave. There's another problem. How exactly do I leave? Bus? Train? I have no car. I'll have to figure out routes for transportation. This isn't an overnight plan. This will take time to figure out. Which is why I feel stupid for how impulsive this was. I should have had a plan before attempting this. It's too late now, though. I already took the big risk of getting the key. Once I feel I'm out of sight of Alan's gaze, I hurry to the chip aisle. I know this grocery store like the back of my hand, and it doesn't take long for me to find Alan's stick pretzels. I wish I could open the bag, spit in it, and seal it before Alan digs in. I'm sure he'll be eating them while he watches the game. If I did, I'd enjoy watching it with him for a change. I hurry to the cashier, going to the one near the back of the store, further away from where my husband can see me. The cashier recognizes me instantly. It's the boy from before who helped me with my grocery pickup. "Back again, ma'am?" he asks innocently, taking his time to ring in the chips. "Yes, sorry. I forgot something." I manage a thin smile and nearly shove the $10 bill in his face. "In a rush. Sorry." "No problem," the boy says as he takes the cash and sorts out my change. It feels like he's taking forever. When he gives it to me, I nearly run to the key machine. "Receipt, ma'am?" That stops me in my tracks. Alan will lose it if I don't give him one. He's already upset and is looking for a reason to further limit my freedom. I hurry back and grab the receipt, thanking the young employee. Finally, I make it to the key machine, slipping the small lockbox key from my jeans, gripping it tightly. I glance outside and see my husband tapping on his steering wheel. He's looking aimlessly out of the truck in the other direction. If I can see him, it wouldn't take much for him to notice me. I take a deep breath as I read the instructions on how to duplicate a key. It shouldn't be too difficult, but at the moment my mind is all over the place. Put the key inside the slot, hit duplicate. Choose your key and hit enter. Of course, there's a problem I didn't even consider. I need money to pay. Thankfully, it accepts cash and coins. I have enough with the change, but it won't add up in the end. Alan won't have the appropriate amount when he sees the receipt. There's no going back now, though. After I follow the instructions and pay, the machine asks me to choose a pattern for my key, offering several options. I pause longer than I should, eventually selecting a cartoon cat design. The machine starts making loud noises. I know it's not actually that loud, but with how quietly I'm trying to move, it feels like the screeching is giving me away. I imagine my husband hearing the sounds from inside the truck, storming into the grocery store and demanding to know what I'm doing. When I check outside, though, Alan's not looking in my direction. I take a deep breath, wondering how much more time this will take. "Hey," a voice says behind me. When I turn, I notice it's the young man who opened the door for me at the MMA gym. He strolls up beside me with a cart of steaks, egg whites, and bags of frozen broccoli. No wonder the man's in great shape. You go to the MMA place, right? It's Sydney? I let out a nervous laugh and feel myself blushing at his gaze. How does he even know my name? I remind myself that my husband could be seeing all of this. That's right. I'm Tanner, he says, extending his hand. I steal a quick glance outside, and when I see my husband's attention is elsewhere, I turn back and shake it. I was wondering if you'd be up for coffee sometime. Maybe we can grab some after the gym? There's a place in the strip mall that's decent. I'm sorry, Tanner. I'm married. I show him my ring as proof, and he makes a face. My bad, he says with a wicked smile that tells me he doesn't really care. I try to look for the rings on women, and I swore I didn't see you have one. I laugh again. I take it off when I work out. I'm in a bit of a rush, though. I glance at my husband outside again. I want more than anything for this handsome man to get out of my sight immediately, but I'm not so lucky. How long have you been going to the gym? He asks. As if the universe is finally on my side, the machine makes a low beep sound, and the original key pops out, followed by the copy soon after. I grab the keys and shove them in my pocket. I really have to go, I say to him as I head to the exit. See you around, Tanner says. I exit the grocery store and Alan smiles at me when he sees his valued pretzels. When I get inside the truck, I close the door immediately. Sorry, I say. There was a bit of line. Good job, Mom, Alan says as he smiles at Ollie. I turn my head and see Tanner rolling his cart into the parking lot, taking a moment to glance at me and smile. I turn back to Alan, and his smile has completely disappeared. Chapter 17. Present. I stand by the bus drop-off waiting for my son. I had hoped that Amanda would be here. She's not, though, and Brandon is still away for business. It was difficult sleeping after what happened. Scary, even. Calder isn't safe from crime, but while I wasn't naive enough to think it was, it's another thing to experience it. The looming figure in the dark frightened me. Whoever the man is, he was scared off after I yelled at him. I wish I could go back in time and not do that. It would have been much better to just call the cops. Perhaps they could have caught him if I did. Instead, I gave him an opportunity to escape. I tossed and turned all night thinking about it. Amanda seemed more annoyed that Cole was awake than a man lurking outside her house. Although she was equally worried about the knife in my hand. I guess waking up to find your neighbor on your porch with a kitchen knife would be upsetting. I just want to know what happened after. I know the police were at her house for at least 30 minutes. I watched from my bedroom as Amanda spoke to them on her front porch. I guess Cole managed to go back to sleep as he wasn't outside. That's something else I find odd. If a man was creeping outside my house, I could never just send my kid back to his own bed. Ollie would be sleeping with me. Actually, I'd drag him to my truck and leave this town forever. Who cares about my belongings or new furniture? I told myself when I decided to move to this town that I had to be willing to leave quickly if I needed to. I calm my nerves and remind myself that it wasn't my house that this happened to. I'd be happier knowing that the police arrested whoever it was. If they caught the man, Amanda would have an update, and I need to know what happened. I smile when I spot a school bus down the road. Ollie has no clue what happened last night. I never told him. Little boys shouldn't have to worry about such things. That didn't stop me from worrying and every so often waking up with anxiety and peeking into his bedroom. The bus slows by the corner. When the door opens, Cole is first to come out. "Hey, Cole," I say cheerfully. I wish that this little boy could give me the information I need, but if Amanda thinks anything like me, she may not have told Cole about the incident last night. Cole doesn't respond and looks at me, eyes wide. He seems surprised by me being there. He staggers off the bus and starts walking down the road. Even stranger. Cole walked with us on Friday when his father wasn't here to pick him up. Ollie and he talked the whole way home. Maybe Amanda did say something to Cole about last night. I can only imagine the fear a young boy would have about scary strangers outside his house in the dark. Ollie comes out of the bus a few moments later. "Hey, buddy," I say with the same enthusiasm. Only my son's response is just as quiet as Cole's. Ollie's bottom lip wobbles as he steps onto the street. "Is everything okay? What's wrong?" Ollie glances at Cole and back at me. "Cole and I aren't friends anymore, Mommy." I let out a sigh. When it comes to children, I suppose it's just as easy to break a friendship as make one. When I was his age, I remember switching who my best friend was on a weekly basis. I had numerous falling outs with friends, but just as quickly I'd start playing with them the next day as if nothing happened. "It's okay, Ollie," I tell him. I want to reassure him that I'm sure he and Cole will still be friends. Whatever schoolyard issue happened will get better. I feel that way until my son tells me why they aren't friends. "Cole's mom says he can't be friends with me," Ollie says, looking at the ground. "What?" I say, confused. "She said that to Cole?" Ollie nods. "Yes." "But why?" Ollie shrugs in response. This is beyond childhood issues. A child's mother, my new neighbor, is telling her son that he can't play with my child? What kind of a parent does that, and why? I'm not naive enough to believe this is about my son. He's done nothing wrong. So why would Amanda make such a restriction all of a sudden? This is about me. What did I do to her? Why is she treating my son this way? "Can we move again, Mommy?" Ollie asks innocently. Chapter 18. Before. "Yeah!" Alan and Ollie shout in unison as one of the Leafs players scores, tying the game. Alan high-fives with our son and embraces him tightly. "They're going to win now, Daddy," Ollie says confidently. Alan lets out a laugh, knowing not to jinx his team when there's plenty of time left in the period. He takes a sip of his beer and places it on the side table as he grabs for the bowl of pretzels. He shares a few with Ollie as he puts his arm around him and they watch the television together. It's a touching moment that would make anybody who witnessed it smile. A father and son watching sports together. Only I see things differently. I see my husband eating the pretzels he humiliated me to get. Every time he puts one to his lips, I can't help but notice the stick shape of the salty snack instead of the curly ones that are in the pantry. How much can the shape of a pretzel change its taste? Is there truly a difference? Despite the obvious answer, he made me feel so very small when he demanded I get the ones he wanted. Of course, I can't tell him the truth. I didn't grab the bag of curly pretzels to begin with. Some pimply-faced kid did when he was doing my grocery shopping for me ahead of time. I can't tell my husband many things. I can't tell him that I copied the key to his lockbox. I can't share with him that I managed to sneak the original key back on his keychain after. I can't share with him the thoughts I have ruminating in my head about how Ollie and I will escape him. It's all I've been thinking about as I pretend to read my book. As Alan and Ollie watch the game together, I stay quiet in the corner, coming up with a plan for how to leave my husband for good. There's information about bus routes in front of the customer service desk at the grocery store. I'm sure they'll have more about buses that go out of the city. Maybe there's one that goes to Toronto. With it being such a large city, it would be easy to disappear there with Ollie. It would certainly be a good initial step before figuring out where to go next. Alan grabs a handful of pretzels and pops a few into his mouth. Ollie laughs, opening his mouth wide in anticipation. With a playful grin, Alan starts tossing pretzels toward him, missing once, then twice, until one finally lands on his son's tongue. He throws his hands up in triumph while Ollie chews, giggling through a mouthful of crumbs. Another touching moment, only this one gets to me more. The anger I have inside me drops. All I see is a son who loves his dad. A son who doesn't like hockey, who hates sports, spending time with his father, laughing and giggling. Shame crashes over me. Am I really going to take our son away from his father? I watch them together and slowly lower my book, the thoughts of fleeing the city beginning to slip and scatter. Doubt creeps in, and I start to question what I'm about to do. What if I brought up the idea of couples therapy again? Alan yelled at me when I brought up the idea, saying he's no psychopath. He hasn't been violent in some time. When he hurt me, he was nearly blackout drunk. The threats he uttered were also made when he was inebriated. Even today, after he questioned who the young man was at the grocery store, I waited for him to tear into me. I assumed he'd do it immediately when we were in the truck. He didn't, though. I knew that meant that when we arrived home, he would throw a huge fit, and anticipated how I would defend myself against him this time. I'll never let him touch me again. But that didn't happen either. Alan's definitely surprised me, pretzel tantrum aside. He stands up from the couch, pointing at the TV. "Go!" he shouts. "Go! Go!" I watch as one of the Leafs players is out in front, the rest of the players lagging behind him as he gets closer to the other team's net. "Come on!" he shouts. Ollie laughs and jumps off the couch, standing beside his father. "Come on! You can do it!" With a clear line to the net, the player snaps the puck forward. Alan and Ollie lean in, mouths open in anticipation, but the goalie makes the save. Alan slumps back with a frustrated grunt as Ollie lets out a loud, boyish, "No!" Alan shakes his head in disgust and lands on the couch behind him hard. "Can you believe it, son?" he asks Ollie. Ollie pats his leg. "Don't worry, Daddy. They'll get the next one." I turn my head, trying not to watch them anymore. A tear stings at the corner of my eye. What am I doing? Why am I even thinking this? What kind of person does that make me? I raise the book to cover my face so they won't notice the tear running down my cheek. Thankfully, they don't. Their eyes are glued to the screen. Ollie's wrong, though. The Leafs don't get another goal. They end up losing the game. Alan looks at his cell phone at the end of the period, then at our son. "Time for bed, big guy," he says. "Can I stay up and watch more sports with you, Daddy?" he says innocently. He smiles back. "Not tonight, but the next game that's on, it will be me and you. Okay?" Ollie gives a wide grin. I push myself up from the chair, setting the book down on the cushion. "Say goodnight to Dad," I say. Ollie turns to Alan. "Good night, Daddy. I love you." "Love you too, buddy," he says back with a grin. "Get some sleep, big guy." I smile as I watch them hug before bedtime. Ollie drifts back to me, and I take his small hand, guiding him toward his room. As we reach the doorway, I glance over my shoulder at my husband. The smile is gone. What's left on his face is something colder, sharper. A look of quiet, simmering rage that makes my stomach drop. I know, with a certainty that chills me, that this night is far from over. Chapter 19. Present. Ollie didn't go outside to play with Cole after school. He was genuinely upset by that. He even asked again if we could move somewhere else, but I told him things will get better. It was just a bad day, and everyone has one now and then. Still, when he looked up at me, his sweet face filled with concern, and asked if he will ever have a friend again, it hurt. It hurt deeply. Why did Amanda tell her son to not play with mine? What is her secret? Is that why she's been putting distance between our kids? Is she scared that I'll figure out what's going on? Ollie and I watched more Beast games that night. I popped more popcorn. We snuggled on the newly built IKEA couch. But something felt off. My son, for a change, experienced what it was like to have a special connection with someone else besides me. And now that's gone. Despite being upset and concerned, there was a small victory. Last night, he slept in his room. He never once came to my bedroom out of fear. If anything, it was me who worried more, waking in the night and realizing he hadn't come to wake me. I checked in on him in his room just to be sure everything was okay. This morning, Ollie was off too. He wasn't looking forward to going to school. Cole would be there. He asked me before we walked to the bus stop who he'd play with at recess. I tried to comfort him and asked if there were other boys in his class that he thought were nice. He nodded his head, and I encouraged him to try and talk to them. He told me some of the boys play soccer in the field during recess, and I encouraged him to try and join in. He reminded me that he hates playing sports. Ugh. Not knowing what to say, I hugged him tightly and we walked to the bus stop. Cole was waiting there when we arrived, alone. When I greeted him good morning, he looked at me with tight lips and back at the ground. Ollie didn't say anything. He didn't have to. I could tell how upset he was. I've been trying my best to find things around the house to do to keep me busy until Ollie comes back home. I unpacked a few boxes. I cleaned the kitchen and grabbed some groceries. As I went about my day, I kept glancing out the windows at her house. When I left and came back from grabbing groceries, I looked across the street again, trying my best to push the thoughts away. Something is wrong. I know it in my gut. I've been tricked before. I won't let it happen again. Not to me or anyone else. Finally, I see the woman herself. Amanda comes outside, her small shovel in her hand. I watch her from inside my house as she kneels down on the grass and starts shoveling dirt. I hate how this feels. I hate the idea that I know something is off but won't address it. I wonder how many people saw me with Alan and thought the same. What's wrong with her? Why does she always keep to herself? Why is she so private? So strange? If only they knew the hell I went through to get where I am today. Nobody saw it, though. It was me who endured it all, on my own. It was me who hid from the world, until I had the courage to stand up and do something about it. Amanda stands up, fixing her shirt, and starts to walk along the side of her house, heading toward the backyard. Without thinking, I open the front door and take a step down the front porch. What am I doing? It's as if my feet and my brain aren't in sync. I continue to move towards her. My brain hasn't figured out what I'll say when I approach her, but I know I can't ignore what's been going on anymore. Something is wrong, and it's time I find out. As I get to the street, Amanda opens the backyard gate, not noticing me. There's a moment of hesitation as I open the white picket fence and step onto her property. It's as if my brain is shouting at me, "Do I really want to do this? What will you even say? You think this woman will open up to you?" If my instincts are right, she's just like me. The hurt and broken recognize when they see one of their own. Maybe that's another reason Amanda's been acting the way she has with me. I find the momentum slowing as I approach the backyard gate. My hand presses against the wooden fence, but I don't open it. Instead, I catch my breath, wondering now that I'm actually here what I'll do. I hear her humming softly to herself, the melody steady and calming. It's strangely comforting. That's when I notice something else. A small window, likely leading into the basement, is covered from the inside with newspaper ads, each one carefully taped along the edges. One of them looks familiar. I recognize it from the grocery store I was at today. A bright ad for produce on sale. The pressure from my hand on the fence causes the gate to creak. When it does, Amanda's soft humming stops. She knows I'm here. I can't turn back now. When I open the gate, Amanda's eyes widen and she puts a hand to her chest, covering her shirt with dirt. "What are you doing?" she says frantically. "Why are you in my backyard?" Good question. I take another deep breath. "Sorry," I say. "I wanted to check in with you. I'm sure it was scary the other night when I came to your house about the person outside your house. I wanted to make sure you and Cole are okay." She lets out a heavy sigh. When she notices my gaze, she fixes her clothing and clears her throat. "You can't just come onto someone's property like this, Sydney." At least she knows my name. Already I feel this was a mistake from her tone. "I don't have your number," I say. "I just know that if it were me and some man was outside my house in the middle of the night, I'd be terrified, especially with a little one in the home." She lets out a heavy breath. "Cole and I are fine. Thanks for checking. That is very neighborly of you." As I feel the tension start to die down, I notice the large tarp covering a decent portion in the backyard. I had seen it before the first time I tried to introduce myself to Amanda. She notices me looking at the area. "Planning on doing a large garden this year," she says. "It's my big project. Trying to get it planted before fall starts." "That's nice," I say, nodding my head. Even though I feel awkward, I can't leave without finding out more. "So, did the police ever follow up with you about the incident? Did they catch him?" She shakes her head. "No. All I got was a visit from the police and a petrified kid to deal with." "Does Cole know that someone was outside the house?" She shakes her head immediately. "No. I couldn't tell him something like that. He'd never sleep again. I told him the police were knocking on everyone's door just to check up on them." "That's probably better." I didn't tell Ollie either. When I mention my son's name, she smiles. "When does Brandon come back?" When I mention her husband's name, her whole demeanor changes. She looks down at her shirt and tries to brush off the dirt. "Well, I should finish my work before Cole comes back home from school. Take care, Sydney." I give a polite nod and turn towards the gate. I'm not clueless about the subtle cue to get off of someone's property. Still, though, the worried voice of my conscience is telling me something is off. I stop in my tracks and turn to her. "What's wrong, Amanda?" I ask softly. It's a very broad question, and she rightfully asks me what I mean. "You told your son that he can't be friends with my son. What happened?" Amanda looks down at the grass, then toward the back of her house. No doubt she wishes she could escape this conversation. I realize I've cornered her in her own backyard and feel uneasy about it. Still, I can't stop myself from worrying about her. Ollie told me something the other day, I say, taking a deep breath. He said that Cole told him that you're very sad. She scoffs. Boys say things. She looks away from me. Could you please leave now? Cole told my son that you have a secret. Now she meets my gaze with a fierce look. My son said the same thing about you. Is that why they can't play together? Because their mothers have secrets? I'll tell you mine. I take a deep breath as Amanda stares at me confused. I escaped my husband. I took off from Ontario and came to Calder. I took my son and ran because his father's a monster. He would have hurt Ollie. He hurt me. Amanda's mouth slowly opens as I reveal my life to her. Her expression changes with my next question. Is Brandon the same? What? She says immediately, shaking her head. She puts a hand to her chest again, her eyes beating at me with rage. My husband is perfect. He's a good man. Why would you think otherwise? You can tell me. I can help you. When I was going through what I did with my husband, nobody saw it. Nobody understood. I kept it from everyone. I don't want to see that happen again to me or anyone else. There's help if you need it. I'm here. For a moment, her eyes soften, then harden with defensiveness. I asked you to leave several times now, Sydney. I'm not sure how much more assertive I can be, but I'll try. Get the hell out of my backyard now, or else. I told you, nothing is wrong in my house. The only thing that's wrong is some lunatic with a checkered past moved in across the street. Amanda, She cuts me off, raising a finger towards me. I told my son not to play with yours because I don't want you in my life more than you already are. You don't think I notice how you stare at my husband? I saw you watching my house like some kind of freak. Your eyes are all over him any time he's around you. Now what? You make crazy accusations about my husband? I know a woman who plays games when I see them, and it's tattooed across your forehead that you're no good. I don't want my son anywhere near trash like you. She points at the backyard gate. Now, leave. Chapter 20. Before. Ollie falls asleep faster than usual, like the universe is rushing me toward whatever my husband has planned. Before I leave, I stand there, watching him in his small bed. The night light sends blue waves across the ceiling, the room calm. Too calm. My son sleeps on, unaware. Usually, I leave his bedroom door open, in case he gets scared in the middle of the night. Tonight, though, I close it softly behind me. When I go to the living room, Alan is waiting. He finishes what's left in his beer and stands up from the couch. Let's go to our bedroom, he says, while examining my body. I was expecting a fight, not lust. I know what he wants. The thought of him breathing heavy on top of me makes me sick to my stomach. I'm not feeling good tonight, I say. He scoffs. How many times have you turned me down? How many? I should start keeping track. I'm not in the mood tonight, I say softly. When are you? He says with a harsh tone. It's been nearly 2 months since we did anything. 2 months, Sydney. I lower my head. I know where this is going. I don't want to deal with it. Maybe giving him what he wanted was easier, but I can't physically do that either. Let's just get some rest, I say. It's him, isn't it? He says, his eyes wide. "That young guy from the grocery store." I wait a moment before responding, worried what he'll do. "I told you before, I don't know him." He lets out an arrogant laugh. "That's why I saw you two talking in the grocery store. You did it right in front of me, basically. I could see you speaking with him. I would have loved to have heard what was said, Sydney." I let out a sigh. He approached me at the grocery store. I didn't want to be rude. I told him I was married, Alan. He lets out another laugh, this time louder. I glance towards the hallway leading to Ollie's room and back at my husband. "Now I know why you take hours shopping. You think I'm stupid?" He starts to raise his voice. "I know what you're up to. I won't let you destroy this family. I won't. You really think I'm that stupid?" "I didn't do anything wrong besides getting you the wrong pretzels," I say with a harsh tone of my own. My husband stops in his tracks. I can see the disgust on his face. His expression on his face shouts, "How dare you talk back to me?" "I told you. I'll never let you leave me," he says sternly. "I warned you. Don't test me." He steps closer to me. When he does, I clench my fist, ready to spring into action. There's no way I can take him. He's nearly steaming red and looks 10 times the size of me in the moment. Fear grips me until he stops himself. Alan grabs the glass bowl from the side table and smashes it onto the living room floor. Stick pretzels and shards of glass scatter across the tile. "I won't let you!" he shouts again. "Mommy!" I turn and see Ollie, fear etched on his face. His eyes are wide and panicked. I turn to Alan. "Not in front of our son," I say with a stern tone of my own. Before he can say a word, I hurry to Ollie and grab his hand, leading him to his bedroom, and close the door behind us. Chapter 21. Present. "I'll never let you leave me." The sound of a door closing wakes me. I sit up in bed, my forehead sweaty, looking around the dark bedroom. Instinctually, I look beside me to see if Ollie's there, but he's not. Another nightmare, another terrible night of sleep. No matter how far I run, he'll always be there. The past can never stay where it is. It always invades the future. But this is more than a nightmare. I could have sworn I heard a noise. Maybe it was all part of the dream I was having. It's not the first time I've woken up thinking my husband was in the room with me. He's not here, though, I remind myself as I quietly slip out of the bedsheets. As I get to the bedroom door, I look outside and see my neighbor's house across the street. The driveway is dark, except for the dim red light of the camera above the garage. I peer around the street, but no one is there. This isn't the first time I've heard odd noises when I wake up this way. After the first time I heard Alan's voice inside the room, clear as if he were standing right beside me, I did some research online and found out about sleep-related hallucinations. The sound of the door was different, though. This was something I hadn't heard before. When I go into the hallway, I immediately look in my son's room and feel relief when I see him sound asleep. I try to move quietly toward the living room, but the old floorboards betray me, each step releasing its own creak. I don't know why I feel so paranoid and hypervigilant. No one is in my house, I realize as I look around. Still, an image of the man outside Amanda's house hits me. I think about Ollie and the first night we arrived in Calder. He was so frightened. He said he saw a monster outside his window. Kids have imaginative minds, but what if it was real? The window was left open, not only in my son's room, but mine as well. I assumed it was the last people who lived here who didn't secure it properly. What if I'm wrong? I glance out the living room's front window and notice something different this time. A motion detector glowing in the driveway across the street. Did he come back? Is the man who was lurking outside Amanda's house here again? I take out my cell phone, gripping it in my hand as I stare outside. There's no light on inside Amanda's house. She and Cole must be asleep. I look at my cell and notice that it's past midnight. After a few moments, the motion light in the driveway across the street turns off. What caused it to turn on to begin with? More than likely it's an animal, but now my own mind is coming up with much more frightening thoughts. It's not just children who have strong imaginations. I move to the front door. My hand reaches for the handle to unlock it, but it's already unlocked. My thoughts turn to fears as I realize that anyone could have entered my house. I'm certain I locked it before going to bed. I came to Calder to live a better life, free of the worries I had, but I would never leave my door unlocked, no matter how safe I felt. Not on purpose, at least. Was I so out of it because of the schoolyard problem Ollie is having with Cole that I didn't secure my house before going to bed? I close the door and this time lock it. Storming through the house, I turn on every light in the kitchen and living room. There's no sign that anyone was inside my house. No dirty shoe prints, nothing. I turn my head and see the kitchen knife in the block. Like the night before, I take it, ready to use it if needed. My cell is in my left hand while I grip the handle of the knife in the other. I go back to Ollie's room and quietly enter. First, I go to his closet and, as quietly as humanly possible, open it. The door creaks and my son's heavy breathing stops for a moment before continuing. Nothing's inside his closet, just a bag of toys that we haven't unpacked yet. I look down at my sleeping son. I can only imagine how frightened he would be if he woke up to see me this way, knife in hand. I let out a heavy breath, wondering if I'm losing my mind. This is the second night I've picked up this knife. I thought this town was supposed to be safe for us. As I begin to leave his room, I stare at his window. The first thing I do is test to see if it's open. It remains locked. I look outside and don't see a soul. The floodlight across the street is also still off. Next, I check my own room. Again, the window is locked. Nothing's out of the ordinary. I even check the basement, but still, everything is normal. Not completely satisfied, I go outside and look around the sides of my house. I can't get the image of the silhouette of the man outside Amanda's house out of my mind. Who was he? Just some common criminal preying on a small town who take low crime for granted? Something else? I think of my husband and take a deep breath. He's not here, I whisper to myself. When I know that no one is on my property, and I feel Ollie and I are safe, I go back inside, ensuring the front door is locked this time. I turn off the lights and try to calm my nerves, sitting on the edge of my bed. I jingle my keychain in my hand as terrible thoughts race through my mind. They don't make sense. I haven't told a soul where I moved to. There's absolutely no way my husband would be in Calder. I let out a heavy breath, finding the small key on my chain. I slowly get off my bed and reach under the frame until I feel the metal box. I slide it out and unlock it. I open it slowly and look at the remaining stacks of cash inside. I didn't spend much to get here. There's plenty left. It's mine. I'll use it to do what my husband could never do and give Ollie the best life I can. As if thinking of my husband wasn't enough, I notice his watch, the one he wore every day since I gave it to him on our wedding day. I pick up the gold band and hold it in my hands, staring at it in silence. I feel like opening the window and chucking it into the dark. It's almost like he's haunting me through things that used to belong to him. I'll never let you leave. The words he told me will forever be etched in my soul. I'll always hear him, even though he'll never be in my life again. I shoved the watch back into the box and snapped the lid shut, locking it away. Alan always believed he could control me, but he never truly could. Not in the way he imagined. I left him. I left him for good. Chapter 22. I sit on the couch staring at the dark television. In the distance, I hear the sound of Ollie playing with his toys in his bedroom. He asked if I would play with him, but I told him I wasn't feeling well. All I can think about is how badly it went with Amanda. In the silence, my thoughts turn on me. A relentless voice in my head insists it warned me over and over that this is exactly how it would go. What did I actually think was going to happen? Why did I think something was even wrong? Her son said that she's sad and has a secret. That could be many things, but why did I jump to the type of conclusions I did? Amanda could be having an affair. She could be thinking of ending her marriage with Brandon, although she would have to be crazy to do that with such a handsome man who's so put together. There could be so many reasons why Amanda is sad and has a secret. I instantly went to a place in my head where I felt Amanda was like me, a survivor. One who needs help to get out of the mess that she's in. I thought I saw myself living across the street, trapped in a much more beautiful house than I'll ever live in, and with a husband much more attractive than I'll ever have. Psycho. A basket case. That's what Amanda said to me as she kicked me off her property. Maybe that's exactly what I am. Who I became. Trash. Broken goods. A woman with so much baggage no one will ever come near me. How could they? I'm so hypervigilant. I'm on edge all day. If I'm not suspecting something is wrong, I'm thinking about how to escape. Since moving to Calder, I've already wanted to pack up the truck and hightail it out of town many times. I think about what made me this way. My husband is the obvious answer. I was truly naive to think I could ever run away from my past. You'll never leave me. My husband's last words to me will forever haunt me. I felt so powerful when I did go. Never again would I have to deal with Alan. My husband would never be able to continue to corrupt our son. But at what cost? How much better is my life without Alan? I haven't moved on. I think of him all the time. He'll always be in my dreams. There never was an escape, even if I thought there was. Did Alan win in the end? I never left him. Not truly. He's here with me now, as much as I pretend he's not. Wasn't I supposed to move on? Wasn't that the point of why I moved here? I wanted the life I always wanted. To find a man who I deserve. I lower my head in shame. Amanda's not wrong. I noticed how handsome her husband was immediately. I can't control my thoughts, though. I can't help how attracted I am to him. I can't help the pheromones in his cologne that draw me closer. A thought hits me. So, I'm attracted to a man who's married, that I just accused of domestic violence towards his wife. A basket case is exactly how I feel right now. I left Ontario to give myself and Ollie a better life. I'm starting to think that Ollie would have been much better without me, without a mother who put him in such a terrible position. I still remember the day we tried to leave Alan. Will Ollie forgive me when he figures it all out? The amount of shame I have now feels unbearable. And no matter where I live, that pain will stay deep inside me. Ollie is young, but he'll get older. He'll have questions. He'll piece things together. When he does, Will he want to be near someone like me? Will he be angry that I moved him across the country to get far away from the past? From Alan? In the future, how will he see what I did? Right now, he's so innocent, so young. I just want him to stay this way. But again, I'm naive to think nothing will change. Ollie deserved better. Instead, he got his father. He got me. I wonder if Ollie will look across the street and see the life he should have had. If he'll feel as stung as I am when I see the beautiful life Amanda is living. Ollie wants to move again. That sounds like such a wonderful idea right now. I can't explain how rental agreements work to a 6-year-old, how we'd lose our deposit if we just took off. I can't explain to a young boy how money management works, how we can't travel around Canada finding new homes forever. We have to plant our roots somewhere. I thought that place was Calder, the perfect town, with the perfect neighbors living their perfect life, across the street from me. As I sit with my thoughts, a vehicle passes outside, the dull thump of tires rolling over a driveway breaking the quiet. I glance toward the window and let out a slow, heavy breath when I recognize Brandon's car. Perfect. He steps out of his SUV and opens the back door, pulling out a large bag and suitcase. As he does, the front door swings open and his wife appears, now in a yellow summer dress, somehow even more radiant than before. She takes her son's hand and walks toward him, greeting her husband with an easy warmth. Brandon's back is turned to me, but I can imagine the wide grin on his face after returning from his work trip to his beautiful wife and son. The two embrace, and I see them kiss again. Brandon kneels and hugs Cole tightly. It really is perfect. The three of them turn their heads to the side in unison. When I look to see what's got their attention, it's an elderly couple sitting on their front porch in the house next door. Brandon waves at them, his mouth moving, but I can't hear what he's saying. He turns his attention back to his family. After kissing his wife again, the two hold hands. Cole struggles to bring his father's suitcase up the stairs behind them. What a moment to witness. What a picture-perfect moment for a beautiful family on their beautiful property. I turn back to the dark television, its blank screen reflecting nothing but my own unsettled thoughts. Well, I guess I have to move now, I blurt out to no one. Chapter 23. How do you tell your landlord you want to move because you don't like the neighbors? Ever since moving to this house, all I do is compare myself to Amanda. A part of me wishes I had her life. I get annoyed at how standoffish and irritated she seems despite living how she does. It enrages me the more I think of it. Of course I want her life to secretly be terrible. That would almost make me feel better about my own. I'm starting to realize I've become a 30-year-old baby, a woman who didn't get what she wanted and is willing to take it out on others who have more. And here I am, thinking poorly about Amanda. I should move that pointing finger to myself. Maybe I don't need to move. Maybe I just need a good therapist. I glance outside my window and let out a heavy breath. Even if I move, who's to say I won't find an even better couple to live next door to? Do I need to scout out locations with neighbors whose lives are equally messy as mine to feel better? I guess Ollie and I will have to live a hermit lifestyle on a mountain somewhere, far away from civilized society. I stand up from the couch and find my keychain in the living room. I had errands to do. I put them aside to talk to Amanda, and obviously that was a mistake. I won't stay inside, scared to leave because of what happened. How long can I stay in my shame? That's not who I am. That's not how I want to live. I open the front door and take in the hot air. I see the tops of the mountains over Amanda's house, and it reminds me of why I moved here to begin with. I haven't checked the mailbox since we arrived. I had that chore on my mental list to complete today. I find myself looking at the mountain peaks again, but slowly my eyes drop to Amanda's house. No, I won't keep living like this. I'm moving forward. I may not have what she has, but I still have something worth holding on to, worth building. It isn't perfect, and maybe it never will be. That's okay. I'll find a way to make something out of what I've been given, to turn what's broken into something better. If not for me, then for my son. Down the street, away from the cul-de-sac, I spot the community mailbox. I pull out my phone and search for the landlord's email as I walk toward it, using the screen as a shield to keep myself from staring at Amanda's house. I pull up the email and note the mailbox number my key is assigned to. As I approach the mailboxes, an elderly couple heads toward me. Each leans on a walker, relying on it to stay steady. Their skin is pale and lined with age, and I'd place them somewhere in their 70s. I can't help but smile when I notice the tips of their walkers nearly touching. It's almost as if they're holding hands through the frames of their mobility aids. As we draw closer, I glance at them again and recognition settles in. They're the same elderly couple who had been sitting on their porch, talking with Amanda and Brandon. The elderly woman smiles at me. "Hello, dear." Even her voice carries the weight of age, each word soft and slightly wavering. She glances at the man beside her. "Wilfred, this is our new neighbor." The old man smiles warmly and lifts a hand in a gentle wave. They stop as I come up to them. "Hello," I say back. "My name's Sydney." "I'm Clara, and this is the old ball and chain, Wilfred." Her husband waves her away. "I put up with her because she's pretty," he says with a smile. The two look at each other and let out a laugh in sync. I can feel the love they have for each other. I can sense the decades of friendship and romance they share. Is everyone on my cul-de-sac living their best lives? The thought is childish, and it's hard to be jealous in front of this couple. They really are just so cute together. I like them instantly. "Where are you from, Sydney?" Wilfred asks. "Ontario." "What brought you out here?" I gesture towards the mountains, which are much more visible without Amanda's house blocking the view. Who wouldn't want to live here? Wilfred lets out a laugh. "We see that you have a son," Clara says. "What's his name?" "That's Ollie. He's 6. Before they can ask who my husband is, turning this lovely conversation into something awkward, I say it in advance. "It's just the two of us." "How wonderful," Clara says. "I see he's playing with Cole. That's so nice. You tell your boy if he ever wants some nice candy to come knock on our door." Wilfred shakes his head. "Always with the candy, Clara. We're lucky not many young ones live near us. The parents would send us all their children's dental bills." He looks at me. She just misses her grandkids. They're all grown up and don't visit her as much anymore. Too busy with their Pokemon and whatnot. Clara rolls her eyes. "Well, I don't see your kids and grandkids visiting much either these days." She looks back at me with a grin. I guess they haven't shared decades together. It seems they may have a blended family of some kind. "It's good that Cole has a friend to play with who lives so close," Clara continues. I don't correct her and let her know that Amanda won't let my son near hers, or that the reason is because of me. "It is nice," I say, keeping all the tension between the two houses to myself. "That boy needs more attention." Clara shakes her head. "Don't start, Clara," Wilfred says with a tone that tells me he's heard this before. "All the screaming that comes from that house. When we saw the police arrive, we assumed it was to deal with the parents." It seems like I found the neighborhood gossip. What she says intrigues me more than I let on. I think of Amanda and her little secret. I'm starting to get the sense for why she may be so sad. She claimed her husband was perfect, but now their next-door neighbor has confirmed that's not the case. "Brandon shouts at Cole?" I ask. Wilfred shakes his head again. "Clara, you shouldn't be talking about our neighbors this way." "What?" she says innocently. "She's going to hear it herself." She looks at me. "He's always working. Her, though, she's so intense." "Amanda?" I say, confused. "That's right. Always shouting, yelling. I feel sorry for that child." Wilfred chimes in. "She was nice, though. You had her over for tea a while back." The idea that Amanda had tea with Clara, but not with me, catches me off guard. Clara scoffs. "That was when they first moved here a year ago. She hasn't come over in a long time." Wilfred looks at me. "Well, it was nice to meet you, Sydney." Clara gets the not-so-subtle hint from her husband. He's had enough of his wife complaining about our neighbors. I want to invite Clara over to my place and continue the conversation. I have plenty to say about Amanda myself. Just from meeting Clara for a few minutes, I can tell she has a lot more to share as well. As we say our goodbyes, I watch them slowly make their way home, their walkers moving in careful, measured steps. A laugh slips out of me when I hear Wilfred tell his wife to stop being so nosy. He says it far louder than he probably means to, but I imagine that's just how they've learned to reach each other at their age. Clara audibly scoffs again. As I watch the couple, my eyes drift towards Amanda's house. Once again, I wonder what's going on inside it. Now, though, I wonder if Brandon is the real problem. Chapter 24. As I walk to the bus stop, I can't stop thinking about what my neighbors told me about Amanda and Brandon. After the exchange I had with Amanda, I never wanted to even look at her house again. What Clara said has had the complete opposite effect. I tell myself I won't ever approach Amanda like I did. That much is an easy promise. Part of me thinks maybe it's best if our kids don't play together. As I get closer to the pickup area, my racing thoughts stop when I see Brandon already at the curb, Mr. Littlelegs in his hand. Immediately I turn away from him, hoping he hasn't seen me. What are the chances I can leave without making this more awkward? I can only imagine what Amanda told him. "Welcome home, honey. By the way, our neighbors are psychos." Of course, there's Ollie. He's expecting me to meet him at the bus drop-off. I haven't missed a day. I suppose he's old enough to know how to get to my house, but I can't leave him. Destiny makes the decision for me when I glance at Brandon and he waves at me with the bunny. Great. Here we go. He may be smiling at me now, but what will he say when I get close? "Stay away from my wife. Stay away from my son. Stay off my property. Stay away from me." A childish side of me wishes I could just run away from the whole situation. Call my landlord and tell him to keep my deposit. Pack up my truck. Pick up Ollie and hit the road. Easy solution. I'm surprised by what he says as I get closer. "How have you been?" he asks calmly, with no hint of irritation in his voice. "Okay," I say. "How was work?" He shrugs. "It was work. Glad to be home now. I stand an appropriate distance from him. Perhaps if I do, he won't say much. The scent of his cologne hits my nose. Instead of being drawn in, all I can think about is Amanda and the look on her face when she talked about her husband. I look at my cell and, of course, the bus is running later than usual, making this pickup the most awkward in my entire life. Brandon clears his throat and looks down the road. "I want to thank you," he says, taking a step closer to me, "for calling the police the other night." It takes me a moment to even register what he means. It feels like forever since I saw the man outside his house. "No problem. It's hard being so far away from home," he says and shakes his head. "There's nothing you can do, though, when something like that happens. Some criminals are brazen enough to try and break into a house when they know someone is likely inside." He shakes his head again. "Amanda told me you knocked on the door to check on her and Cole before the police got there." He smiles. "That's risky, but kind of you. Thank you." "I was worried about them," I say honestly. "I think I may have scared Amanda when she opened the door and I had a knife in my hand." Brandon lets out a laugh. "Oh yeah, she did mention that too. Not too many people would have the guts to check on their neighbor like that. I guess I should be thankful someone like you moved next door." Brandon slips his hand inside his suit jacket and pulls out a card, extending it to me. "Here," he says as I grab it. I look at the front. In bold letters it reads, Brandon Campbell. Beneath his name, Executive Sales Manager. The company logo sits off to the side, and at the bottom is a phone number, crossed out, with a new one written in beside it. "That's my cell," he says. "If anything ever pops up like that again, maybe just let me know." "Sure," I say, although part of me wonders why he wouldn't just check in with his wife instead of giving me a number to reach him. I'm sure it must have been nerve-wracking being away with something like this happening. He nods. "It was. They let me come home a little early, but I'll have to make up for it." The conversation turns awkward again. It feels like hours have gone by when it's been minutes since I got here. How late is this bus? "I understand there was an issue," he says. He doesn't tell me what the issue is, and I'm glad he doesn't outright say it. When I don't reply, he clarifies, though. "With Amanda and you." I glance at him and look away, unable to meet his gaze. No doubt he'll rip into me like his wife already has. I can imagine what he must be thinking. "Why would you ever think of me that way? How could you accuse me of those terrible things?" Instead, he clears his throat again and seems just as nervous himself. "I'm sorry Amanda talked to you. She's been having a hard time lately. I understand she said to Cole that he can't play with Ollie. I want you to know that we talked about that, and she agrees that it wasn't appropriate. Your son is lovely. It's so special to have a kid the same age who lives so close, and I hope they can keep being friends. If you're okay with that?" I look at him, confused. I was expecting him to talk more about the incident between us two mothers, not our sons. I take a moment to respond. "Yeah, I agree." He smiles at me. "I understand you and Amanda had an issue, too." Oh, here we go. "Amanda's had a hard life." He rolls his eyes playfully. "You should meet my in-laws. They're a special breed. I was surprised that Amanda came from the same stock as her parents and brother. She doesn't even talk to them anymore. I guess everyone has their own in-laws story, though." He looks away from me for a moment. "If you saw how she was raised, you'd understand why she acts the way she does at times. I want you to know that I appreciate you checking in on her and understand why you did. It's good. I mean that. My mind races. I'm not sure what to say or how to respond. Destiny helps me for a change as I see the bus. It slowly stops in front of the curb. When the doors open, Ollie comes out and grins at me, hugging me tightly as he steps off. Cole comes out immediately after, an even wider grin on his face when he sees his father with his favorite stuffy in his hand. "Daddy!" he shouts. "Hey, big guy," Brandon says, giving his son a deep hug and handing him his bunny. I start to walk with Ollie down the street, but Brandon calls out to me. "Hey, Sydney," he says. "How about you guys come over today for a barbecue?" My mouth gapes open at the invite. I was in his backyard recently and was told sternly to get off his property by his wife. Now he's inviting me over for a meal? Cole looks at his father with a smile. "Is that okay with you, big guy?" Brandon asks his son, who nods. I'm about to say we already have dinner planned when my son speaks before I can. Ollie tugs at my shirt. "Please, Mommy, can we go have a barbecue at Cole's house? Please?" I look at my son and at Brandon, feeling defeated. Chapter 25. Ollie holds my hand as we walk across the street from our house. As I get to the white picket fence and enter Amanda's property, I wonder what kind of fireworks I'm in for. Accepting the invitation was stupid of me. At the moment, though, I couldn't say no. Not with how excited Ollie was. What if there's a chance that our children can play together? What if they can still be friends despite the tension between their mothers? I don't expect a lot of sleepovers or anything crazy like that in their futures. This was a risk coming today. I imagine opening their backyard gate and Amanda pointing at us to return to where we came from, demanding I leave again. I look at Ollie, who smiles at me. As we step inside the white fence, the aroma of cooking beef hits my nose. Ollie's already telling me he's going to eat 2 cheeseburgers today. I know for a fact that he can't. Usually he eats a few bites at dinner and mushes up his food on his plate. I can't help but think about how I was here hours ago for one of the worst encounters of my life. The only moments that topped it were my many disputes with Alan. Ollie and I come to the backyard gate. Again, I notice the basement window with the ads taped over the inside. "Are you ready?" I ask Ollie, my hand on the gate. He nods, but of course the question wasn't meant for him. Inside, my brain is reminding me how stupid I am. A good mother, sure, but still stupid for stepping back in here. Brandon has his back turned to us as he mans the barbecue, flipping a few burgers. I almost don't recognize him without his usual suits and smooth dress shirts. He looks different like this, more relaxed, but still put together. He's wearing a short-sleeve button-up, light and clean, the kind that looks casual but still nice. It fits him well. Not too tight, not too loose. His pants are fitted too, dark and neat, better than jeans, like he still cares about how he looks even at a barbecue. He's got a watch on, simple but nice, and clean shoes that don't look like they've seen much dirt. He looks comfortable but not careless. Like even dressed down, he can't help looking sharp. Cole is near him kicking a ball between his feet. Ollie sees the tarped-off area and asks me what it's for. I tell him Cole's mom is doing some gardening. My voice gets Brandon's attention. "Ollie!" he shouts. He looks at me with a grin. "Sydney, come on, guys. Don't be shy." He nods at Cole. "Kick it here, son." Cole attempts to, but his leg barely hits the soccer ball, causing it to fly off to the side. Brandon laughs as he manages to catch it with his foot, still juggling the long tongs in his hand. "Here you go, Ollie," he says as he kicks it straight towards him. The ball isn't coming towards him fast, but my son misses the kick. He laughs as he runs and grabs it. When he picks it up with his hands, Brandon reminds him that in soccer you have to pass with your feet. When Ollie tries, he misses the ball entirely. My son hasn't had much experience with activities like this, especially not with his father. "Kick it again, big guy," Brandon encourages him. And this time when Ollie does, it flies across the backyard, far away from where Brandon's standing. That doesn't stop Brandon from praising him. "You boys go play," he says as the barbecue catches his attention again. Amanda steps out onto the back porch carrying a beer and a glass of wine. "Want something to drink, Sydney?" Brandon asks. "Beer? Wine?" Amanda gives me a thin smile as she walks down the steps to her husband, giving him his beer. She takes a small sip of her wine. "A beer sounds good," I say, looking at Amanda. "I'll have whatever Brandon's having." Brandon looks at his wife. "Can you grab that, hon?" Without a word, Amanda goes back inside and closes the patio door behind her. I glance at Ollie, who laughs as he manages to kick the ball to Cole. Cole tells him that he's going to be the goalkeeper now and that Ollie has to kick the ball between two trees, and if he does, he gets a point. Cole manages to block the first shot. Brandon waits for his wife to leave before saying anything more. "I want to thank you for accepting the invite. I know it wasn't easy. It's good, though." "Of course," I say, taken aback by how upfront he is about it. "Well, if I had any second thoughts, the smell of those burgers changed my mind." Brandon smiles as Amanda returns to the yard, handing me an open beer. I thank her, and she nods back. Brandon turns to the barbecue, and suddenly everything feels awkward again. With the sound of our kids laughing and kicking the ball around, I catch a glance from Amanda. I notice another between Brandon and her. Amanda takes a longer sip of her wine and turns to me. "About before, Sydney." Before she can say another word, I beat her to it. "I'm so sorry, Amanda, really. I had no right to come up to you like that." Amanda looks at her husband and back at me. "Still, though, I'm sorry. You're a good neighbor. I shouldn't have said those things to you either." Brandon smiles as he flips a few burgers and takes a sip of his beer. "Who wants a cheeseburger first?" he shouts. Both boys shout back, "Me!" There's a picnic table set up in the backyard, the sun beating down on it, glasses of lemonade sweating in the heat. The boys eat and laugh, joking with each other, while their parents chew more quietly, the conversation strained. Despite how hungry they claim to be, neither finishes their food. A half-mushed burger sits untouched on my son's plate. As the boys go back to playing soccer, we sit in silence until, surprisingly, Amanda breaks the tension after taking another sip of wine. "So do your folks live out here?" I'm caught off guard by her question. It's the first time she's ever seemed interested in anything about me. I shake my head. "No," I say. "They both live in Ontario." I leave out the part about the fallout we had after I married Alan. There's another awkward pause. Brandon told me today how terrible things are with his in-laws and how Amanda's estranged from them. I can't exactly ask her about her family after finding that out. I'm sure that will only make it even more awkward. Instead, I turn to Brandon. "How about your parents? Do you have siblings?" Brandon gives me a nod and his usual cheerful demeanor switches. He looks uncomfortable. "My father died last year," he says softly. He glances at Amanda. "It's been rough. And I'm an only child." I notice he doesn't mention his mother, which I find strange. He doesn't go on to talk about her, though, so I get the cue that maybe it's something he doesn't want to bring up. None of it is my business, anyway. The soccer ball flies past and hits the table. Amanda, who's holding the lemonade, fumbles and catches it quickly, but some of it spills onto my jeans. Cole apologizes in a rush and runs over, grabbing the ball. "It's fine," Amanda says. "Sorry," Brandon says to me as he notices me wiping up the stain on my pants with a napkin. "It's no problem," I say, grabbing another one. "Besides, if I need to change, I'm not too far away." Amanda lets out a heavy sigh as she starts to clear the table. She gathers a few items before going up to the porch and back inside the house. "That smells good, neighbor." Brandon and I turn and see Wilfred in his backyard. His weathered face bobs above the low wooden fence. Clara slowly walks up beside her husband. "Just ask the man if you can have a burger, Wilfred," she says playfully. Wilfred looks at Brandon, an eyebrow arched. "I would, but I'm still stuffed from the dinner you made today." He pats his stomach. Clara notices me and smiles. "Hey, Sydney." She noticed the children playing. "Well, it's nice seeing you guys have a family get-together." Wilfred turns to Brandon. "How's work?" Brandon tells him the same story he told me. As the four of us talk about the man outside Brandon's house, I turn to make sure our children aren't listening. Thankfully, they're too involved with kicking the ball around. As I look at the grins on Cole and Ollie's faces, I can't help but smile as well. I gaze around Brandon's beautiful backyard. The grass is trimmed evenly, soft underfoot, and a narrow stone path winds from the patio to a small shed at the back. Garden beds line the fence, full and vibrant. Closer to the house, herbs grow in neat rows, their scent faint but clean as I pass. The wooden patio is simple but well cared for, with a table and a few chairs arranged just so. A watering can rests nearby, and a pair of gloves sits on the armrest, forgotten for the moment. Above, hanging baskets sway lightly, their blooms full and thriving. Here I am, hanging out in my neighbor's backyard, having a barbecue. My son is playing with his friend. We're having a group conversation with our other neighbors. For once in my life, I feel strangely at peace. I feel so domesticated. I feel more normal. That's when I see Amanda. She has another wine glass in her hand and staggers down the steps, nearly falling over. I'm not the only one who notices. Clara looks just as concerned as I do. Amanda puts out a hand and nearly trips over her own feet. The only thing catching her from falling is the backyard table that she manages to sit at. I knew Amanda had some wine, but I didn't realize she's had that much. Her eyes nearly roll to the back of her head. I wonder if she's having a medical issue until she suddenly snaps out of it. Ollie kicks the soccer ball. It goes past Cole and straight towards the tarped area. Cole runs to grab the ball until his mother stands up from the picnic table. "Stop!" she says at her son. "Cole! Get away from there, right now! I told you not to go near there! How many times do I need to tell you that?" Now Amanda has everyone's attention. Brandon is the first to say something. "It's okay," he says, coming up to his wife. As he does, Amanda waves him off. "I told him not to go there," she said to him. "I told him. He doesn't listen." Brandon glances back at us. Wilfred and Clara share a look between themselves and go back to watching the show. Amanda steps away from the table, but this time falls forward, knocking a plate of the remaining burgers to the ground. "Get away from there!" she shouts again at Cole. Brandon puts an arm around his wife's shoulder. "Lean on me," he whispers. "I'll take you inside." As the two of them slowly make their way into the house, Brandon looks back at me. "Sorry," he manages. Amanda turns to me coldly. "You shouldn't be here." Chapter 26. We left soon after Amanda was taken inside by her husband. Ollie was too upset that he couldn't stay to ask many questions at the time. Those come later, before bedtime. "Mommy? What's wrong with Cole's mommy?" he asks. I don't know how to respond or what to say. I'm still confused. Why did Amanda make a scene like that? Why was she shouting so loudly at Cole? Why did she drink that much? And why did she tell me I shouldn't have come? Did she mean to the barbecue or to Calder in general? Or specifically, why did I have to move across the street from her? I give Ollie an age-appropriate response that I think will fit. His mommy is sick. "Is that why she's sad?" he asks. Again, I don't know what to say to explain what Ollie witnessed today. Instead, I redirect him back to his bedtime routine. A snack, bath, brush teeth, a book, and bedtime. He doesn't mention Amanda the rest of the night or the next morning before school. I drop him off at his bus stop, and I'm surprised when I don't see Cole there with his father. I wonder if Brandon is just as embarrassed as I felt seeing what happened yesterday. Perhaps he's dropping off Cole at school today instead. When it's time for pickup, I sit by the corner, alone. Thankfully, Amanda isn't here waiting for her son. I'm surprised, though, that Brandon isn't here again. Part of me is relieved. I can only imagine what Clara and Wilfred must be thinking. Clara already doesn't have a high opinion of Amanda, it seems. I'm sure she'd be more than willing to share her thoughts with me as well, but the whole thing makes me sad. Cole saw it all. He witnessed his mother collapse into the table after shouting at him. When I see the bus arriving, I take my mind off my neighbors and wait to greet my son. I'm surprised when Cole comes off with him. He greets me, and the three of us walk to the cul-de-sac. Ollie and Cole talk about some Pokemon cards that kids snuck into school during recess. Apparently, it's a big no-no to bring trading cards because it causes a lot of fights amongst the kids. Cole confirms that a teacher had to get involved in an argument that broke out over a rare card today. I ask how Cole's doing, and he says he's fine. I don't question him much more, although I want to. When we arrive near our house, Ollie gives Cole a hug before he heads across the street. It's cute to witness. I watch the young boy go through the gate in the white picket fence and up to the porch and vanish inside. There was a time I thought the perfect couple lived there, the perfect family. Now I've seen their ugly side, and I feel sadness for what must be going on within. "Mommy," Ollie says, getting my attention. "Can I play with Cole today, after dinner?" "Not today," I say quickly. A little space between our two houses is needed, but I can't explain why to my 6-year-old. When we go inside, Ollie has another question. "Mommy, are you proud of me for sleeping in my own room?" I give him a wide grin. "Yes, I am," I say cheerfully. There's nothing like going to bed and not being kicked awake constantly or getting woken up in the middle of the night because of nightmares and monsters. I can only imagine what life will feel like once I can get a solid 8 hours of sleep uninterrupted. "You're not going to lock me inside, though, are you?" he asks. "Please don't do that." "What?" I say, confused. "Why would I lock you in your room?" "That's what Cole's mommy does." "He's locked in his room at night?" I ask, making sure I'm understanding my son. Ollie nods. "Yeah, It scares Cole, too. He asked me if it's the same at our house, but I told him no. He said you do it because it's for my own good. I look at my son, puzzled. When I don't reply, Ollie asks me if he can watch Beast Games again. I nod my head, and he happily turns on the television. Why would a mother lock her son in his bedroom at night? How could that possibly be for his own good? I feel a pit in my stomach. It makes me sick to think parents would lock their kids in at night like they're in jail or something. What if he has to go to the bathroom? Why? What is happening in that house? I look out the window and I see them. Brandon speaking to his wife on their porch. They appear quite animated. He looks upset. Brandon's shaking his head at Amanda and glances at my house. I quickly look away, wondering if they can see me as easily as I see them. When I look back, Brandon's pointing at my house while speaking to Amanda. She seems just as upset as he does and storms inside her house, closing the door behind her. I watch as Brandon starts to walk towards the street. He crosses the road, heading right towards my front door. Surely he wants to talk about what happened yesterday. He must be so embarrassed. If only they knew that my husband knew how to cause a scene or two. Brandon knocks on my door. When I open it, I expect to see an apologetic man, but I'm greeted by cold eyes. "Can we talk?" he says. He peers inside at Ollie watching television. "Hey, Cole's dad," my son says. Brandon gives a quick smile but doesn't reply. "Let's talk outside," he says. "Sure," I say, confused. I close the door behind me and stand on the front porch, waiting for him to tell me why he's here. He lets out a heavy sigh. "I don't know how to say this, so I'm just going to put it out there." He pauses. "Did you grab my son at the bus stop today?" "What?" I say, completely shocked. He gazes in my eyes before repeating himself. "Did you grab him by the shirt hard and tell him to hurry up because he was slow? Amanda told me you were rough with Cole today at the bus stop. Cole isn't saying anything." "Amanda said I did that?" I say, still confused. I look at Brandon, not sure what to say. I've never been accused of something so terrible involving a child. "I didn't touch Cole whatsoever and would never be aggressive like that with a child," I say sternly. "I don't know why Amanda has told you that, but I never would." Brandon's cold eyes lighten. I see his posture slump. "I don't know what's going on anymore. I don't know what to say either. He looks at his house across the street, and I see the same confusion on his face that I had moments ago. "I have to go back to work," he says. "I was only meant to come back to make sure Amanda was okay. I don't know what's going on anymore. If anything happens when I'm away, give me a call." He doesn't say another word as he steps off my porch. He doesn't look back as he enters his house and closes the door behind him. Chapter 27. I remember a time, not so long ago, where I thought moving to Calder, Alberta seemed like a great idea. The perfect small town to put down roots in. Then I moved across the street from Amanda and Brandon. My neck hurts from the mental whiplash just thinking about them. Living close to them has triggered a lot of old memories. Things I'd rather not think about. Times with my husband when I was scared for my life. When I'm not thinking about what happened between Alan and me, I'm caught up in the lives of the couple across the street. And I thought Clara was the nosy neighbor. Ollie sits on the couch and continues watching Beast Games. He seems pleased. I'm still in shock. All I've been doing for the past hour is replaying the day in my mind. Well, not just the day, but every single odd event involving Amanda since moving here. I can't believe she would accuse me of being aggressive with her son. If only she knew why I moved to Calder to begin with. If only she understood why I left my husband where he is. I can't help but look out at their house. I've done it for the past hour while I've pretended to watch television with Ollie. When the front door opens across the street, I can't pretend anymore. My eyes are fixed as I watch Brandon walk out onto his porch. He rolls a carry-on bag with one hand and carries his briefcase in the other. He mentioned he'd be leaving for work again. I didn't realize he'd be leaving so soon. This time is different, though. His wife isn't beside him. His son isn't outside. He walks alone to his vehicle and opens the door, tossing his briefcase aggressively into the back seat. He opens the trunk and shoves his luggage in. "Mommy," Ollie says, "what's for dinner?" I continue to watch Brandon as I answer him. "Sloppy Joes, sweetie." "Aw, Mommy, I hate Sloppy Joes. Can you make something else?" Funny. Last week he loved Sloppy Joes and suddenly he hates them? Again, I reply as I watch Brandon close the trunk of his SUV. "No, sweetie." Ollie gives up and continues watching his show. I gaze at my neighbor as he enters his vehicle. He doesn't turn on the ignition. Instead, he sits in the driver's seat and looks around. For a moment, he glances at my house. I quickly turn away, and when I look back, he's already starting to leave his driveway. I watch as he drives down the block. When he does, I turn back to their house. He's gone again. There are several houses on the cul-de-sac. Calder is a small town, but not too small. Many people live here. So why do I feel there's only my house and Amanda's in this world right now? Chapter 28. I walk Ollie to the bus stop in the morning. There's some relief in knowing I won't run into either Amanda or Brandon today. Amanda never takes Cole to pick up or drop off at the bus corner, and Brandon is away again. How can he leave? After what happened at the barbecue, I wouldn't be able to take off somewhere for work for days on end. I replay in my head when he came to the door. He told me to call him if anything happens. Was he expecting something to go wrong? Does he think I'll be able to do something about it if it does? Job security is important, but family comes first. All I see across the street is one in tatters. I thought my life was difficult. I shiver with the cool breeze. Living in Alberta can be strange. Yesterday it was boiling hot all day. Today, however, you could tell me it would snow tomorrow and I'd believe you. I watched YouTube videos about Alberta before moving here and know how drastic the weather can be. In southern Ontario, we had 4 distinct seasons. I read in an online forum that living in southern Alberta, there were only 2: snow or no snow. You could have flurries in August. I watched an upset woman post a TikTok as snow fell from the sky in the middle of the summer. And yet I told myself I wanted to move here on purpose. Even in the wintertime, the weather isn't constant. There are warm breezes called Chinooks that can melt all the snow and it will feel like fall for a week, until the next blizzard comes. That may be the only thing I'm looking forward to. The thought that winter is just around the corner makes me shiver again. Having the bus stop near the house is nice, but when it's -20 outside, I'm pretty sure I'll just be driving Ollie myself. When we get to the corner, Ollie and I wait for the bus. Several blocks away, I spot it coming. I wonder if Cole is even going to school today. Do they own a second car for Amanda to drive him? When I look back, I spot Cole slowly making his way towards us, kicking a rock across the street. I look at his forehead and notice something white across it. As he gets closer, I realize they're 2 Band-Aids with tiny Batman images on them, crossed just below his hairline. "Bro!" Ollie shouts. "Nice Band-Aids!" Bro? I've never heard my son say that before. I knew it wouldn't be long before he started picking up the cool language. Soon enough, he'll start with the dreaded 6'7" phrase I keep hearing about online. Cole smiles at Ollie. "Thanks." "What happened to your head?" I ask. "I had a whoopsie, Mommy called it." I can't help but smile when he says it. A whoopsie? Is that some kind of cool kid talk I've not heard of? Obviously, it sounds sus, as the kids say. My smile vanishes when I think of Brandon and Amanda the day before.
As the notes fade gently, let your mind feel lighter, ready to re-enter the world of the story. Let me get away. Yeah, I'm running. So love me or leave me, I'm standing alone. Can't shake a feeling that lives in my bones. Lie to me, tell me you wish you could, but nothing you gave me is worth what you took. 'Cause I won't love, I won't love, I won't love, I won't love. 'Cause I won't love, I won't love, I won't love, I won't love. Sometimes out alone, but it keeps we lit. The mother willows, I can freeze my time. Yeah, I'm running. So love me or leave me, I'm standing alone. Can't shake the feeling that lives in my bones. Lie to me, tell me you wish you could, but nothing you gave me is worth what you took. 'Cause I won't love, I won't love, I won't love, I won't love. 'Cause I won't love, I won't love, I won't love, I won't love.
The two were arguing before Brandon knocked on my door. When he left for work, he was alone. His wife and son were nowhere in sight. "What do you mean?" I ask him. "What happened? Were you hurt?" Cole looks up at me. "I'm not supposed to talk about it." I can't hide my disgust at what I'm hearing. I kneel down so that I can meet his gaze. "Cole, I need you to tell me the truth. Some things you can keep secret, but some things you can't, especially if you were hurt." He nods as if he understands. "Did your parents hurt you?" Cole looks at me with a blank face. It was an accident. A whoopsie. I look at Ollie for a moment and back at his friend. Did your dad hurt you? Cole takes a moment before he answers. No, I tripped over my mom's leg. I hit my head on the wall. It was just a little cut. A whoopsie, my mommy called it. The bus rolls up behind me and I hear the door open. I stand up and look at Cole, trying to determine if he's telling the full truth or not. Okay, I say. Have a good day at school, Cole. I embrace my son tightly before he gets on the bus and watches the boys go inside. The bus driver smiles at me and greets me good morning before closing the door. I don't reply, though. I can't. I'm beyond upset right now. Chapter 29. If only I could explain to Ollie what I think is happening. My son would hopefully understand that I'm trying to protect him when I say he can't go across the street to play with Cole now. Actually, I won't be allowing it at all anymore. I don't trust Amanda. I knew from the moment I met her that something was off. I sensed it immediately. Instead of listening to that voice, I let my own trauma get in the way. I twisted and turned Amanda's life to match my own. I stupidly told her my thoughts out loud. Then the barbecue changed everything. Clara mentioned how she often hears Amanda raising her voice. She makes her son sleep in a locked room. Does that only happen when Brandon is away? As much as I hate not getting a full night's rest, I couldn't imagine doing that to Ollie. Now there's the incident that happened last night. Cole supposedly tripped over Amanda's leg and hurt his head. Accidents can happen. I know that. Kids get hurt. I also know that. However, when you add everything else to the mix and look at what's happening across the street in its entirety, something is off. I try my best to not think about it, but with no job, not much of a social network, and nothing to do besides unpack, I'm stuck in my head. All my brain wants to do is make sense of what's happening inside my neighbor's house. The problem is, nothing is adding up. A whoopsie. That's how Cole described it. What if it wasn't an accident? I saw the face Brandon made as he left to leave for his work trip. He seemed so defeated, and now I think I know why. Before leaving, Amanda told him lies about me. Amanda doesn't seem to worry about twisting the truth. It would be easy to trick a little kid like Cole into believing whatever she wants. I've seen manipulative behavior before. I witnessed my own husband act like a great father to Ollie, only to show his true colors to me later. Had I not done something, it would have been worse. I can't let that happen. I can't witness what I went through, what Ollie endured, happening to another child. I just don't understand how Brandon can leave for work under the circumstances. How can he trust Amanda not to get worse? When you're in a toxic relationship, deep in it, you not only excuse your partner's behavior, but downplay it. I did that for a long time with Alan, until I realized what he was. Until I understood that I was in danger, and Ollie would be too. I can't watch it happen again, and not to someone else, not to another child. As I tidy the house, I go into Ollie's room, fixing his bed and stacking a pile of his books in a basket on top of his dresser. The last book I pick up from the floor is one that gets to me. Love You Forever, by Robert Munsch. It was one of my favorite books as a child, and I love reading it to my own son. I don't think any parent can read the book for the first time without crying after. It really puts life in perspective. The first night we moved to Calder, Ollie was scared about the monsters outside his window. When I look now, all I see is Amanda's house. I take a deep breath and realize this time, I won't do anything. I told Amanda there are services and places she can get help if she truly needs it. I didn't realize I was telling the wrong person. I take out my cell and start a search. When I find the number on the website, I let out a heavy breath and hit connect. I gaze at Amanda's house, questioning my actions but understanding that doing nothing is not a solution. Not any longer. A woman answers. Child Intervention Services. How can I help you? Chapter 30. I try my best to not think about the phone call I made nearly an hour ago. I don't expect anything to happen right away. It's not as though if I call Children's Services, a SWAT team will surround Amanda's house and arrest her. The caseworker I spoke to confirmed that the information I provided would remain confidential. There could be a possibility if charges are made that I'll have to testify. I'd rather not do something like that, but would to protect Cole. I explained to the caseworker everything that's happened since moving to Calder. She had many questions, and I did my best to answer them. The caseworker, a man named James, was very endearing and easy to speak with. He did ask me a few questions about what drove me to speak to Amanda about asking for help if she was experiencing domestic violence. As caringly as he could, he asked me if I had gone through something similar. I politely said I didn't want to talk about that. The last thing I wanted to discuss was why I moved to Calder to begin with. That could lead to a lot more questions that would be uncomfortable. It was part of the reason why I questioned if calling Child Intervention Services was the right thing to do. I sit around my house and try not to think about the call. In a few hours, I'll have to pick up Ollie from the bus stop. Cole will, of course, be there too. I don't know why I feel so guilty. I wish I didn't have to see Cole. There's a part of me that wants to apologize to him for reporting his mother. There's another call I've wanted to make but haven't. Once I even took out his card and stared at it, my cell in my hand, ready to dial his number. Brandon gave me his business card and asked that I call him if anything were to happen. Well, reporting his wife to Child Intervention Services probably meets that criteria, but the last thing I want to do is involve myself more than I already have. I tried approaching Amanda when I thought something was off, and that didn't go very well. I imagine the same could happen with Brandon. Still, though, there's a part of me that wants to tell him everything. Explain why I reported Amanda. Explain why I feel something is wrong when he's gone. It was only days ago that I accused him of something terrible as well. I can only imagine what Amanda told him after. Whatever she did, though, Brandon wasn't upset. He even explained that he understood why I acted that way. My thoughts break when I see a police cruiser roll slowly into the cul-de-sac. At first, it pulls up to the curb near my house. Is an officer here to speak to me? The caseworker told me our conversation would remain confidential. Wasn't that true? The cruiser does a 3-point turn and parks on the side of the street, near Amanda's house. It's barely been an hour and the police are already here. I know what I told the caseworker wasn't great, but I didn't expect such a quick response. It makes me wonder about my own past, and what would have happened if I reported Alan. An officer steps out of the driver's side, and a petite, slender woman from the passenger door. She's dressed in a soft cardigan over a simple blouse, a lanyard resting against her chest. The officer is easily over 6 feet tall and appears intimidating even from far away. The pair step through the gate to Amanda's property. I can't help but watch now, as the officer bangs on the door so loudly that I can hear the thud from inside my house. Moments later, Amanda opens the front door. I can see the look of concern on her face as she speaks to the officer. They stand outside on the porch talking for what seems like forever. I know I should stop gazing at the three of them, but I can't stop myself wanting to know what will happen next. After all, the officer and the woman are at Amanda's door because of the phone call I made. I think of Brandon. He should know what's going on. I contemplate calling him again, but when the petite woman starts to walk back down the porch, I watch where she goes next. She leaves through the gate. My heart beats quicker as I worry she'll knock on my door next. She doesn't, though. She takes a turn and heads towards the next house down the block. I glance at the officer, who's saying something to Amanda. Whatever it is, she doesn't appear happy about it. She's shaking her head, her arms crossed at her hip. The short woman knocks on Clara and Wilfred's door. I move to the side of the room to get a better view. Clara opens the door, a wide smile on her face, which quickly disappears as she speaks with the woman. Suddenly, the woman steps inside Clara's house and the door closes. I lay on the couch in the living room waiting to see what happens next. It's only been 15 minutes or so, but it feels like an eternity. The woman still hasn't left Clara and Wilfred's house. Why did she go to theirs to begin with? I never mentioned Clara's name. I did say a neighbor was concerned about Amanda's shouting indoors, though. I didn't say who it was. The tall officer stands on Amanda's porch while she sits in a chair. Her arms appear to be still crossed. There's a moment when I glance at her and she's glaring back at me. Our eyes meet for only a moment before I look away. That's when I see the shorter woman. She's left Clara's house and is returning to Amanda's. The three of them talk on the porch. Even from inside, I can see the stress on Amanda's face worsen as they speak. Suddenly, the officer escorts Amanda down the steps and towards the police cruiser. The woman stays on the porch, speaking to someone on her cell phone. My eyes widen as the officer opens the back of the police car and Amanda climbs inside. The officer closes the door and nods at the woman. Was Amanda arrested? What did they say to her? What did Clara and Wilfred say? Amanda wasn't wearing handcuffs or anything. Now the shorter woman walks down the porch as she continues to speak on her cell phone. When she reaches the cruiser, she doesn't step inside. This time she crosses the street. I watch in horror as she approaches my house. Moments later, the doorbell rings. I let out a heavy breath as I wonder what will happen when I answer it. Part of me wonders if I'll be joining Amanda in the back of the cruiser. When I open it, the woman greets me with a warm smile. "Hello," she says. "My name's Megan Brooks. I'm a caseworker with the city." She extends her hand with her cell phone towards me. "I have a Mr. Campbell on the phone. He was hoping to speak with you." I look at her surprised as I take her cell and place it to my ear. "Brandon?" I say. "Hey, Sydney," he says softly. "I need your help." Chapter 31. I watch as Ollie plays with Cole in the living room. I feel my cell vibrate and look at it. It's Brandon. He's already halfway to Calder. A caseworker spoke to him after I made the initial phone call. They notified him that there was a concern reported to them about the safety and well-being of Cole. After they spoke with Amanda, Clara, and Wilfred, they informed Brandon that his wife would be coming with them to answer some more questions. Brandon thought of me right away. He asked the caseworker if she could have me pick up Cole from the bus stop after school today. He explained he was already looking for flights. When I spoke with Brandon, I assured him that I'd have Cole stay at my place until he was home. Now he'll be here within the hour. Before the caseworker left my house, she explained that she knew it was me who'd made the report, but that it was still confidential. Brandon or Amanda will not know it was me who made the initial call. Still, as the caseworker left my house and I watched the police cruiser leave with Amanda in the back seat, I wondered if what I did was the right thing. I could imagine what Brandon must have been thinking as he sped home. I felt worse when I waited for the bus. It wasn't like I could tell Cole the truth. He asked why he was going to my house. I told him his mother was busy and was out of the house. That seemed like a nice white lie to tell a 6-year-old child. Brandon had already landed in Edmonton after finding a last-minute seat from the camp in Fort McMurray. He was hours away from home. I had Cole speak to his father from the bus stop just so he felt comfortable coming to my house. Before handing the phone to his son, I told Brandon that I'd explained to Cole that his mom wasn't available right now and was out of the house. Brandon echoed the same to Cole and said to hang out with Ollie at our house until he was home. There was an awkward pause on the phone until Cole replied, "I love you too, Dad." It hurt listening to them. Brandon thanked me again before hanging up. It's been a few hours since picking them up at the bus stop. Ollie and Cole played in his room with his toys for a while. When they were bored, I let them watch YouTube. It was past 5 and Ollie mentioned he was hungry, Cole saying the same. I didn't plan for dinner today. I was supposed to get some groceries, but instead spent my entire day watching what was happening outside my house. Thankfully, I won't have to worry about it. I spot Brandon's SUV rolling into his driveway while I'm searching my fridge for something to cook. He climbs out and crosses the road towards my house. "Your dad's here," I tell Cole. He excitedly gets off the couch and hurries to the front door. When I open it, his father gives his son a bear hug. "Why did you come back early?" Cole asks. "I just wanted to be home, big guy. Is that okay?" Cole smiles. Brandon takes a deep breath as he looks at me. "Thanks again for everything. Really." "Of course. Whatever I can do to help." "I'm hungry, Dad," Cole says. "How about pizza? Pepperoni sound good? Your favorite?" Cole nods furiously. "Yes!" Ollie gives me a disappointed stare. "I want pizza too, Mommy." Brandon laughs. "Listen, if you guys want, you can come over." I look away. With everything that happened today, I can't go to his house. Not after I reported his wife. "I'm really out of it," Brandon says in a hushed voice. "I could really use the company." The hurt in his eyes is unmistakable. I can only imagine what's going through his mind. But when I look at Ollie, he answers with an even louder "yes" when I tell him we're having a pizza party. "Can I have a vegetable pizza?" he asks. "Vegetable?" Cole repeats with a confused tone. Chapter 32. If I thought the outside of Brandon's house was perfect, walking inside is what dreams are made of. It feels like I'm entering a show home. The walls are all white, with no blemishes, something I figured would be impossible to maintain with a small child. The furniture appears new, almost as if it's never been sat on. Brandon loves showing me the kitchen. He points out the smart fridge he purchased last year. Why someone needs a fridge that smart, I still don't completely understand. He mentions that next summer he plans on buying a robotic lawnmower that uses AI tech to cut the grass whenever it's programmed to do so. I had no idea such a thing existed. Brandon laughs and tells me how much he enjoys his toys. And he isn't lying. The living room has a white screen that takes up nearly the entire wall. He shows me how the 4K projector works. The leather furniture has separate cup holders and the ability to raise your leg rest electronically. It feels like you're sitting inside a movie theater in your living room. Cole enjoys showing Ollie his room. I feel the urge to see it for myself. The room is painted a cool blue color. Posters of Minecraft and a show called K-pop Demon Hunters cover the walls. There's one ominous-looking poster that I can't wrap my head around. A weird, severed man's head over a toilet. Brandon laughs at my confusion. "Yeah, that's Skibbity Toilet," he explains. I turn to him even more confused. It's Cole who goes over the odd social media hype around this floating head in a toilet to me, and still I can't figure it out. Ollie even jumps in with some lore about the toilet head. I feel like the odd person out. Apparently, I'm not as much in the loop of kids' pop culture references as I thought. Ollie thinks it's awesome. "Bro, I love your room," he says to Cole. There's that word again. Bro. Soon, I'm sure he'll be demanding toilet posters in his room. I look at the freaky man's face again and wonder how Cole isn't afraid to go to bed with it staring at him. As we leave his bedroom, I glance at the door. Ollie said Cole is locked in at night, and sure enough, there's a lock on the outside, facing the hallway. I look back into the room and notice a small camera set on the nightstand beside his bed. At least they're watching him. Part of me wants to ask Brandon about it, but I keep my thoughts to myself. Today has already been a rough one. I don't need to add to any tension. There could be a reason I don't know about that explains it. Perhaps his son sleepwalks. The pizza arrives soon after. We sit at the large kitchen table in Brandon's dining room as we enjoy our slices. I eat some of Ollie's vegetable pizza with him. Ollie even manages to talk his friend into trying a bite of his slice. Cole seems surprised when he doesn't hate it. "That's pretty good, bro." Ugh, I need a no-bro rule soon. I imagine Ollie telling me to chill out, bro, with my restrictions. After dinner, the kids go outside and kick the soccer ball around. Ollie used to tell me how much he hated sports. You wouldn't know it looking at him today. Their laughter warms my heart. I watch them play in front of the patio door as Brandon cleans the table. When I turn around, he's sitting on the couch in the living room. His usual cheerful demeanor is gone, replaced by something heavy and distant. "I don't know what I'm going to do," he says, looking at the floor. What do I do? Somehow I know he's not looking for me to answer. "It's going to be okay," I tell him. "I know it was you who called Child Services." He glances away from my shocked face. It's hard to defend myself. "Brandon, It's okay," he says, looking back at the floor. He lets out a nervous laugh. "It's weird. When the social worker called me, part of me was relieved." He takes a deep breath. "I don't know. I should have made that call myself some time ago. I should have left her a long time ago. Instead, I make excuses for her, for how she is and acts. I tell Cole that Mommy's just having a bad day. But how can you tell a kid that when almost every day seems to be bad?" "I'm sorry, Brandon," I say, sitting down beside him. He shakes his head. "It is bad. Things have been bad for a while now." He lets out another nervous laugh. "My company's going to love me. Coming back early, twice. Don't get me wrong, they're understanding. But that won't last long. They need someone available. They need me to put in the time required. If they can't get that time from me, there's plenty of people behind me willing to do it." "It's going to be okay," I remind him. I mean that. It got better for me. In his moment of vulnerability, I want to tell him about Alan. Tell Brandon how I left Ontario and moved here. I can't, obviously, but it will get better. "If you need anything," I say to him, placing a hand on his back, "I'm right across the street." He gives me a thin smile. "Thanks. You've been great." "Is she coming back home today?" The smile on his face vanishes. I don't know. I don't know what to do. He glances at me for a moment. I'm going to leave her. Oh, God. I'm going to leave my wife. He shakes his head. Life can't continue this way. There's silence in the room now. His words sit heavy. I too know what it's like to leave a partner, to leave an abuser. Brandon lets out a heavy breath and it hits me. Him and I are so much alike. We both chose the wrong people. When he looks at me, I expect to see tears coming down his face, but he has a different expression. Something that makes me feel tense inside, but in a good way. I see you and Ollie across the street sometimes, he says. You guys are perfect together. A mom doing it on her own and a happy son who loves her for it. He smiles. There's something about that is so special. I'm a little envious of it, to tell you the truth. He looks at me, and this time his eyes don't turn away. He holds my gaze, and I meet it. His words were so touching. For a long time, I felt like I wasn't enough for my son. Not on my own. Brandon's gaze shifts from my eyes to my lips. I catch the scent of his cologne as he moves closer, and I don't pull away. His eyes close, and so do mine as we lean in. The sound of a car outside stops both of us in our tracks. He stands up from the couch and looks out the front window. I stand beside him and watch as Amanda steps out of a taxi. Brandon glances at me, shock flashing across his face as he watches his wife walk up to the front door. He turns to me, his expression tightening with worry. You should leave. Chapter 33. I open the back patio door and tell Ollie we have to leave. He puts up a little resistance at first, but I sternly tell him that it's time to go. We can see Cole another time. My brain floods with thoughts. She's back home? What will she think when I'm inside her house? If she hadn't arrived when she did, what would have happened with Brandon and me? Guilt and shame hit me as I quickly gather my things and my son to leave. Part of me wants to run out the back patio door and exit through the backyard. That would feel less awkward than seeing Amanda step inside her house and see me, the woman who reported her. How did Brandon know it was me who made the call? There aren't too many other people who could have, I suppose. The only other people would be Clara and Wilfred. The front door opens and Amanda steps in. She looks at Ollie first, and at me next, a blank expression on her face. Here we go. I wait for her to yell or demand I leave her property like she did days ago. Instead, she greets me warmly. Hi, Sydney, she says softly. She looks down at Ollie. Hello. Her smile is off, fake even. It feels like she could lose her grip on sanity at any moment. Or maybe that's just me projecting as I smile back. Hi, Amanda. We were just over for pizza, I say. Brandon steps closer to her. I invited them over. Amanda's smile tightens on her face, and she glances at her husband and back at me. Of course. That's lovely. She raises her eyebrow. And thanks for watching Cole for us after school. That was very nice of you. She turns to her husband, the same odd smile plastered on her face. And no greeting your wife? Brandon looks confused as he steps closer to her and gives her a peck on the cheek. Hey, dear. I can't keep watching this. My heart is beating so fast that I feel it will jump out of my chest. We were just leaving, I say to her. I turn to Brandon. Thanks for the pizza. Amanda opens the front door wide for Ollie and me. "We should do this again sometime," she says with a playful grin. "Pizza. Dinner at our place. Another barbecue, maybe." I awkwardly thank Amanda as Ollie and I hurry down the front porch. I'm nearly pulling at my son's arm to get him home faster. "Mommy, that hurts," he tells me. I loosen my grip and look back. When I do, Amanda slowly closes the door. Chapter 34. After the supposed pizza party and Amanda's return, I didn't know what to expect. Well, I guess I expected something. To hear a shouting match or another fight happening from Brandon's house. Clara told me how loud Amanda can be. Brandon guessed that it was me who reported Amanda. Does Amanda have the same thoughts? I felt like I was escaping the scene of a crime when I left their house yesterday. Had Amanda's taxi been quieter, she could have walked into an entirely different situation inside her house. I hate myself for that as well. How did I get so caught up in the moment that I would even consider kissing Brandon? Yes, he's gorgeous. Yes, he's everything I want from a partner. Yes, he's everything I wished Ollie's father could have been. But he's married. He's married to a woman who scares me, if I'm being honest. The look on Amanda's face was so calm it frightened me. It's as if she knew without saying it. I could almost hear the words come out of her lips. "So you report me to the authorities, and after that you try to steal my husband?" That wasn't what I planned. I felt swept up in the moment. It won't happen again, though. The last thing either Brandon or I need is to be involved with each other in that way while he's dealing with his wife. Still, I can't help my thoughts from wondering what a life with Brandon would be like. He'd be the perfect stepfather for Ollie. I'd live in a beautiful house with a white picket fence surrounding it, and a robot lawnmower. It would be perfect. Then I remind myself about Amanda. I remind myself that Brandon is married to her. I remind myself that it's wrong to be involved right now. Brandon says he wants to leave his wife. If he does, maybe someday it'll be appropriate for us to talk. But not now. Not anytime soon. I won't lead him on. I won't give Amanda any idea that I have those feelings for Brandon. He texted me this morning, thanking me again for last night. He asked if Cole could walk with Ollie and me to the bus stop this morning. I wrote back, "No problem." That was it. Nothing more. I have a lot of questions, though. What happened after I left? Are you okay? What's going on? Shamefully, part of me wants to know if he told her he wants to leave her. There's an awkward moment when I step outside in the morning and look across the street at their house. The last thing I want to do is knock on their door to get Cole. Thankfully, I don't have to. The front door opens and Cole comes out alone and shuts the door behind him. There's no sign of Amanda or Brandon, which I'm even more thankful of. I was worried how Cole would be, but he seems fine, joking with Ollie about something he saw on television last night. There's a part of me that wishes I could question Cole about what happened after we left, but I don't dare ask. After the bus picks them up, I manage to unpack a little. I get the groceries I was supposed to grab yesterday. I even make a visit to IKEA in Calgary again and get lost in the maze of the store. Anything is better than staying in my house, every so often looking outside. I think of last night. I can almost smell Brandon on me now. I feel my body tingle at the thought of his lips on mine. When I look at my cell, I realize in horror that I'll be late for pickup after school. I hurry to my car in IKEA's parking lot and race back to Calder. When I park at my house, I realize I could have gone directly to the school to pick him up. Chances are he's already on the bus, though. When I step outside, my worst fears are realized when I see Amanda at the side of her house planting a flower. She moves dirt with her hands, but stops when she notices my gaze. I quickly look away. The front door of her house opens and Brandon steps out. He and I know he's heading to the bus stop like I'm supposed to be. "Hey, Sydney," he says as he heads up the block. I wave back and notice Amanda watching us. Brandon doesn't wait for me. He hurries out of the cul-de-sac as I lock my car and head in the same direction. I glance back, and Amanda's still watching me. Perfect. Just perfect. I'll be driving Ollie to and from school for the foreseeable future. I don't need to wait until it's freezing to do so. Brandon's ahead of me and gets to the pickup area first. He glances at me every so often as I get closer. "How are you?" he asks. "Okay," I can't help but ask. "What I want to know is how you are. Last night was rough." He nods. "It was. She didn't really talk about what happened. We just went through the usual routines with Cole for bedtime." "When it was just you two, though, how was that? I can only imagine sleeping in the same bed after what happened." He sighs. "We haven't been sleeping in the same room for months. I guess that's a good thing for a change." There's a silence between us for a moment. "About last night, when we were alone, it was wrong. I'm sorry for putting you in that position. I wanted to tell you that. It's been on my mind a lot." I thank him. It was on my mind also, but I don't dare tell him that sometimes I let my imagination run with what would have happened had Amanda not come home. "I know it's over," he says. "It's been over for some time." He lets out a heavy breath. "I never wanted that for my family. Divorce. I know what that's like. My parents split when I was around Cole's age. It was my mom that left, though. Usually it's the other way around. The crappy father leaves his family, goes out for a carton of cigarettes, never to return." He glances at me and back down the road. "Not in my family. My mom decided that her secret boyfriend was more important to her than her kid." He shakes his head in disgust. "That's really hard," I tell him. I can't imagine what kind of mother would abandon her son like that. "Me neither," he says, a blank expression on his face. "When you asked about my family, I didn't want to talk about my mom. My dad raised me alone. I don't know how he managed that while working. He wasn't an easy man sometimes either, but he's all I had, until he passed away last year. My mom's still alive. She moved to Ontario." He shakes his head again. "She married that guy, the one she had an affair with. I understand they're still together. She tried to reach out to me after Dad died, but I never returned her calls. I told myself, when I had a family someday, I'd never end up splintered like this, yet here we are. I know what I have to do." Part of me wants to comfort him. He's opening up completely to me right now, but I feel I can't touch him without wanting to be closer. His whole world must feel like it's imploding. "It's going to be okay in the end," I tell him. "Whatever you do, Cole will be okay. He has you." He looks at me with a smile. I see the bus down the road, and his smile vanishes. "Ugh, I forgot the stupid bunny." Chapter 35. Ollie plays with some of his toys in the living room while I prepare dinner. It's another one-pan meal I've discovered on social media that my son appears to like. At least he did last time I made it. I know how quickly kids' taste buds can change firsthand after he refused to eat much of his Sloppy Joe sandwich. Ollie has asked twice since I picked him up at the bus stop if he could play with Cole today. The first time he did it was at the bus stop when the boys came off. Both Brandon and I looked at each other. The last thing I want is to go back inside that house right now. The second time was about 5 minutes ago, and I simply said no. When Ollie asked why, I had no good answer. Today is Mommy and Ollie's day, I explained to him. I told him that after dinner we can go out and grab our favorite snacks, find a fun movie, Ollie's choice of course, and pig out. He seemed happy at first, until he asked why he couldn't play with Cole just for a little before the movie. When I said he could buy 2 snacks, that appeased him enough to stop asking questions. There's something so beautiful about this age when it comes to bribing kids. If only he knew what was really happening. Of course, I could never explain to him the issues happening across the street and why we need to stay far away from them. Tensions are already high between Amanda and me. With the weekend coming up, maybe we can go somewhere for a few days. I counted the money in the box the other night and know I have enough for a little getaway. Canmore is so close to where we live, and I've been wanting to travel to the mountains since I moved here. This could be a good time to make that happen. Last night I Googled places to stay, and while many were over $300 a night for a hotel in the touristy spot of Banff, where travelers come across the world to visit in Canada, the town outside of it is nearly half the price. I haven't booked yet. I've mostly just fantasized about it. I looked online and saved a few videos of places I want to check out in Banff. There's a Christmas store open year-round that I want to see with Ollie. Of course, there's the gondola up the mountains and the hot springs that sound amazing. A perfect getaway. "Mommy?" Ollie says, his boyish voice slightly higher than usual. "Yes?" I say, when he doesn't immediately ask what he wants. "You're not going to lock my door tonight, are you?" We already talked about this. Cole and he must have talked more about it. It's not common that parents would do something like that with their 6-year-old. "I told you, Ollie," I say softly. "Mommy's not going to do that. Cole's parents have a different way than me, and that's okay. That's their decision." He smiles and nods at me. "You're always in the basement," he says matter-of-factly. I look at him surprised. Maybe my late-night workouts are bothering him. Can he hear me striking the bag from his room? I'm not sure where his bedroom is when I'm downstairs and make a note to maybe move the bag if I'm underneath his room or try my best to be quieter. Is Mommy being too loud? He shakes his head. "You're not going to sleep in the basement, are you?" I stop and stare at him. Why would you ask that? He looks at me confused. "Some mummies do that." He yawns and looks back at the television. "Cole's mommy does." I can't help but feel confused. His mom sleeps in the basement? Why? He shrugs. "Cole asked me if you do too. You said every mommy and daddy are different, though." He looks at me. "I don't want you to sleep in the basement, Mommy. It's dark down there." I let out a laugh. "Thanks, dear." His attention is back on the television while my mind is racing. Did Amanda sleep in the basement last night, or is this a normal every-night thing? Their house is beautiful. I wouldn't be surprised if they finished the basement and have rooms down there. Maybe Brandon asked her to sleep down there last night after what happened. "Ollie?" I say, but he doesn't respond. I physically move in front of the television to get his attention. "What?" he asks innocently. "Did Cole say that his mommy slept in the basement just last night? Or does she sleep down there all the time?" He looks at me, confused. It's so hard to have an adult conversation with a 6-year-old. Getting accurate information from them is nearly impossible. She sleeps down there all the time. He looks back at the television. That's what Cole said. If you sleep in the basement, can I sleep down there too? You said it's scary down there. He nods. Well, it is, but I'd be scared to sleep upstairs by myself if you're down there. I let out a laugh. Sure, but I'm not sleeping in the basement and neither are you, okay? He nods and smiles. Can I have 3 snacks for Mommy and Ollie movie night? I grin. Absolutely not. He pouts as he looks back at the television. I stand by the stove and prepare the ingredients for our meal as I think about what Ollie told me. I think about the window in the basement that's covered up with advertisements. Why would you cover a window with cheap newspapers? If the basement is developed, wouldn't it have nice blinds or something? The rest of the house is so lavish that it's hard to imagine a man like Brandon cheaping out on the finishes, even if it is a basement. It could be a furnace room or something. My cell phone buzzes. When I take it out and read the message, my heart sinks. I told her it's over. I read Brandon's message again and hate myself for feeling a little happy about it. Chapter 36. Ollie's asleep. He went down easy after our movie night. The junk food he ate gave him a short-lived energy burst at first. After his bath, though, he nearly passed out before I finished reading his nighttime book. I step out of his bedroom, closing the door slightly. At first, I think about going to bed. I could plan our mountain trip some more. My sugar crash hasn't happened, though. I feel too much energy to just lay down some more. Everything that's been happening with Amanda makes me want to hit the bag for a bit and let out some of the tension. I take out my cell and look at Brandon's message. I told her it's over. I haven't replied. What am I supposed to say? Good job, leave her. I don't know what to think or feel. I hate the idea that part of me is happy. Cole's family is about to break into pieces, and here I am, rooting for it. Amanda isn't an easy person to be married to, that much is certain. Brandon deserves better. He deserves not to have to sleep in separate beds with his spouse. I guess I shouldn't be too surprised that Amanda sleeps in the basement. Brandon already told me they haven't shared a bed in some time. I walk down the steps to my unfinished basement and start to wrap my hands. Of course, I had to put the wraps under the window looking straight out at their house. It's so strange. My perspective of them as people has turned 180s and 360s. At first, I hated Amanda and thought Brandon was charming. Then I suspected Brandon and felt Amanda needed support. Now I'm back to hating Amanda and liking Brandon. Liking him a little too much. I lower my head. What kind of a mess have I gotten myself into? I think about calling my landlord again and telling him I'm moving. This time it's not because I hate my neighbors, but because one is crazy and I may be falling for the other. Too much drama in my life. After Alan, I wanted to live a peaceful existence near the mountains. I wanted to give Ollie a better life. Isn't that what I can give him with a man like Brandon? I think about how much love Brandon has for his son and how he treats Ollie. Amanda never knew what she had. As I finish wrapping my hand, the floodlight in their driveway turns on. I see a shadowy silhouette coming across the street. My eyes adjust and my mouth opens when I realize it's Amanda. She's coming directly towards my house. No more, please. What did Brandon tell her? Did he mention my name? A moment later, I hear a soft knock on my door. Perfect. Simply perfect. There's a hope inside me that if I don't move and stay as silent as a mouse, that she'll go away, When she knocks harder, I know that won't happen. I imagine if I don't open the door, she'll be banging like the police outside. I toss on a hoodie and slowly walk up the steps and open the front door. Amanda looks at me, frightened at first. It's not the expression I expected, until her eyes turn cold. Without warning, she slaps me across the face, hard enough to turn my head. I see red as I raise my fists. The last thing she should have done is touch me, and now I'll show her why. Amanda's eyes grow wide, the look of fear returning. "No," she says softly. "What the hell did you hit me for?" She stares at me, her mouth hanging open, no words coming out. My eyes drop to her shirt. Something small and black clings to the fabric, almost like a beetle. She notices where I'm looking and brings a hand to her chest. "Why did you hit me, Amanda?" I repeat. "You can't just walk up to someone and assault them." I hold back the part where I want to explain I could truly kick her ass right now. I'm pretty sure she knows it as she looks at the tape around my wrists. "He's all yours now," she says coldly. "I know this is because of you. You want what I have. You want my husband. He's yours now." I look at her, my rage starting to dwindle. She's not wrong, and for that I feel terrible. "Amanda," I say softly, "I'm not sure what to say. I didn't do anything with him, okay? It sounds like you guys have some issues to work on." She lets out a laugh. "That's one way to put it." She turns and storms back towards her house. "Where are you going?" I ask. Amanda glances at me for a moment. The rage in her face is completely gone. It's hard to explain. She doesn't appear sad. It's a look of fear. One that I've made plenty of times when I was with my husband. My cell buzzes again. It's Brandon. "I saw everything. I'm so sorry. Should we call the police? She shouldn't have hit you." Chapter 37. I strike the punching bag, and for a moment I picture Amanda's face. I can't believe she hit me. She literally smacked me. If she only knew how much I've been through, I wonder if she'd try that again. I wanted nothing more than to hit her back. Show her how stupid it is to think you can just assault someone without consequences. I'm sure the cops would have been called if I had, only I'd be the one being arrested. I hit the bag again in frustration. Brandon texted me about calling the authorities. Why doesn't he do that? Why is it always on me to report his wife for her behavior? His wife, who's unhinged enough to come back from meeting with child services and attack me soon after. Amanda never mentioned her being taken away to speak with the social worker. Maybe she doesn't know for sure if it was me or not. I'm sure in her mind it's all part of my plan to steal her husband from her. Brandon might be what I once thought of as the total package, but I'm fed up with this situation. I'm fed up with living on this cul-de-sac and all the drama that comes with it. Whatever appeal Calder once had for me is gone. It's time to leave. I think I have a solid reason now. I can easily call my landlord and explain that I no longer feel it's safe for my son or me to live on a street where I've been assaulted. Of course, that would mean I should do what Brandon said and call the police. It's almost like he wants me to do it. Is he too weak to do it himself? He knew his wife had issues for some time, and he's finding the courage to leave Amanda. He knows it's better for Cole and him, especially after what happened with their son's whoopsie. I strike the bag again at the thought of Cole's cut. I can't stay on this block any longer. Divorce is not some easy and smooth transition. Even if I wanted to stick around to see what could happen with a man like Brandon, Amanda will always be in his life. She would never leave. I moved here to have a better life, Sure, I fantasized that a man like Brandon could give me what I always wanted, but he has a lot on his plate. He has to put in the work. Just like I did, he needs to find his way through this. I take off my gloves and head up the stairs to the kitchen, tossing back on my hoodie as I climb the stairs. I take a deep breath as I grab a glass from the cabinet and fill it with water. I'm exhausted. I should go to sleep, but I have too much anger and churning thoughts about what happened. Where do I go from here? What should I do? Why did Amanda hit me? I imagine how easy it would have been to hurt her back. The worst part is I felt that she knew it. That look of fear she gave me as I raised my hands told me so. She was petrified. Despite her fear, she still put on a strong face. She acted tough. I let out a heavy breath. I'm not done with my workout tonight. I need to hit something. In my mind, I go across the street, knock on the door of her beautiful house. When she opens the door, I beat the crap out of her. I feel my rage simmering inside of me as I look out the front window. I close my eyes and try taking deep breaths. Violence doesn't solve anything. It only complicates everything. I, more than anyone, know that. That's why I'm living here to begin with. When I look outside, the sky is dark and heavy with clouds. A streak of lightning cuts across it. At least that's one thing that's positive. Maybe there'll be a nice rainstorm. I love when it rains. There's something calming about it. Back in Ontario, I'd sit outside on the patio, taking in the sounds and smells, the distinct scent of rain hitting warm pavement. In Alberta, though, I imagine it's much cooler. It's not the warm rain I'm used to. It feels like I'll need a winter jacket to sit outside and enjoy a rainstorm. Then there's the other issue. I have no backyard patio. I'd have to sit outside on the front porch, looking at the house across the street. I feel my rage rise again with the thought of her. I shake my head and finish my glass of water. I'm not going to live here anymore. I can't. I've reached my limit of what I'll take. I turn to head back downstairs, thoughts of taking it out on my punching bag running through my mind. From the corner of my eye, I catch a bright light. When I turn, the floodlight at Amanda's house is on. It doesn't take long for me to notice why. He's back. A large man stands in the driveway. Somehow I know it's the same person I saw nights ago. This time the light catches his face. I see his short curly hair and the glint of a silver nose ring. I hide myself behind the curtains and watch the tall man. He quickly steps out of the path of the light, staring at the camera. I'm sure he realizes he's been caught. I take out my cell phone and open my messages with Brandon. "There's a man in your driveway," I message him. A moment later, I got a reply. "What?" "A man with curly hair and a nose ring is outside your house." I watch as the tall man sneaks around the side of the house again. He's going to the backyard. In the dark, I can make out the gate swinging open. When it closes, I don't see him anymore. My eyes widen with fear as I dial another number. When the 911 operator answers, I tell them frantically what's happening. "There's a man who snuck into my neighbor's yard. I think he's trying to break in." I mentioned how I called the police days ago for the same reason. This time I remember the address. After I give them a description of him, the operator tells me officers are on the way. When I end the call, I message Brandon again. "What's happening? Are you guys okay?" Drops of rain begin to tap against the window pane as I stare outside, wishing I knew what was going on. That's when I hear it. A sharp, piercing scream. A woman's voice, raw with panic. "No!" she yells. A split second later, a deafening crack splits the night. Chapter 38. My eyes widen as I stare outside. That had to be Amanda. What was that sound, though? I open the front door and stare at the house, trying to make sense of what's happened. I keep my eyes on the backyard gate, watching for any movement as the rain begins to hit my face. Did the man hurt her? Did he hurt Brandon? Their son is inside. The thought of Cole drives me to action. I hurry to the kitchen and grab the kitchen knife from the block once again. I leave my house, closing and locking my front door. I creep across the street, straining to catch any sound. But the backyard has gone quiet. Still, deep down, I know whatever happened isn't over. They're in danger. Cole is in danger. I slip through the white picket fence and quietly approach the backyard gate. That's when I finally hear something. The soft, broken weeping of a woman. It's Amanda, I know. When she speaks, it confirms it. "Why?" she asks. I grip the knife firmly in my left hand as I ease the gate open to see what's going on. Thankfully, it doesn't creak this time. Lightning streaks across the sky like a jagged vein, and for a brief moment the backyard is illuminated. The tarped area is caved in. It takes a second to process what I'm seeing. An arm stretches out through the opening, fingers reaching. Stunned, I step closer and peer down into the tarp. Blood seeps from beneath the man, spreading slowly across the blue tarp. His eyes are wide with shock, then roll back as his arm drops and goes still. The sound of crying intensifies. "You shouldn't have come here." I slide the knife in my hand into my hoodie, hiding it as best I can. When I turn, I see streaks of tears running down Amanda's face. My eyes widen when I see who's behind her. Brandon looks sternly at me, a shotgun pointed directly at my chest. He looks into the tarp, at the dead man, and back at me. "Both of you, in the basement. Now," he says coldly. Chapter 39. "What are you doing, Brandon?" I say. Amanda steps beside me, looking down at the man who's collapsed into the tarp. "Why?" she says again. "You didn't have to kill him." "Inside the house," he demands of us again. "I won't ask again." He points the barrel at his wife now. "Okay," I say, lifting my hands in surrender. Rain lashes against me as lightning splits the sky, revealing Brandon's face with manic expression and eyes wide. Amanda doesn't budge, though. She continues to stare at the man. I place my arm around her. "We have to go," I say. She doesn't reply, but slowly nods. Amanda steps ahead of me and heads up the back patio, opening the door. "No quick movements," Brandon says. "Or else." Amanda nods again. Brandon looks at me and gestures for me to go up the steps with the tip of the shotgun. "Go," he says. "Quietly." That's when I hear a young voice call for help. "Mommy!" It's Cole. He must be inside his room. "Mommy, what happened?" "Quiet," Brandon says in a hushed but aggressive tone. "I'll kill you all." I follow Amanda inside their house as Brandon walks behind us, ready to fire at any moment. Cole continues to shout out for his mother. Amanda looks up the stairs. I know instantly she wants to go and comfort her son. "Mommy, where are you?" Cole yells, panicked. Amanda glances at Brandon, who puts a single finger to his lips. "Quiet," he whispers. Amanda lowers her head, opens a door near the kitchen, and heads down the steps. Brandon pushes the barrel of the shotgun against my back, nudging me to follow her. The air is cool and damp, the concrete floor bare, insulation exposed between the wooden beams. Leaning against one side is a small mattress and a metal frame beside it. A small room sits off to the other side. Beside it, a window has been covered over with taped newspaper clippings, blocking out any light. Outside the room, an L-shaped computer desk is set up, multiple screens glowing on top. I hear Cole's voice call for his mother again, only this time it's coming from a monitor on the desk. "Mommy, I'm scared," he says. Brandon walks ahead of us, shifting the shotgun in his hand. He goes to the desk and grabs a thin black remote next to the monitor. "Get him back to sleep," he tells Amanda. "Hurry." Amanda takes it and starts to talk to her son. "Hey, Cole," she says calmly. "Mommy is here. You don't be afraid." "What was that sound?" Cole asks. "You know Daddy," she says. "Always watching his action movies. Time to be a big boy. Time for sleep. It's a school night, son." "Okay, Mommy," he says. "Can you sing me the song, though?" Amanda glances at Brandon, who stares at his wife with rage. "Okay, Cole," she says. She starts to hum. It's the same song I've heard her sing while gardening, I realize. I'm surprised I didn't recognize it before. "Hush, little baby, don't you cry," she says, a tear running down the side of her face. "Mommy's going to buy you a pumpkin pie." Amanda smiles as she changes the words to the famous nursery rhyme, and I hear Cole giggle. "Now lay in your bed, Cole," she tells him as she continues. As she tries to calm her son, Brandon nods at me. "Inside the room," he says. I stare back at him, defiant at first until his eyes darken. He'll kill me. I know it. I head towards the small room. As I pass the desk, I look at the monitors. I see Cole under his sheets, his stuffy held tightly in his arms. Another monitor shows footage of the front driveway. There are several different angles from inside the house as well. That's when I notice other camera footage on the second monitor of areas I recognize. It's my home. I see Ollie. He moves slightly in his bed. There's another camera focused on an empty bed. It's mine. I look back at Brandon, who doesn't hide a confident smirk. He opens the room's door and gestures for me to enter. When I do, I look inside. There's a small gray rug on the floor that leads to a dirty mattress on the concrete. A few pillows are tossed on top with a thin gray comforter pushed to the side. "Good night, Cole," I hear Amanda say. "I love you, Mommy." "I love you, my sweet boy," she says. She places the device on the desk and enters the room, brushing past Brandon. Brandon steps outside. "Tell her the rules," he says to Amanda. When the door closes behind him, the dim ceiling light falls across her face, and fresh tears begin to spill. Chapter 40. I turn and see something black in the corner of the room above the doorframe. A blinking red light is below it. "The camera has audio, too," Amanda says, wiping a tear from her eye. I know it's stupid to even try, but I attempt to open the door. It's locked from the outside, just like Cole's bedroom. I shove my body against the frame, but it doesn't budge. "Deadbolted on the other side," Amanda adds. She sits on the mattress, her knees up, and slowly rocks herself. That's when I notice something else. A white line is spray-painted on the concrete floor. "What's this for?" I ask. "For his protection." She smiles thinly. "He's thought of everything. That's my husband. Overthinker. Always prepared," she says slowly, emphasizing every word. What is happening in this house? I ask. Amanda looks at the camera and back at me. It doesn't matter anymore. She lets out a heavy breath, a fresh tear rolling down the side of her face. He killed him. He murdered Johnny. She looks up at me. My brother. I haven't spoken to him in months. Brandon wouldn't allow it. He told me I couldn't speak to any of my family. We had a distant relationship, Johnny and me. He was my older brother. She lets out a sigh. He always looked out for me when we were kids. He still tried to as an adult. He knew something was wrong. Johnny tried to reach out to me. Brandon made sure I told my brother I never wanted to see him again. He made me kick my brother off our front porch. He made me say so many terrible things to him. She lets out an anxious laugh. Johnny, though, he's no dummy. Was no dummy. She wipes another tear. He came here to help. He knew how Brandon was, but he didn't know how far things had gone. I told Johnny about issues in our marriage before. She shakes her head. It's my fault he's dead. It's all my fault. All of this. And now you're here too. Amanda, I say, approaching carefully. It's my fault, she repeats. You saw the mattress in the basement, didn't you? There's only one. It's small. Who do you think that's for? The realization hits me. Ollie? She shakes her head. He's a monster. He's manipulative, a deceiver, obsessed with his image and what everyone thinks of him. What is he going to do with Ollie? I say frantically. She lowers her head. Nothing. If you do everything he says. I stare at her, confused. He lost his job months ago. She looks around the small prison. Before this happened. First, his father died. I knew that was going to be hard for him. His mother abandoned him when he was a kid. I knew that hurt him, but he never wanted to talk about it with me. He avoided it at all costs whenever the subject came up. He told me once that he had a hard time trusting anyone. That when he found me, I was the only one who made him feel special. Made him feel he could trust again. He refused to tell me why he lost his job, but I knew it was his temper. He had been getting more and more angry. Rageful after his father died and his mother reached out to him. I sit on the mattress beside Amanda and lower my head as I listen to her story. He would pretend to go to work, she says, letting out a laugh. He cares so much what everyone thinks. He didn't want anyone to know that he was fired. He pretends to drive to the airport. He'll leave his car in long-term parking and sneak back until it's time to get his car. He's been doing it for months now. I look at her, shocked at the timeline. Amanda? How long has this been going on for? She lets out a heavy breath. Nearly 5 months. I know we won't have enough money to keep this up much longer. At some point, he's going to stop pretending, and I know that won't end well for Cole or me. Amanda glances at the camera. This whole thing started so slowly at first. He made demands of me. I had a job once. There was a group of people who would go out for lunch. I worked at a call center. When I told him about how I was going out for lunch with coworkers, he demanded to know who each of them were. When I mentioned a male coworker's name, he freaked out. He demanded I stop going out with them. I did as he said. He had no reason not to trust me. That's when one of my male coworkers messaged me. He asked if I wanted to go out for drinks. She looks up at me. It was innocent, I swear. There was a group that he wanted me to join. In our job, we needed to have each other's phone number. Sometimes we'd pick up shifts for each other. She takes a deep breath. I didn't know it at the time, but he already had access to my phone. He could see everything I was doing, everything I Googled. He saw that I looked up information about marriage counseling and even divorce. She shakes her head. That's when everything changed, and quickly. When we bought this house, the small room was already here. I came home from work. He was still home since he hadn't been working. He wasn't inside, though. He wasn't applying for jobs either, like he usually would. Instead, he was in the backyard. He was digging. He said he was digging all day. He had blisters on both hands. I asked what he was doing, but he refused to say a word to me. She shakes her head. He put the lock on our son's door. I didn't notice it when I put Cole to bed that night. He waited for me in the hallway, his shotgun in his hand. He told me to be quiet or he'd kill me and Cole. He brought me to this room and he told me the rules. No longer would I be going to work. He made me send an email quitting immediately. No longer would I be able to leave the house, and for the first while, this room. He would ensure that Cole and I were never alone at the same time, and if we were left alone, he'd make sure the rooms were locked. He'd watch me on his cell after he left for work to ensure I locked Cole in his room and myself in this one. He knew I'd try and escape. He told me if I did anything stupid, that the holes were already dug. He'd dump Cole and me in the backyard. He said he'd join us. He showed me the messages and Google searches. He said I was a whore. She shakes her head in disgust. He said I was going to break up this family, that he wouldn't let another woman ruin his life, that he wouldn't let me destroy his son's life. I shake my head with her. My heart beats faster as she continues to tell me every step of what led to her being in this room and how long she's been here for. I think of Cole and the camera inside his bedroom, and imagine Ollie having the same fate. Why am I here? I ask. She smiles. It's ironic, she says. This started because he thought I was cheating on him. Then he meets you and sees a second chance. He told me after talking to you a few times that you are the type of woman he deserved, but he had to settle for a woman like me. She takes a deep breath. That Cole has to live his life with a mother like me. Amanda looks at me. Brandon made sure that everyone thinks I'm crazy. He tells me to yell at Cole so that he can swoop in and look like the good father he pretends to be. You saw the monitors outside, I'm sure. A few of those cameras are in Clara's house. He knows what the old lady thinks of me. This is beyond psychotic, I say. He's the worst kind of monster. A smart one with money. He made me slap you tonight. He was hoping you'd call the police. She shuffles her shirt up and shows me a black device around her neckline. It's a recording device. It has live audio. He makes me wear it any time I'm outside the house. She shakes her head. He loves his technology. Amanda scoffs and clears her throat. He made me trip Cole. He set up monitoring at your house and knew you called child services. He told me what I would do and say after he heard you make the call. He told me if I said anything to the police or the social worker that he'd make sure our son would be in the hole in the backyard when I returned home. She gives me a thin smile. You can imagine my surprise when I came back and saw you instead. My shoulders slump as I piece it all together as she talks. Amanda, I'm sorry. She shakes her head, a new tear welling in her eye. He wanted you to call the police on me after I struck you. He thought you would. Before I hit you, before he let me out of this room, he told me that I had two choices. accept charges for assault, or he'd kill not just me and Cole, but you and your son as well. The plan was always to get you in this room. He didn't expect Johnny to ruin those plans. When she mentions her brother, her face is filled with sadness. He's going to kill me. I know it. I wish Cole and I were free. That's not going to happen. Now that you're here, I suspect he doesn't need me anymore. And now you're trapped. Trapped, she repeats. I lower my head in disbelief at everything she's told me. How did you survive this? How could you do this for so long? She gives a thin smile. I tried to fight back at first. I always believed him when he said he'd kill Cole, though. I know that's inside him. I thought I was strong enough to endure this. I thought I could do anything I had to for my son. I take a deep breath, trying to calm myself, but there's a strong odor that hits me. I turn and see a white bucket. It doesn't take me long to register what it's for and why it stinks so much in here. That's when another realization hits me. I never gave Brandon my phone number, but somehow he texted me. How long has he been monitoring my phone for? I shake my head. There was a time I was attracted to Brandon. I thought he was the perfect man, the perfect husband with the perfect life, and I wanted to be a part of it. I look at the camera and the blinking red light below it. Brandon won't keep me in this room like an animal. He won't imprison Ollie. I won't live this way. I stand up from the mattress, removing one of my shoes. Amanda looks at me, surprised. What are you doing? I don't respond. I push up onto my toes and strike the camera with all my force. It falls to the ground, and I stomp on it with my other foot. Amanda watches me wide-eyed, in shock. Stop, Sydney, she demands. Don't! I continue to strike the camera, satisfied when I see the red light is dead. That's when I hear a buzz sound above the door frame. Soon after, his voice echoes around the small room from outside. Behind the white line. Chapter 41. Before. I lie with Ollie in his bed. He's been asleep for some time, but I won't leave. Light glows beneath the bedroom door. Alan is still awake, still seething. I'm not stepping out there. Not tonight. If I do, it won't end well. He'll drink until he passes out, just like last time. The low hum of the television drifts in from the living room. Maybe he's found another game to watch. Something to keep him occupied with another beer. Ollie's heavy breathing soothes me. His head is still on my chest. He was just as scared as I was when he saw his father in the living room and the mess on the floor. No doubt I'll have to clean that tomorrow. Alan will yell at me for not doing it sooner if I know him. I'm just thankful that he didn't barrel into his son's room to continue the argument. I know where it was heading, and I wouldn't stay for it. I breathe in the scent of my son's hair, and it steadies me. He's so young. I wonder what the years will do to him. How will his father react when he's a teenager and starts talking back? Will Ollie grow into someone who pushes boundaries, or will he bend to every demand like I have? Or will he stand up to him completely? What will Alan do in response? I know that I can't stay here much longer. I may not have a plan, but after tonight I know it's time to leave. Tomorrow Alan will go to work. I won't know if he'll come home early or not. Hopefully I'll have some luck for a change. I never prayed for an accident on a highway, but please let it happen. Let him be stuck in traffic for hours. As soon as Alan leaves in the morning with Ollie, I'll gather food and clothes. I'll take what medicine we have in the cabinet with me. Water. I'll shove some of Ollie's toys into a bag and leave. I can get a taxi to Ollie's school. I'll have to tell the admin staff a reason why he needs to leave. A dental appointment, maybe? I can be at the school within an hour if I hurry. Alan won't even be at the job site by the time I'm at Ollie's school and back in the taxi. There's no time for a bus. I have to hope there's enough money in Alan's box to get us somewhere safe. I never counted how much is inside. I hid the key in my sock drawer. Not the best place to conceal something, I'm sure, but I didn't have many options at the time. As I continue down my mental list of how to leave my husband, time ticks by. I've been in Ollie's bed for nearly 2 hours. When I look at my cell, it's past midnight. The light around the doorframe is still on. I can still hear the television as well. I slip out of Ollie's bed and quietly open the door. I peer outside into the living room. Alan isn't there. The mess he made still is. Shards of glass and pretzels are all over the floor. I figured he'd be slumped on the couch, beer cans beside him. I turn and look at our bedroom. The door is still open, but no light is on. Why wait until morning? Why give him another chance to hurt me? He always keeps his keys on the nightstand when he sleeps. I don't need food, water, or clothes. I just need my son. Everything else I can buy on the road. I can take his keys in the box. I'll grab the key in the drawer, and finally Ollie. We'll be on the road. I won't need a taxi. I know from when we went to the grocery store that there's enough gas to get us somewhere safe. Someday Ollie will understand why I did this. He'll be confused, though. When he's old enough, I can explain who his father was. I peer into the dark bedroom and quietly enter. When I do, I look at the nightstand, but the keys aren't there. Alan's not in bed, either. The covers are pushed to one side. I thought for a moment it was him. Where is he? I go to the drawer and quietly open it. I search inside to find the sock I stuffed the key in, but I can't locate it. Frantically, I check inside several socks until I give up. I lean against the side of the bed. I hold my breath as I look underneath. The box full of cash isn't there either. My eyes are wide as I leave the bedroom. I go back to the living room and look out the window. The truck is still parked outside. "Sydney!" a deep voice calls to me. When I turn, Alan's sitting at the kitchen table. Beside him is a bottle of Jack and the box. It's open. Stacks of cash are spread over the table. When our eyes meet, he lowers his head a moment, picking something up from the table. In his large hand is the key. Chapter 42. Present. Amanda covers her face in anticipation. As she does, I remove the kitchen knife from my hoodie and hide it under the mattress. "Behind the white line," Brandon repeats. He opens the door slowly to ensure I'm not close. "That was a dumb move," he tells me. "A real stupid thing to do. You can't keep me in here." He grins at me. "I know this is different. You'll get used to it, though. I know you're a good woman, Sydney. A good mother. I see how you are with Ollie." He glances at his wife, who sits quietly on the mattress, her head between her knees. "I'll chalk this up to you not understanding the new rules and having a rough transition," he tells me. "Amanda isn't the best at explaining things. I listened to everything she said. I'm sure you must be thinking a lot of terrible things about me. You don't have my side of the story, though. Amanda was going to leave me. I know that. It was for another man as much as she doesn't want to admit it. She was looking up how to get full custody. She wanted to take Cole away from me." Amanda looks up at him. "I didn't want you to hurt him." He glares at her coldly, and Amanda buries her head into her knees again. Like I said, she was going to break up this family, he continues. Then you move across the street. I knew if I had met a woman like you from the beginning, my life would have been different. I made plans. Amanda, she was going to leave. You and I were going to be happy. A new start for the both of us. He smiles at me. A blended family. I think the world of Ollie. He needs a father figure. I was going to give us everything we deserved. I watch as he tells me his fantasy, completely detached from the reality of what he's doing. You can't control people like this, I tell him. He looks at me with rage-filled eyes. It wasn't supposed to happen this way. My plan was much better. My ex-brother-in-law got in the way of everything. Let's not let him ruin what we had. Things can be good. Now let's go get Ollie. What? I say, fear taking over my body. I think about the knife under the mattress. He's going to have a little sleepover tonight in Cole's bedroom. When I don't respond, he shakes his head. Don't do anything stupid. It's only going to hurt you and him. He doesn't say Ollie's name. He doesn't have to. I know what he's planning. Amanda told me in gruesome detail how her life has been. The sound of a doorbell from the monitor outside the room distracts Brandon. While he's looking at the computer, I slip my hand under the mattress and grip the knife. Before I can reveal it, he turns to me. You called the police? He lets out a heavy breath. That was another stupid thing to do. The doorbell rings again, and this time there's a loud thud on the door. Hello? I hear a stern voice say from the monitor. The doorbell rings again. Brandon glances at me before backing out the door, shutting it behind him. I hear the sound of the deadbolt as he steps away. I run to the door and try to listen, but only hear footsteps going up the stairs. Amanda stands up from the mattress. You called the police? I smile at her. We're not going to stay in this room. Not anymore. Whatever we have to do, whatever we have to say, we do it. I think of Alan. I'm not going to be trapped ever again. I'll do whatever I need to survive. What do we do? Amanda asks. I take a deep breath and look at the mattress on the floor and the handle of the knife. We need to surprise him. Chapter 43. Before. You didn't marry an idiot, he says, nearly snarling. He shakes his head. I kept thinking, why is Sydney standing inside the store like that? Why isn't she leaving? He lets out a sarcastic laugh. I thought it was because of that guy. Maybe he has something to do with this. He waves the key. Alan, I say, raising my hand. Then I remembered the key machine inside, he says, looking at the copy. You were standing right by the green machine. I wondered what you'd want a key for. He looks down at the table. I thought maybe you were stealing. That's not it, though. He stands from the kitchen table. You were going to leave. He staggers towards me, but I manage to quickly step back. Alan, stop. I plead with him. Let's just go to bed. Tomorrow's a new day for both of us. For all three of us. His body nearly tilts over as he stares at me, full of rage. This changes everything, he says, pointing the key at me. Everything. Chapter 44. Present. There's a beep and Brandon demands that we step behind the line. He warns me through the door that if I try anything, break the rules knowingly, that I won't be happy. I glance at Amanda, who's already behind the boundary on the concrete, and slowly join her. When he opens the door, Brandon looks at us with concern. This isn't good, he says. "There's an RCMP officer outside." He turns to me. "I told him that my neighbor saw a man a few nights ago, but that she panicked and called the police today. What you saw was actually a deer in the dark. I told him that you came over to check on us. Afterwards, you stayed for a few drinks." He looks at me sternly, then slowly at his wife. "Do you both understand the story?" Amanda nods, but I stare at Brandon, still in shock as to who he really is. "Does that register?" Brandon repeats at me. My mouth tightens as I nod. "Repeat the story." When I don't immediately speak, Amanda does for me. "Sydney called the cops, but it was a deer." Brandon waves her to be quiet, leaning the shotgun to his side. "You," he says, nodding at me. "I panicked," I say, slowly. "It was a deer. I came over to see if everyone was okay, and I stayed and had drinks." He gives a thin smile. "The constable wants to talk to you. Both of you will stand in front of me when we answer the door. If you say anything different, I'll answer." He shuffles the shotgun in his hands. "Both of you know what will happen if you do something stupid, right?" This time we both nod. I can't hear him repeat the terrible things he's been saying. Brandon steps outside and tells us to hurry. As I leave the room, I glance at the desk and fixate on the monitor showing Ollie. He's sound asleep. He's not moving, but I can see his chest rise and fall beneath the sheet. "Let's go," Brandon says, telling us to go ahead of him up the stairs. Amanda's the one who opens the door once Brandon gives her approval. As he said he would, he stands off to the side, concealing the shotgun. When Amanda opens the front door, a thin officer greets us warmly. Rain pours down behind him. "Good evening, folks," he says. He looks at Amanda and me. "Which one of you is a Mrs. Pearson?" "That's me," I say, stepping forward. I glance at Brandon, who gives me a grin. "I'm sorry I called you guys." I let out a nervous laugh. "I guess it was a deer." Brandon nods. "No one blames you, Sydney. After what happened a few nights ago, it makes sense." The officer looks at Amanda and me, his expression shifting from cheerful to serious. "If you'd like, I can take a look around the property." Brandon is the first to answer this time. "It's pouring with rain out there, officer," he says. "That's okay." He puts a friendly hand up. "No problem at all." Brandon smiles back. "I already checked our property." The officer looks at me again. "Did you check your house, Miss Pearson?" I look at Brandon and, without thinking, tell the truth. "No, I didn't. I called the police and came over here to check on everyone." He nods. "Well, I don't mind." "That's okay, officer," Brandon insists. "I saw the deer myself, caught it on camera. It's nothing, just a panicked neighbor." The officer nods. "Dispatch said Miss Pearson saw a man with curly hair outside your house tonight." I glance at Amanda. I completely forgot I told them a description of Johnny. I look back at the officer and try to reassure him. "It was really dark," I say. "She had a few drinks before she came over," Brandon quips, letting out a laugh. The officer grins back, but when he turns his head, his expression changes. When I look at Amanda again, a tear is rolling down her face. "Ma'am," the officer says, surprised. "Are you okay?" Brandon looks at me, concern on his face as he lowers his other hand toward the shotgun. I shake my head slightly. Amanda doesn't answer. The officer looks at me and I give a nervous laugh. "We all had a bit too much to drink today," I say. Brandon nods. "We're okay, officer. Thanks so much for coming." Amanda's whole body shakes as she covers her mouth. Amanda, Brandon says, taking a step towards her. Everything's okay, dear. I glance at Amanda. She closes her eyes and takes a deep breath. When she opens them again, the tears spill freely down her face. He killed him! She shouts. The officer looks confused as his hand moves towards his duty belt. Brandon's faster. He shoves me and Amanda and raises his shotgun. The officer manages to make a single plea for him to stop before Brandon pulls the trigger. The constable's body topples off the porch, striking the concrete below. Brandon looks at me and his wife, who's curled on the floor. What did you do? He says softly. There's a moment of silence until we hear his voice. Soft and frightened, drifting down from upstairs. Mommy! Chapter 45. Cole yells out for his mother again. Cole! She shouts back. Brandon aims the shotgun at her head. Shut up! He demands. He's about to kill his wife. Next will be me, our children. Frantic, I plead with him. Brandon, no, I yell. You can't do it that way. Mommy! Cole shouts from upstairs. What's happening? Brandon puts a finger to his lips to Amanda and looks at me. What are you saying? I lower my head and glance at Amanda. If you shoot her there, the police will know, I whisper. Brandon looks at me confused, so I explain it to him. There's a way out of this, but we don't have much time. More cops will be here soon. I look at Brandon confidently. There's a way out of this. For both of us. Us, he repeats. I nod. Johnny is in the backyard. Now we have a dead cop outside your front door. Here's what we do. We tell them it was Amanda. She had her brother come here. They were working together to try and kill you for your money, but something went wrong. Amanda killed her own brother. She held us hostage. When the police showed up, she panicked and killed him too. I take a step towards Brandon. At first, my hands are raised. We can say whatever we want if there's no one else to say otherwise. Brandon nods. Okay. That can make sense. I was witness to it all, I say. After all, it was me who called the police to begin with. I came over to your house to check in on you. I found Johnny dead. I saw Amanda's breakdown. I take another step towards him. Do you understand the story? He grins at me, admiration on his face for my plan. I do, he tells me with a smirk. Sydney, Amanda says in shock. I shake my head at her. You had the perfect life with him. Now he's mine. I give her a wicked smile. It vanishes quickly when I hear his voice again. Mommy! Cole shouts. Amanda looks at Brandon. She knows if she yells for her son, they'll both share the same fate. I notice a red stain near the bottom of her shirt as she winces in pain. She can't be killed here, though, I say in a whisper. Amanda, stand up. Go to the porch. We need to place you near the officer. Amanda looks up at me, her face frozen in shock. When she doesn't move, Brandon lowers himself and grabs her with one hand, attempting to pull her to her feet. Don't fight this, he whispers. Or else. I let out a heavy breath. I'm close enough now to Brandon. He has one hand off his shotgun. I made one mistake in the plan I formed with Amanda. I shouldn't have given her the knife. With Amanda standing, I grab Brandon's other arm and pull down with all my weight. Now! I yell. Amanda looks at me wide-eyed as Brandon tries to shrug me off. The shotgun falls from his hand as Amanda pulls out the knife from under her shirt. Blood stains her abdomen from where the tip cut her midsection in her fall. It's over, Brandon tells me as he lunges, trying to strike me with his other hand. Before he can, I wrench my left arm free and drive my elbow up into his nose. His head snaps back and blood spills out. "You killed him!" Amanda screams, something in her snapping. She lunges forward, driving the knife into her husband's chest. Brandon's eyes widen as she pulls it free and plunges it in again. "You killed him!" Brandon shoves his wife, sending her stumbling backward. He stumbles too, collapsing to the ground with a pained grunt. Amanda looks down at her husband as he slowly crawls outside. I glance at her. The knife is still clenched in her hand. She follows my gaze, staring at the blood on the blade. As if only just realizing it's there, she drops it to the floor and lets out a sharp shriek. Brandon continues to slide onto the porch, leaving a trail of blood behind him. I slowly walk over to the shotgun and raise it in my arms. Amanda looks at me and something passes between us. For a moment, fear flickers across her face. "Mommy!" Cole shouts louder. I glance at Brandon, who's made it down one step, and back at Amanda. "Go to your son," I tell her. She doesn't move right away until I tell her everything's okay. "Unlock your son's door and stay with him." She slowly nods and goes up the stairs. "Mommy's here, Cole!" she yells at him. I step out onto the porch. Lightning streaks across the sky as I watch Brandon crawl toward the driveway. The floodlight snaps on, revealing the trail of blood behind him. Rain pours on me as I walk down the steps and stand over Brandon. When I'm close, he turns and raises his hands at me. "Sydney," he says, coughing up blood. I look around the cul-de-sac. It's the dead of night, which I find ironic. A stormy one, where all the quiet, elderly neighbors are sleeping soundly in their beds. "The police will be here soon, Brandon," I say. He shakes his head as if my words are reassuring. That means there's not much time. Brandon's eyes widen as he looks at me. "I want to tell you a secret," I say as I raise the shotgun. Chapter 46. Before. He's so drunk he can barely stand. He takes another step towards me. "Alan, I'll do whatever you want, I promise. Just don't do anything bad. We can talk about this." He lowers his head. "No more long grocery shopping dates," he says. "I can't trust you." "Of course," I say. "That's fine." "No more leaving the house unless I'm with you," he says. "You and Ollie can never be alone together." His eyes peer up at me. The anger is boiling inside him, but he can barely function from the booze. He slumps back in the chair. I step towards him and look around the kitchen, at the stacks of cash on the table. "I knew I could never trust someone like you," he says. "I knew it. I'll never let you leave. If you leave me, I'll kill you." He puts his head back and glances at me and back at the cash on the table. "I'll kill you. If you call the cops, at some point I'll get out and I'll kill you. You'll never get rid of me, Sydney. You can't leave me. I won't let you. If you try, I'll kill—" It's as if I'm as shocked as he is when the kitchen knife pierces his neck. My shock turns to rage as I strike him again and again. "No!" I shout as I can't stop myself. I'm in tears as my body does what my mind could never act on. As Alan stops moving and the white kitchen tile stains a dark red, I look down at my husband, more afraid than I have ever been in my whole life. What have I done? "Mommy?" When I turn my head, my son isn't there. I realize he's calling me from the hallway. "Mommy!" I hear his voice getting closer. "Stop, Ollie," I say to him with a commanding tone. I peer around the corner. Ollie looks at me, rubbing his eyes. Mommy and Daddy are just talking. You have to be a big boy and go back to your room now. Okay? Ollie looks at me confused. Is that blood? He asks. I touch the side of my face and realize in horror that I'm covered in Alan's blood. I'm okay, dear. It's not blood. I tell him he needs to go to bed because Daddy's a little upset and he and Mommy need to talk. Ollie doesn't ask more questions and goes to his room. Chapter 47. Present. I cleaned up the kitchen that night, I say to Brandon as rain pummels my face. I hid his body in the back of the truck. I buried him in the morning when Ollie was at school. Alan's still in Ontario. He's buried somewhere in the woods. I don't even remember where he is. If his body was ever discovered, despite everything Alan did, they could take my son away from me. That can never happen. Ollie saw the blood on my face. I made him promise me to never talk about that night. It would be our little secret. Nobody found Alan. It's been a while now. Everyone thinks he left me because that's what I told everyone. I moved here hoping to find a new start. Instead, I found you. Brandon raises his hand towards me. Sydney, he says, don't do anything stupid. I'll go to prison. I shake my head. You'll get out someday. You'll always haunt them. His eyes meet mine, and for a change, I see the realization of what he knows will happen next. Think of your son, he tells me. Think of mine. Cole needs me. I shake my head and raise the shotgun. What you did to your family, to Amanda, do you know what that makes you? Sydney! He shouts. When he sees my cold eyes unchanged by his plea, he turns and crawls towards the street. It makes you a monster, I say, stepping closer, rain slipping down my face, mixing with tears I don't bother to wipe away. And you know what I do? My voice trembles, but I don't look away. I kill monsters. The rain falls harder as I pull the trigger. Brandon's body goes still. Epilogue, 3 months later. I take a sip of tea and sit at my dining table. It's been some time since that terrible night. I glance out the window, looking at the house across the street. Life is odd. I wanted to live in that house. I wanted to know what it was like to have what I thought was the perfect life. I wanted to give that to Ollie. You never truly know what's happening inside someone else's house. You can never know what's happening behind closed doors or locked ones. It didn't take long for Amanda to move out. We kept in touch a little. She moved to Calgary, where her parents live. At first, the media were all over the neighborhood, wanting comments from Amanda and me. When neither of us would give any, they had to settle for what they could. I watched the interview Clara gave from her living room. It was mostly her who spoke, while Wilfred sat beside her on the couch. There was one moment that will live rent-free in my head forever. I never suspected Brandon Campbell was capable of what he did to that poor woman and boy, Clara told the interviewer. Wilfred shakes his head. I told her Amanda was nice. She didn't listen. Clara rolled her eyes. Stop talking so much, Wilfred. On the table was a glass jar filled with licorice candy. Beside the couch were their walkers, folded side by side. I take another sip of tea, reminiscing about the interview as Ollie comes up to me. Ready for school? I ask him. Ready, Mommy. I take his hand as we step outside and head toward the bus pickup point. Fresh snow blankets everything, thick enough to cover what I shoveled just yesterday, like it never happened. Ollie's been doing well at school. Cole doesn't go to Calder Elementary any longer. Ollie was very sad about that for a while, but he's starting to build other friendships. He's starting to get invited to birthdays. He even told me that, before the first snow came, he was playing soccer with some of the kids at recess. Ollie looks across the street at their house. "Mommy, will I ever see Cole again?" I give him a reassuring smile. "Maybe," I say. "Someday I'll reach out to his mom." "When?" If only I could explain to him. Ollie has no idea about the nightmare from that night. Even though the police were at my house after what happened, I made sure to insulate my son as much as I could. Ollie knows that Cole's father is dead, though. As we reach the bus pickup point, I can't help but think of Brandon. This is where a lot of our conversations happened. Where I got to know a man who I thought was everything I was missing in my life. He would wait for his son, the stuffed bunny in his hand, and embrace Cole every time. It was all an illusion, though. He showed the world an image of who he wanted to be. He wanted to be a successful family man with a loving wife. Any problems in their house wasn't because of him, but Amanda. He was perfect. That illusion worked. I watched another interview about Brandon Campbell. This one was with a few employees who had worked with him at the oil and gas company. They described what he was like on the job, how difficult he was to work under, how he seemed to make everything harder for the people around him. They also talked about the day he was fired. The way they told it, he caused a scene loud enough that security had to step in and escort him off the property. Did anybody truly know who Brandon was? Did Brandon know who he was? I still don't understand what his final plan was. How could he think he could continue pretending for so long? He must have known on some level that his house of cards would collapse at some point. Instead, he tried to control everything. He tried to control what others thought, control his wife, son, and even me. When I see the bus down the road, I give Ollie a long hug. "Love you, Ollie," I say as the bus doors open. When I kiss him, he makes a face. "Mommy!" he shouts. "My friends are watching!" I let out a laugh. "You mean your bros?" Ollie steps onto the bus. Before the door closes, he turns to me. "Love you too!" I watch as he gets to his seat before the bus continues down the road. Even though Cole may not live across the street anymore, the word bro still gets said around my house. Although now it's morphed to bruh. I'm not sure which is worse. As I walk back to my house, I think about how Ollie's starting to get embarrassed about his mom kissing him now. I let out a laugh. Soon he'll tell me how girls have cooties. Someday he'll be a pimply teenager who speaks much deeper. When he's that age, I wonder how he'll respond when I tell him how much I love him. Maybe he'll grow to be one of those angsty teenagers who pretend they don't love their parents. And I'm completely fine with that. I'd rather him live with taking my love for granted instead of believing it's conditional. As I get close to my house, I see a woman on my front porch. It takes me a moment to realize it's Amanda. She greets me when I'm near. "I saw you and Ollie at the bus stop, but figured I'd wait for you here." "How are you?" I ask. She nods. "I'm okay. Cole's doing well at his new school." He asks about Ollie. I wanted to reach out. It felt weird, though. "I'm glad you're here," I reassure her. Ollie asked if he could see Cole just today. She smiles. "We should get the kids together sometime." "I'd love that." Amanda's cheerful expression changes when she looks across the street at her house. "I wanted to thank you," she says, "for everything." She glances back at me and around the empty street. I know, I say. I wanted to talk to you more after everything. I wanted to thank you, too. I told you I deleted the footage from his monitoring system before the authorities arrived and the circus began, she tells me. I found out afterwards that Brandon kept a backup on a hard drive. Now my expression changes and I lower my head. Did you watch it? She puts a hand in her purse and hands me a USB key. I want you to know, your secret's safe with me. All of them. When I take the USB, something in me loosens all at once. A rush of relief hits so hard it almost makes me lightheaded. Like I've been holding my breath for days and am only just now allowed to let it go. My fingers tighten around it, grounding myself in the small, solid weight. Gratitude follows just as quickly, sharp and overwhelming. For a moment, I'm pulled back to that night. The small room in the basement, the fear, the way everything spiraled so quickly I could barely keep up, the feeling that I had lost control of everything. Now there's nothing to fear because of me. There are no more monsters in the home across the street. Also, she says, taking a deep breath, do you want to have tea or something? I smile at her. Instead of telling her I already had one this morning, I open my front door. I'd love that. We hope you've enjoyed this production of The Wife Across the Street, a psychological thriller by James Caine. Narrated by Alexandra Kohler. Copyright 2026 by James Caine. Sound recording copyright 2026 by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Dreamscape is an RB Media audio brand. This recording is protected by copyright. Unauthorized copying, sharing, or distribution is prohibited. Thank you for listening. Discover audiobook giveaways, discounts, new releases, recommendations, and more from RB Media, the largest audiobook publisher in the world. Visit rbaudio.com.